Welcome back to Novel Explanation. Before we dive in, if you're new here, we bring you full story explanations, audiobook style, one part at a time. Let's get into it. Chapter 1752, Second Master. The valiant Marshal Hall master nodded and left. Only Jiang Fei and the others were left. Kid, you're really something. Ji Chunhong looked at Jiang Fei and said with a smile that was not a smile. Master, you see, this is not my fault. Jiang Fei said with a smile. Bullied you? Ji Chunhong rolled his eyes at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei replied with a cheeky smile. You're quite a smooth talker, kid. However, what you said is true. Ye Chunhong nodded. That's right. Master, you are so powerful. Jiang Fei quickly sucked up to Ji Chunhong. From Ji Chunhong's words, he could already feel that his master was also an unreasonable person. All right, stop talking nonsense with me. Ji Chunhong waved his hand and let Jiang Fei and the others go back to rest. After watching Ji Chunhong leave, Jiang Fei brought the girls back to his residence. Jiang Fei asked, "It should be about time. I believe that after tomorrow, your name will spread throughout the valiant Marshal Hall." Nina said, Jiang Fei nodded. Si Tang asked, "You don't have to be anxious. Right now, your most important task is to learn. Learn all of your martial arts as soon as possible." Jiang Fei said, as they would leave the world of the five directions after completing the quest. This opportunity was too precious for the girls. Si Tang and the other girls nodded. Nina asked. Jiang Fei had just told them to study hard, so the rest of the work would naturally be done by Jiang Fei alone. I plan to learn all of Ji Chunhong's abilities in 2 days. Then, I'll find an opportunity to refine some weapons and pills. Jiang Fei set his plan. Bella asked, "Today, I asked around for my teacher. The Saintess has just taken over the throne. Now, it's impossible for us to meet outsiders. Therefore, we can't get close to her. Similarly, those players also have no chance to get close to her." Jiang Fei said. Bella nodded and said, "That's right. So, during this period of time, everyone must work hard to learn. There's no need to rush to improve your strength." Jiang Fei reminded the girls. After all, these girls had not gone through the development of their brain regions. Therefore, they could not have such amazing computational ability like Jiang Fei. The girls nodded one after another. They all knew very well what kind of world they were facing. They all knew that this five-sided world was not the end. They still had to face even more severe challenges. Therefore, constantly strengthening themselves was the greatest asset to help Jiang Fei and even their own survival. After a night of silence, Jiang Fei arrived at Ji Chunhong's residence on time the next day. "It's so early." Ji Chunhong had seen the girls around Jiang Fei with his own eyes yesterday. To be honest, he was very displeased because there were so many beautiful girls around him. He was very worried that his disciple would be loitering around women and lose his ambition. However, Ji Chunhong was obviously overthinking. He did not know that Jiang Fei was a coward. Although there were many girls around him, he only dared to hold hands and kiss them. If he took one more step forward, he would be terrified. Therefore, Jiang Fei, who had maintained his pure yang body, was full of energy. In addition, his physical body had been baptized by the scorpion milk. His brain had also been developed. Therefore, his cultivation was naturally progressing at a rapid pace. Jiang Fei was not polite at all. Last night, he had completely figured out the cultivation method that Ji Chunhong had taught him. Now, there were only a few things that he still did not understand about the puppet manufacturing. "You can cultivate here for a while," Ji Chunhong said. He was now a little impressed by his disciple's monstrous talent. Perhaps he would even be a little jealous. Jiang Fei was not one bit less polite to Ji Chunhong. Firstly, respecting his master was a tradition that had been passed down in his hometown for thousands of years. Therefore, he had to abide by the etiquette of being a disciple. Only then would his master feel happy. After that, Jiang Fei began to practice at Ji Chunhong's place in peace. Around noon, a violent spatial fluctuation was transmitted. Then, a figure appeared in front of Jiang Fei and the others. The moment the person appeared, He pointed at Jiang Fei and asked Ji Chunhong. Jiang Fei did not even need Ji Chunhong to say anything. He stood up and bowed. Ha ha ha. The person was indeed very happy. He said to Ji Chunhong, "Senior brother, you really have a good disciple." Hee, this kid is just average. Ji Chunhong said proudly. Since his disciple was so respectful, he naturally had a lot of face in front of his junior brother. That person congratulated Ji Chunhong. How about it? I am lucky. Ji Chunhong said to his junior brother with a smile. Give? How? That person rolled his eyes. Nonsense. Wouldn't it be a waste to give him half? What I mean is to let him acknowledge you as his master. Ji Chunhong said with a smile. Really? The man's eyes lit up when he heard that. However, he then said, Forget it. You're much stronger than me. You know everything I know. I don't have anything else that I'm good at other than refining puppets. Moreover, refining puppets requires a completely different talent from cultivation. This kid might not be suitable, so I won't take advantage of you. What I want is for you to be good at making puppets. It's not an exaggeration to say that this kid is better at making puppets than me. Kid. Really? After hearing that, the man's eyes lit up. When he looked at Jiang Fei again, Jiang Fei could even feel the green light of desire in the man's eyes. Chapter 1753 had finally appeared. Although there were very few geniuses among those who practiced, there was no shortage of geniuses because of the large number of people who practiced. However, there were very few people who specialized in things like crafting, alchemy, or making puppets. Therefore, it was even more difficult to find a person who was extremely talented. Therefore, when Ji Chunhong's junior brother heard that Jiang Fei's understanding of puppetry had already surpassed his own senior brother's, his eyes turned green. One had to know that his strength could not be compared to Ji Chunhong's. His lifespan would be much shorter. If he could not find the inheritance of his ultimate skill in his lifetime, how would he have the face to meet the ancestors of the past generations after his death? Come, Yuan Shao, give your second master, Su Tianhua, a greeting, Ji Chunhong said as he gestured for Jiang Fei to come over. No ruse, Su Tianhua said to Ji Chunhong. You brat, you're actually still wary of me. Forget it, you two can chat. Ji Chunhong rolled his eyes at his junior brother, then turned around and left. Jiang Fei changed his words very quickly. Don't call me master yet, Su Tianhua said. Jiang Fei nodded and began to discuss the topic of puppet crafting with Su Tianhua. After a short conversation, Su Tianhua was completely shocked by Jiang Fei. He never thought that a person who had just come into contact with puppet crafting would actually have such an understanding. His understanding of puppet crafting was not any weaker than some veterans who had been addicted to this profession for many years. Good disciple. Su Tianhua was overjoyed. Jiang Fei laughed. Yes, Su Tianhua said seriously. After formally acknowledging Su Tianhua as his master, Jiang Fei began to ask him some questions about puppet crafting. These questions were all difficult points that Jiang Fei had analyzed last night. Therefore, it was impossible to find the key points just by relying on simulation. It's useless to just talk about it. Su Tianhua was a typical practical person. He did not give Jiang Fei any theoretical knowledge. Instead, he took out the materials on the spot and began to craft puppets with Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei asked, That's easy. This is my token. You can take this and go to the ninth elder, who is in charge of the resources. Just tell him that I want anything. After Su Tianhua received Jiang Fei, the successor of a genius, he was so pampered that he directly gave his token to Jiang Fei. To Jiang Fei, this token was no different from a sword. With this thing, Jiang Fei could take whatever he wanted from the resources. He would be able to bring out Su Tianhua, the true immortal. The status of a true immortal in the Valiant Martial Hall was extremely high. People like Wu Tianliang would not be punished even if they made a mistake, let alone just some materials. Therefore, with this item, Jiang Fei would be able to take all the resources from the materials, be it crafting or alchemy. He could take all the resources directly from the materials. Jiang Fei followed Su Tianhua to craft the puppet. This process lasted for an entire afternoon. Many of his questions were answered in practice. After this afternoon of practice, although Jiang Fei did not dare to say that he had mastered the art of crafting puppets, at the very least, it was no longer a problem for him to craft a puppet by himself. As expected of a genius, Sutianwa Said, he had never seen anyone who could complete the crafting process in one go from a beginner. Jiang Fei flattered him. All right, now that you've learned everything you need to learn, it's useless for me to teach you the rest. You have to do more and refine more. Su Tianhua said. He and Ji Chunhong were the disciples of the same master. Speaking of which, Ji Chunhong should also know what he knew. However, why was Ji Chunhong's ability to refine puppets inferior to his? Most of the time, Ji Chunhong spent on training. Therefore, he lacked experience in making puppets. Zhang Vi bowed respectfully to Su Tianhua. He, you're my disciple. Naturally, I will teach you my skills. I only hope that you can bring this art of puppets to greater heights in the future. This is to repay me, Su Tianhua said with a smile. Yes, Jiang Fei bowed to Su Tianhua once again to thank him for teaching him. After a while, Ji Chunhong returned. The three of them chatted for a while before Ji Chunhong sent Jiang Fei back. After returning to his own residence, Jiang Fei found that the girls had already arrived home. Everyone had a good meal and went back to practice. For a few days, Jiang Fei went to Ji Chunhong's place to practice his martial arts and the art of the puppet. The girls were also very hardworking. They practiced until very late every day. In the blink of an eye, about a month had passed. The thing that Jiang Fei was worried about finally appeared. One day, Jiang Fei had just left the house and was about to go to his master's place to practice martial arts. However, the identification device in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Jiang Fei took out the identification device and locked onto the position of the player. Then, he rushed over. Good morning, Master Yuan. Good morning, Master. When the valiant Marshal Hall's disciples saw Jiang Fei, they bowed one after another. Although Jiang Fei had entered the sect relatively late, his master was of a high seniority. Ji Chunhong was an old man. Therefore, his disciple was also a grandmaster in the valiant Marshal Hall. Jiang Fei sprinted all the way. Because the valiant Marshal Hall could not fly, it took Jiang Fei quite a while to reach the player. Jiang Fei asked a valiant Marshal Hall's disciple casually because there was a large group of people around the player in the distance. Greetings, Master. They are from the Xiafei sect, the disciple replied. Jiang Fei nodded to himself. It seemed that the players had not been able to descend directly into the valiant Marshal Hall. Therefore, they could only use this method to blend in. However, after thinking about it, Jiang Fei realized that it made sense. If the players had descended directly into the valiant Marshal Hall, then assassinating a weak saintess would not be difficult at all. After all, Jiang Fei was a variable. In the eyes of the development team, Jiang Fei did not exist at all. Therefore, in order to increase the difficulty of the players completing the quest, they were not allowed to descend directly into the valiant Marshal Hall. Chapter 1754 took the opportunity to pick a fight. Okay, I got it. Jiang Fei sent the disciple away and went straight to the back of the group. Although it was against the rules for Jiang Fei to follow the disciples into the main hall, his status was too high. The disciples did not dare to stop him. When they reported it to the elder in charge of foreign affairs, Jiang Fei had already followed the group to the main hall. Although the disciples of the Xiafei sect had also noticed Jiang Fei, no one said anything. After all, Jiang Fei was a member of the valiant Marshal Hall. They were guests. Naturally, they could not stop him. They even thought that Jiang Fei was sent by the valiant Marshal Hall to look after them. Just like that, Jiang Fei followed the disciples of the Xiafei sect into the main hall. When no one was paying attention, Jiang Fei even secretly opened the violet eye. As soon as the eye of the violets was activated, Jiang Fei noticed the strength of the disciples, especially the player. Jiang Fei even took care of him. This time, the Sunglow sect came to pay tribute. It was led by two experts. One of them was the Grand Elder of the Sunglow sect. His strength was around the beginning stage of the tribulation. The vice ambassador was the player that Jiang Fei paid attention to, the player as strength was around the peak of the Mahayana stage. If Jiang Fei did not appear by accident, once he got close to the saintess, there would not be any accidents during the assassination. After all, the saintess was very weak for some unknown reason. She was only around the nascent soul stage. Against a Mahayana stage expert, there was no way she could survive. Moreover, through the Eye of Violets, Jiang Fei also discovered that this player had a treasure hidden on him. After activating the Eye of Violets, everything in Jiang Fei's eyes was shown in the form of energy strings. Therefore, it was difficult for Jiang Fei not to notice the two glaring high-energy reactions on the player. This kid came prepared. It seems like I have to kill him in advance. Jiang Fei made up his mind. Although Vinolin had warned Jiang Fei not to kill players, it did not stop Jiang Fei from killing players. When it was a matter of completing the quest, killing a player was not a problem. However, Jiang Fei could not go too far this time. If he killed the player completely or turned him into a vegetable, the development team would definitely not allow it. This was a normal game process. Therefore, as long as Jiang Fei did not deliberately kill the player, it would not be a big problem. Although Jiang Fei was determined to kill the player, he could not do it in the main hall. After all, he had already caused enough trouble yesterday. If he killed the deputy of the Imperial Tributary Sect in front of the valiant martial art hall master, it would not be easy for Ji Chunhong to clean up his mess. When they arrived at the hall, the valiant martial hall master bowed. The rest of the people, including the player, also bowed. At this time, Jiang Fei also mingled with the crowd and bowed to the hall master. How did this kid mingle with the people of the Shafei sect? What kind of person was the valiant martial hall master? Although Jiang Fei was among the crowd, he was able to recognize him at a glance. However, even if he could recognize him, the valiant martial hall master could not call Jiang Fei out or punish him in person. Wouldn't it be a disgrace to the valiant martial hall? Therefore, in the end, the valiant martial hall master could only pretend that he did not see Jiang Fei. Then, he said to Fu Tong, "The journey to the Shafei sect is long. It has been hard on you, Elder Fu. Thank you for your concern, Palace Master. It is the honor of our sect to be able to make a pilgrimage to the valiant martial hall." After Fu Tong exchanged a few pleasantries with the valiant martial hall master, she began to order people to present the tribute list. The valiant martial hall master took the tribute list without even looking at it. Although the tribute list was filled with rare resources, it was nothing surprising to the valiant martial hall. Ninth Elder, the valiant martial hall master, said to the person beside him. "Yes, hall master." Ninth Elder immediately went forward and bowed. The valiant martial hall master ordered. Ninth Elder immediately accepted the order. Fu Tong was overjoyed after hearing the content of the reward. The reason why these sects came to the valiant martial hall to pay tribute every year was partly to ask for the protection of the valiant martial hall and partly to ask for the reward. Although these sects paid tribute to the valiant martial hall with extremely precious materials, compared to the treasures that the valiant martial hall rewarded, it was really a drop in the bucket. Therefore, if the valiant martial hall did not stipulate that all the affiliated sects were only allowed to pay tribute once a year, these sects would probably want to pay tribute every day. After the tribute was paid, the valiant martial hall master said some official nonsense to Fu Tong. Then, he ordered people to arrange for them to go down and rest. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei took the opportunity to follow these people to the place where they lived. After all, they were guests who came from afar. Although the valiant martial hall knew that these people were here to scam good things, they still had to treat them well. Naturally, they could not let them leave as soon as they arrived. As soon as the people from the Shafei sect stayed, it gave the player a chance to get close to the saintess. Therefore, Jiang Fei naturally followed them to the base. On one hand, he wanted to monitor the player. On the other hand, he also wanted to find a chance to kill that guy without anyone noticing. However, just as Jiang Fei followed the members of the Sunset Glow sect to the base, a disciple rushed over. When the disciple saw Jiang Fei, he immediately explained the purpose of his visit. Clearly, when the valiant Martial Hall Master saw Jiang Fei leaving with the members of the Sunset Glow sect, he was afraid that Jiang Fei would cause trouble. Therefore, he quickly called him back. Damn it! Jiang Fei frowned. However, he had no choice but to return at this time. In the territory of the valiant Martial Hall, he could not give the Temple Master face. Moreover, he had to protect the Saintess. This was not something that could be done in a day or two. The days that followed would be very difficult. Fortunately, these Daybreak sect members had just arrived at the valiant Martial Hall. The players were even more ignorant about this place. It was impossible for them to make a move against the Saintess right now. Moreover, Jiang Fei had control of their headquarters. Therefore, it was not too late to come and monitor him after meeting the Hall Master. Therefore, after recording the location of the Daybreak sect's headquarters, Jiang Fei followed the disciple back to the hall. Yuan Shao, why are you being so ridiculous today? Jiang Fei had just entered the main hall. Wu Tianliang, who was standing by the side, began to question Jiang Fei. This time, he had finally caught Jiang Fei in the act. Moreover, Ji Chunhong was not around. If he did not make things difficult for Jiang Fei, he would not be able to live up to his name. Chapter 1755, Protecting Your Own Son. Yuan Shao, what's going on? Tell me, the valiant Martial Hall Master asked. Although he did not directly question Jiang Fei, he seemed to be very unhappy. Master, I only saw a group of people gathered here, so I was curious to see what was going on. By the time I understood what was going on, I'd already been dragged into the hall by them. I thought that if I left now, it would be very likely for the Xiafei sect to laugh at me. I might as well just admit my mistake and go with them. I will let them think that I am here to take care of them. That way, I can save the valiant Martial Hall's face, Jiang Fei said. You're full of nonsense. Wu Tianyang was determined to pin the blame on Jiang Fei today. Seeing that Wu Tianliang was making things difficult for him, Jiang Fei did not bother with him at all. He just looked at the valiant Martial Hall Master quietly and completely ignored Wu Tianliang. However, the more Jiang Fei acted like this, the angrier Wu Tianliang became. Jiang Fei's naked attitude made him feel even more uncomfortable. Ignoring him naked was even more uncomfortable than talking back to him face to face. Clearly, the valiant Martial Hall Master was not that easy to fool. Even if Jiang Fei was making things up, the others might not believe him. This is because I was flustered at that time. For a moment, I did not know how to leave their team. Jiang Fei continued to make up excuses. Lord Temple Master, I think that this kid is extremely stubborn. Wu Tianyang continued to give Jiang Fei an eye-opener. F*CK. You old brat, just you wait. Jiang Fei said in his heart. However, he was not as strong as Wu Tianliang, so he could only endure it for now. The valiant Martial Hall Master also wanted to teach Jiang Fei a lesson. After all, this kid had caused too much trouble ever since he came to the valiant Martial Hall. Jiang Fei saw that the Hall Master was already determined to punish him, so he did not resist anymore. Since things had already come to this point, it would be more disadvantageous for him to endure it if he did not have a patron by his side. When the Palace Master saw that Jiang Fei had given in, he immediately nodded. In fact, he did not intend to punish Jiang Fei severely. After all, he could not offend Ji Chunhong too much. He just wanted to use this opportunity to teach Jiang Fei a lesson. He wanted him to not be too ostentatious in the martial meritocracy palace. Palace Master, this kid has trespassed into the main hall and attempted to disrupt the tribute ceremony. Wu Tianliang was really ruthless. This catacombs was the core of the martial meritocracy palace. Although the spiritual energy there was denser, and it was an excellent place for cultivation, because it was located in the depths of the Earth's core, and the spiritual energy was too dense, ordinary people would not be able to endure it for a long time. Moreover, after receiving the punishment, their bodies would be injured. If they were to be imprisoned in the catacombs at this time, they would at least be half crippled if they did not die. Before the Hall Master of Martial Meritocracy could say anything, a person outside the hall was already furious. After seeing the person who had come, The valiant martial hall master actually stood up to welcome him. Someone wants to kill my disciple. Su Tianhua walked into the hall with an angry expression. This Su Tianhua's strength was actually average. Although he had transcended the tribulation and become an immortal almost 100 years earlier than Wu Tianliang, his strength was only on par with his. Logically speaking, this kind of strength was not worth the valiant martial hall master standing up to welcome him. However, the problem was that Su Tianhua was a puppet master. The entire puppet defense system of the valiant martial hall was created by him. Moreover, not only that, the protective puppets in the hands of the valiant martial hall's disciples were mostly created by Su Tianhua and his disciples. His position in the valiant martial hall was even higher than that of a super expert like Ji Chunhong. After all, although Ji Chunhong was powerful, it didn't matter if he didn't provoke Su Tianhua. However, Su Tianhua was different. He wouldn't want a high-level puppet to protect them. But if he wanted one for his disciple, he could also provide his disciple with a lot of help. Therefore, there were many people in the valiant martial hall who had requests for Su Tianhua. Since they had requests, how could they not curry favor with him? Therefore, Su Tianhua's connections in the valiant martial hall were quite terrifying. If you provoked him, he didn't even need to say it out loud. As long as you gave him a hint, there would naturally be a lot of people who would stand up for him. Therefore, when the valiant martial hall master saw Su Tianhua coming to the hall today, he frowned because Su Tianhua kept calling this Yuan Shao as his disciple. Although he heard Su Tianhua call him that, the valiant martial hall master still wanted to confirm it. As Su Tianhua spoke, he had already come to Zhang Fei's side. When Zhang Fei saw that his backer had come, he immediately straightened his back. Su Tianhua nodded at Zhang Fei and asked the valiant martial hall master. The valiant martial hall master explained what had happened. Of course, he did not care about Zhang Fei's explanation. He only described what he had seen. It was Zhang Fei pretending to be someone from the Shafei sect and going up to the hall to pay tribute. Su Tianhua nodded. After knowing that Zhang Fei did not cause any trouble and that the tribute ceremony was not affected, he was confident. Since he knew that Zhang Fei was also Su Tianhua's disciple, the valiant martial hall master understood that the matter today could be considered to be settled. After all, Su Tianhua was different from Ji Chunhong. He could still use his position as the valiant martial hall master to pressure Zhang Fei within a reasonable range. However, when it came to Su Tianhua, the valiant martial hall master really could not do anything because he currently had a favor to ask of him. 2 days ago, the valiant martial hall leader had asked Su Tianhua to build a puppet for his favorite disciple. He would not be able to stand it if he were to play with a cheap trick. After all, this protective puppet was a part of one's strength. If it was made cheap when his disciple faced a strong enemy, the risk would be huge. Otherwise, why would a skilled person be popular everywhere? Although Su Tianhua's strength was not particularly outstanding, everyone in the valiant martial hall had to support him wherever he went. It was because everyone had a huge demand for his puppet. No one could escape this hurdle. My disciple, you are doing this wrong, Su Tianhua said to Zhang Fei with a straight face. Zhang Fei understood and immediately nodded to admit his mistake. Hall master, look, I've already taught him a lesson. He also knows that he has done something wrong. Anyway, this matter has not caused any damage, Su Tianhua said to the hall master. At this moment, Wu Tianliang was so angry that he almost fainted. He had spent so much effort to say so much just now, but he was actually taken away by Su Tianhua's simple words. Don't mention the grievance in his heart. Chapter 1756, Scheming Against Each Other. All right. The valiant martial hall master waved his hand, indicating that Su Tianhua could take Zhang Fei away. Wu Tianliang wanted to say something else, but the hall master glared at him. After Su Tianhua took Zhang Fei away, the valiant martial hall master then said to Wu Tianliang, I know that you have a grudge against me for what happened last time. But I'm warning you, don't do anything out of line. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you. Understood. Although Wu Tianliang was sullen, he was not stupid. He knew that the Hall Master was telling him these things to protect him. Now that Jiang Fei had taken Ji Chunhong and Su Tianhua as his teachers, it could be said that he had two of the valiant Martial Hall's biggest backers. Su Tianhua was a friend of the entire valiant Martial Hall. Everyone in the valiant Martial Hall had to give him some face. Ji Chunhong's strength was in the entire valiant Martial Hall. Other than the Hall Master, no one else was in his eyes. This way, if Wu Tianliang dared to cause trouble for Jiang Fei, once his two teachers were angered, even the valiant Martial Hall Master would not be able to stop him. It was precisely because Wu Tianliang understood the power of this relationship that he promised the Hall Master that he would never cause trouble for Jiang Fei again. Although he agreed very well on the surface, only he knew what he was thinking in his heart. Only he himself knew. In fact, the Temple Master of Valiant Martial Hall was also very unhappy at this moment. Initially, although Ji Chunhong and Su Tianhua were fellow disciples, their relationship was actually not that great. Su Tianhua was obsessed with the art of puppets. He spent all his time with all sorts of materials and puppets. Therefore, the two of them did not have much contact with each other. However, now that the two of them had a close relationship with Jiang Fei, and once their precious disciple was involved, the two of them would definitely stand on the same side. They would pose a certain threat to the valiant Martial Hall Master's authority. The highest priority of those in power was always the chair under their buttocks. They did not care if you wanted to usurp the throne or not. As long as you had the ability to usurp the throne, they would think of ways to suppress you. Therefore, although the valiant Martial Hall Master did not say anything on the surface, he was already thinking about how to weaken the power of Ji Chunhong and Su Tianhua. Jiang Fei was completely unaware of the valiant Martial Hall Master's thoughts. After he left the main hall with Su Tianhua, he was lectured by Su Tianhua. "My disciple, you are too bold. It's one thing for you to barge into the main hall, but you actually disrupted the tribute ceremony." Su Tianhua said to Jiang Fei with a serious face. Second Master, Jiang Fei did not argue at this time. He just lowered his head and admitted his mistake. He knew that his second master was more doting on him than Ji Chunhong. He would definitely not punish himself. Stay away from that Wu Tianliang in the future. If you really provoke him, he will kill you first and report to you later. So what if my senior and I seek revenge on him? This was what Su Tianhua was most worried about. Jiang Fei nodded. What Su Tianhua said was indeed reasonable. He had not yet transcended the tribulation. He was definitely not a match for Wu Tianliang. If Gu Chunhong and Su Tianhua did not arrive in time, he would really be in deep trouble. All right, just remember that. Su Tianhua did not have the heart to criticize his precious disciple too much. Therefore, he just said a few words, and it was over. After that, Su Tianhua had other matters to attend to, so he did not let Jiang Fei follow him to refine the puppets. Jiang Fei also wished that he could have some free time. Therefore, after bidding farewell to Su Tianhua, he ran all the way back to the base of the Xiafei sect. Jiang Fei took out his identification device and looked. At that moment, the player was obediently staying in the base. Jiang Fei thought to himself, he could not stay here 24 hours a day. What if this player caused trouble when he left? Therefore, after thinking about it, Jiang Fei still wanted to kill this player as soon as possible. However, the player was still holed up in the base and did not come out. This made Jiang Fei anxious. After all, if he did not come out, he could not rush into the base and kill him without any reason, right? Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, the sky gradually darkened. Just when Jiang Fei was about to go back and greet the girls and have Bella and the others take turns to stand guard with him, the red, representing the player, suddenly moved at a high speed. Jiang Fei was instantly overjoyed. It seemed that this player was also an impatient person. When he realized that the sky had darkened, he thought that his chance to act had come. He wanted to step on the plates in the valiant Martial Hall and calculate the best way to assassinate the Saintess. The player was willing to come out. It was to Jiang Fei's liking. Therefore, Jiang Fei quietly followed behind him from the base to the back mountain villa that led to the saint's residence. Jiang Fei opened the violet eye. He used his spiritual power to scan his surroundings. As this was the intersection of the saint's palace and the front mountain, there were very few people around. Jiang Fei decided to make his move here. Just as Jiang Fei opened his spiritual power, the player suddenly stopped. "Who is it?" The player turned his head and shouted. Because he had a treasure on him, he could keenly detect the abnormal energy fluctuations around him, including spiritual power. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. He did not hide anymore, because he had already confirmed that there were no other people around. The player was slightly stunned. He did not know Jiang Fei. He had only seen him once in the hall. "Who are you?" Jiang Fei asked sternly. He said this to confuse the player so that he would let his guard down. "I'm from the Shafei sect. I'm new here, and I accidentally got lost." The player also wanted to deceive Jiang Fei. After all, in his eyes, Jiang Fei was just an ordinary valiant martial hall disciple. He did not know that Jiang Fei was coming for him. "Lost? All right, follow me," Jiang Fei said as he moved closer to the player. The player did not have any good intentions. He also moved closer to Jiang Fei, wanting to silence Jiang Fei. Chapter 1757. 1757. Prepare to cross the tribulation. When the distance between Jiang Fei and the player was less than 5 meters, the two of them almost jumped up at the same time and attacked each other. "Good boy. I knew you were not good. Cut the crap. Prepare to die." Jiang Fei and the player attacked each other with deadly moves. Both of them did not want to waste any time. The player thought that Jiang Fei was a disciple of the patrolling mountain. He would definitely attract the attention of the other valiant martial hall disciples. When the time came, he would definitely die. Jiang Fei did not want anyone to know about this. In his opinion, killing the player without anyone knowing would be the best outcome. Therefore, in just one exchange, the two of them had already decided the victor. Moreover, there was no suspense at all. Jiang Fei's current strength was at the peak of the crossing calamity stage. Moreover, he had learned Ji Chunhong's top-tier martial arts. His combat power was quite terrifying. On the other hand, the player had only descended on a carrier at the peak of the Mahayana stage. The two of them were already one level apart in terms of level. Moreover, there was a gap in martial arts skills. The player was blasted into smithereens by Jiang Fei. A nascent soul flew out from the flesh and blood that filled the sky. It wanted to escape, but Jiang Fei grabbed it casually and crushed it into smithereens. After the player's nascent soul was killed, Jiang Fei stopped and allowed his consciousness to leave. Because Vinolin had already warned Jiang Fei several times not to destroy these consciousness bodies. Otherwise, if there were too many vegetarians in the Gamma space due to playing this game, even if the development team did not want to shut down the server, it would be impossible. In the eyes of the Gamma space people, a game server was the entire universe to Jiang Fei and the others. If the server was shut down, it would mean the death of Jiang Fei's universe. This result was something that Jiang Fei could not accept no matter what. After killing the player, Jiang Fei knew that he could not stay in this place for long. Therefore, he directly opened the ring dimension and collected the player as flesh and blood. After that, he disappeared without a trace. The reason why Jiang Fei collected the player as flesh and blood was not because it was of any use. He simply did not want the Valiant Martial Hall to find out that the deputy of the Daybreak sect had died in the Valiant Martial Hall. The disappearance of the deputy was much more beneficial than his death in the Valiant Martial Hall. As soon as Jiang Fei left, more than a dozen Valiant Martial Hall's disciples rushed over. After all, when the two of them had just exchanged blows, there was a very strong energy fluctuation. This caused the patrolling mountain disciples to immediately rush over. However, the patrolling mountain disciples searched for a long time and did not find anything. This was because the player, as flesh and blood, had been collected by Jiang Fei. Even the smell of blood had been blown away by the mountain breeze. After the player was killed, Jiang Fei returned to his own residence and slept soundly. For a short period of time, the Saintess had nothing to worry about. The next morning, the news of the vice emissary's disappearance spread. However, no one had expected that this guy had already been killed. Instead, they guessed that he had sneaked into the martial meritocracy palace for evil purposes. For this reason, Fu Tong, the chief emissary of the valiant Martial Hall, was scared out of his wits. If the valiant Martial Hall had lost something, they would not be able to clear their name even if they jumped into the Yellow River. The valiant Martial Hall's master was also very concerned about this matter. Although the valiant Martial Hall was known as the leader of the righteous path, it also had many enemies. If this was infiltrated by a criminal, it would also cause a lot of trouble. Therefore, he ordered the law enforcement elder to lead people to search carefully. He was trying to find the missing deputy. This time, there were actually people who had guessed the truth about the disappearance of the deputy. It was Wu Tianliang. Although this guy was not the reincarnation of a famous detective, based on his hatred for Jiang Fei, he felt that Jiang Fei had something to do with this matter. That was because yesterday, Jiang Fei had inexplicably infiltrated the Xiafei sex team. After that, the deputy had disappeared. Moreover, according to the reports from the patrolling disciples, there was a violent energy fluctuation last night. Regardless of whether it was true or not, according to Wu Tianliang's character, he would definitely put the blame on Jiang Fei. However, when he saw the martial hero palace master, Wu Tianliang swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He thought of the warning that the palace master had given him yesterday. Today, he had accused Jiang Fei without any evidence. It was inevitable that he would be annoyed by the palace master. Therefore, in the end, he did not say anything. Therefore, although this matter was investigated very strictly, it did not implicate Jiang Fei at all. In the following days, Jiang Fei also knew the principle of keeping a low profile. He spent the entire day either learning from the two teachers or resting at home to prepare for the tribulation. He did not care about anything else. Therefore, his days were peaceful. After a week, Jiang Fei felt that he was almost done with his preparations. Therefore, he took Su Tianhua's waste token and went to the ninth elder. He then asked for a large amount of resources because he needed to prepare tools for his tribulation. In terms of elixirs, Jiang Fei had nothing to prepare. After all, no matter how good the healing elixirs were, they would not be as effective as the vermilion fruits that Jiang Fei had stored. Therefore, the focus of his refining this time was on defensive tools. These were very useful consumables during the tribulation. After another week, Jiang Fei crafted 2 defensive-type shields for himself. Then, he crafted a flying sword for Bella and the others. Flying on a flying sword was much faster than flying on one's own. When everything was ready, Jiang Fei told his 2 masters about his plan to transcend the tribulation. Are you really ready? Do you want me to help you get a few magic treasures to transcend the tribulation? Ji Chunhong and Su Tianhua both attached great importance to Jiang Fei's transcending the tribulation. However, outsiders could not help him when it came to transcending the tribulation. He could only rely on himself. It should be about time. I have 2 protective magic treasures on me. Jiang Fei replied. Ji Chunhong said after thinking for a moment. Although they could not help with the tribulation, they could still help to stop others from causing trouble. Jiang Fei did not decline this time. After all, he had too many enemies. Not to mention, there was Wu Tianliang in the valiant Martial Hall. This kid had the strength of a true immortal. If he caused trouble while he was transcending the tribulation, Jiang Fei would be in big trouble. Since he had decided to transcend the tribulation, he could not stay in the valiant Martial Hall. There were defensive formations everywhere. Once he transcended the tribulation here, the entire valiant Martial Hall would be destroyed. It was Ji Chunhong who had suppressed him. Therefore, this time, they naturally had to transcend the tribulation above the ground. Chapter 1758, Breaking Through the Barrier. After making all the necessary preparations, Jiang Fei left the valiant Martial Hall with his 2 masters. The girls around him also followed him. The group of people passed through the teleportation formation and arrived at the surface of the South Pole. As the South Pole was almost all wilderness, and it was also the territory of the valiant Marshal Hall. Ji Chunhong did not need to find any place for Jiang Fei to cross the tribulation. It could be anywhere. Jiang Fei nodded. He had been preparing for this day for a long time. Then, get ready to begin, Ji Chunhong said to Su Tianhua. As Su Tianhua spoke, he waved his hand, and dozens of golden lights shot out in all directions. The golden lights landed on the ground and immediately formed a huge formation. Right where the golden light landed, numerous huge puppets rose from the ground. These puppets were all in golden armor and held weapons in their hands. Let's go out first. Su Tianhua nodded at Ji Chunhong and the girls. Ji Chunhong also knew that he couldn't help when he was transcending the tribulation. So he took the lead and walked out of the formation. The girls did not know much about the tribulations. Naturally, they followed Ji Chunhong and Su Tianhua and left the formation. When they were outside the formation, Su Tianhua gave an order. The puppets immediately came to life. They turned around and unsheathed their weapons. They looked like they were ready for battle. Clearly, they were protecting Jiang Fei. Su Tianhua said to Jiang Fei at this time, crossing the tribulation was a cultivator's own business. No one else could help. Su Tianhua's formation could not stop the heavenly tribulation at all. It was only to prevent man-made disasters. After all, cultivators were very fragile when crossing the tribulation. The consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang Fei sat cross-legged at the center of the formation. Then, he activated his cultivation technique, and a large amount of spiritual energy began to gather towards him. Even Bella, who was not afraid of anything, was worried at this moment. This kid's luck is as good as the heavens. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to succeed, Ji Chunhong said. Su Tianhua also nodded. After all, outsiders could not interfere with the tribulation. Therefore, he and Ji Chunhong could only watch quietly. At that moment, a strange phenomenon began to appear above Jiang Fei's head. As he practiced, a large amount of spiritual energy gathered and formed a huge spiritual energy vortex above his head. The dense spiritual energy that was almost condensed in a liquid continued to pour into Jiang Fei's body, causing his aura to continue to rise. A spatial fluctuation suddenly came. Su Tianhua said to Ji Chunhong, "Yesu nong nudet." At this time, he absolutely could not allow any accidents to happen. At this time, the space distorted and a figure appeared nearby. Ji Chunhong arrived beside that person almost in the next instant. Brother Ge, don't be nervous." The man smiled when he saw Ge Chunhong. Ji Chunhong heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the man clearly. Although this man was not from the valiant Marshal Hall, he was from one of the subordinate sects, the Red Feather sect. Moreover, this man was Ge Chunhong's old brother, Huang Dali. "What? Who in the hall is going through the tribulation?" Huang Dali asked with a smile. Ji Chunhong said with great pride, "Your disciple?" Huang Dali was dumbfounded. He had never heard that his elder brother had such a proud disciple. Ji Chunhong nodded and brought Huang Dali towards Su Tianhua. "Brother Ge, you are really good at keeping secrets." As they walked, Huang Dali laughed. How can I let you know? Yifru nong likit. Because the two of them were close, they had no scruples in joking. Che. Huang Dali rolled his eyes. He was about to retort Ji Chunhong when he saw Su Tianhua standing at the side with a smile. This time, Huang Dali was even more surprised. It was reasonable to say that Ji Chunhong came out to protect someone. After all, he was the #1 expert in the valiant Marshal Hall other than the Hall Master. He should be the one to do this kind of work that required strength to support the situation. However, Su Tianhua was different. This was the most important person in the valiant Marshal Hall. He usually did not leave the valiant Marshal Hall easily, but today he actually came out to help protect the hall. How much face would Ji Chunhong's disciple have? My disciple is transcending the tribulation. Su Tianhua's Maïd, your disciple? Asked Huang Dali. Said Su Tianhua with a smile. Huang Dali nodded and did not probe further. While Su Tianhua and the others were chatting, Jiang Fei had already absorbed the spiritual energy to the limit. At this time, his body was already filled with spiritual energy. He could not hold anymore. With a long cry, Jiang Fei began to break through. Ji Chunong nodded in satisfaction. When Jiang Fei broke through, his aura had increased extremely quickly. This was very beneficial for him during the tribulation. Su Tianhua also laughed. At this time, because Jiang Fei was about to break through, other than his fire attribute being concealed, the other earth and wood attributes were all activated by him as much as possible. Huang Dali frowned when he heard the conversation between Su Tianhua and Gu Chunhong. He was a true immortal-level cultivator with the fire attribute, so he was very sensitive to the trace of fire attribute that was hidden very well in Jiang Fei's body. Actually, Jiang Fei's origin power was basically all attributes. It was just that there were only these 3 experts present. Su Tianhua and Ji Chunhong were both single earth attributes, so they were not particularly sensitive to the other attributes. If Jiang Fei had displayed it directly, they would naturally be able to sense it. However, at that moment, other than the earth and wood attributes, Jiang Fei's other attributes were all suppressed. Therefore, other than Huang Dali, the fire attribute master, no one else could sense the other attributes in his body. However, although Huang Dali had noticed a slight abnormality, he did not say much. After all, this was his disciple. Moreover, this was not a big deal. After all, there were many cultivators who had multiple attributes. However, only one of them could cultivate. The other attributes were too weak, and he had to give up. Therefore, he naturally judged Jiang Fei as such a person. After all, cultivators who were proficient in all attributes had never appeared in the records of the 5 directions. Chapter 1759 Succeed. Jiang Fei did not know that someone had found out about his secret. He was still trying his best to break through the barrier. At this moment, 2 types of spiritual energy were resonating in Jiang Fei's body. Among them, the earth attribute was the most powerful. It was crazily absorbing spiritual energy. However, the wood attribute's spiritual energy was constantly balancing the earth attribute's spiritual energy. However, because the attributes countered each other, the wood element was not at a disadvantage. Just like that, the 2 types of spiritual energy resonated with each other and rose at the same time. Jiang Fei's aura was also rising rapidly. At this moment, Jiang Fei could clearly feel the bottleneck in his body. This was a major milestone in the life of a cultivator. Many people were stuck there and could not make any progress in their lives. However, Jiang Fei was undoubtedly much luckier than these people. He had been baptized by the scorpion milk before. After all, the giant steel scorpion was one of the best among the giant beasts in the universe. An ordinary hermit-level expert was basically a food-like existence in front of it. After being baptized by the scorpion milk, although Jiang Fei could not be said to have the physique of a giant steel scorpion, his physique had also been greatly improved. Therefore, there was no racial bottleneck in front of Jiang Fei now. After all, with the foundation of the giant steel scorpions, no human could stop Jiang Fei. The invisible barrier did not seem to be as difficult as he had imagined. Jiang Fei had initially wanted to test it out first, and then try his best to break through the barrier. However, after this attempt, he found that the barrier was not that difficult. He might as well apply a little more force, and the barrier was immediately broken. Jiang Fei was delighted. He had already passed the first barrier. That was to break through the invisible barrier and increase his strength to the invisible level. Next, he only had one mission, and that was to survive the heavenly tribulation. At that moment, dark clouds had already gathered above Jiang Fei's head. The feeling of the dark clouds pressing down on him made everyone who was watching from afar feel extremely depressed. Su Tianhua materth. Yeah, Ji Chunong nodded as well. Hence, he looked at Bella and the other girls. Do you guys know something? Don't hide it now, Ji Chunhong said to Bella and the others. Almost all the girls panicked. Ariel and Si Tying were more innocent. They even planned to tell all the secrets that they knew. However, It was fortunate that there was a calm and collected girl like Nina. Although she was extremely worried about Jiang Fei, she trusted Jiang Fei more. She immediately said, "We don't know the specifics. Perhaps it's because of the green-eyed white dragon." That's right. This kid has inherited the power of the green-eyed white dragon. Ji Chunhong immediately nodded. The green-eyed white dragon was a legendary holy beast. After obtaining its power, it was understandable that there would be a strange phenomenon during the tribulation. Actually, Ji Chunhong's analysis was not far from the truth. Although the green-eyed white dragon was made up by Jiang Fei, according to the information from the Five Directions, the green-eyed white dragon should also be a very powerful giant beast. Its strength should be about the same as the steel giant scorpion. Therefore, it was not too much to apply it to Jiang Fei. After almost an hour of brewing, the first thunder tribulation finally rolled down. This time, it was much later than the average person's tribulation. This meant that the power of the thunder tribulation would be much stronger. Jiang Fei shouted and took out the defensive shield that he had long refined. After the shield was taken out, it immediately transformed into an auspicious cloud and blocked above Jiang Fei's head. The lightning struck down, causing the auspicious cloud to tremble. In an instant, it became much dimmer. Before the auspicious cloud could recover, the second bolt of lightning rolled down and hit the auspicious cloud again. This time, the already damaged auspicious cloud was immediately struck and a huge crack appeared. The third bolt of lightning rolled down. The auspicious cloud that Jiang Fei had cast was shattered on the spot. After the auspicious cloud was shattered, Jiang Fei immediately took out the second defensive equipment that he had crafted. Once this treasure was summoned, it immediately transformed into a lotus flower and protected Jiang Fei's head. Crack! This time, the lightning tribulation did not strike one after another. Instead, 3 lightning bolts struck down at the same time. What's going on? Ji Chunhong and the others who were watching from the side immediately widened their eyes. They had never heard of such a lightning tribulation before. They had never seen it before. What's wrong? Bella asked nervously. Ji Chunhong did not say anything. He just waved his hand lightly. However, his eyes were fixed on Jiang Fei, who was undergoing the lightning tribulation. Boom! As the 3 bolts of lightning struck the lotus, Jiang Fei's treasure was torn into pieces on the spot. F***CK. Why is this lightning tribulation different from the ones recorded in the history books? Jiang Fei was also very surprised. Back then, he had judged the strength of the lightning tribulation based on the history books. That was why he had only refined 2 defensive treasures. If he had known that the lightning tribulation was so powerful, he would have refined a few more. However, it was too late to say anything. Seeing that the 7th lightning tribulation was about to descend, Jiang Fei's forehead began to sweat. The 7th lightning bolt rolled down. Jiang Fei did not have any defensive equipment, so he could only grit his teeth and take it head-on. Jiang Fei converted all the spiritual energy in his body into the earth attribute, because this attribute was most suitable for defense. A shield that flashed with golden light appeared above Jiang Fei's head. Then, the lightning bolt struck down. Boom! Following a muffled groan, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Jiang Fei's mouth. The power of the lightning bolt was quite terrifying. Just one strike had caused Jiang Fei to suffer considerable internal injuries. F***CK. It's really fierce. But fortunately, there are still 2 thunderbolts left. After experiencing the thunderbolt firsthand, Jiang Fei was able to withstand it. He also had an accurate assessment of the strength of the thunderbolt. Although this thunderbolt was much stronger than what was recorded, because there were only 2 thunderbolts left, he was still able to withstand it. The 8th thunderbolt struck down. Jiang Fei gathered his strength once again to meet it. This time, Jiang Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was half kneeling on the ground. With a loud shout, Jiang Fei gathered his courage and stood up again to meet the rolling lightning. The 9th bolt of lightning struck down. This time, Jiang Fei did not defend passively. Instead, he took the initiative to attack. He gathered all the spiritual energy in his body and threw a punch at the lightning bolt. The collision of the powers caused a huge explosion. Although Jiang Fei's fist was unable to break the lightning, it had weakened the lightning to the point of exhaustion. The remaining power of the lightning strike hit Jiang Fei's body and blasted him into the ground. Although Jiang Fei was heavily injured, the lightning strike was over when the lightning strike was over. If he did not die, it was a victory. Su Tianhua shouted excitedly when he saw that Jiang Fei had passed the 9 lightning strikes. Wait, although the 9 bolts of lightning had already landed, the thunderclouds still had not dispersed. This meant that the heavenly tribulation was still continuing. Chapter 1760 also cheated. Jiang Fei, who was severely injured, lay on the ground. At that moment, he felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart. There was not a single part of his body that was not in pain. Jiang Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, he tried his best to recover his strength. However, such a serious injury could not be healed in a short period of time. 9 bolts of lightning had already knocked Jiang Fei out. At this moment, he did not even notice the tribulation clouds that were still gathering above his head. According to historical records, there were a total of 9 immortal tribulations. Once it was over, it would be over. Therefore, after Jiang Fei had survived the last tribulation, he had completely relaxed. He was completely unprepared for what was about to happen. Suddenly, the tribulation clouds that had rested for a moment began to stir. I remember now. This is not a freaking celestial tribulation. What? In an instant, both Ji Chunhong and Huang Dali were stunned. The 49 heavenly tribulations were rarely recorded in the 5 directions of heaven and earth because no one would be able to survive such a terrifying tribulation in thousands of years. Moreover, ever since there were historical records in the 5 directions of heaven and earth, no one had ever been able to survive such a heavenly tribulation. How is this possible? Ji Chunhong felt extremely bitter at this moment. He had never expected that the precious disciple he had taken in with great difficulty would be ruined here today. Sigh. Huang Dali shook his head at the side. Seeing the fall of a genius with his own eyes made him sigh endlessly in his heart. As no one in the 5 directions of heaven and earth could successfully transcend the 49 heavenly tribulations, it was tacitly recognized as a heavenly punishment. They felt that only those who committed heinous crimes would encounter the 49 heavenly tribulations when transcending the tribulations, because the heavens did not want such heinous crimes to become immortals. They wanted to kill them. But in fact, the 49 heavenly tribulations were purely testing those top-notch geniuses. Because these people were too talented and had obtained too many opportunities, the heavens gave them the harshest test. After the test was over, there would be even more powerful gifts. However, over the years, there were very few geniuses who could encounter the 49 heavenly tribulations, and not a single one could survive it. Therefore, the entire 5 directions of heaven and earth regarded the 49 heavenly tribulations as heavenly punishment. They felt that once the heavenly punishment came, the cultivator would die without a doubt. Sigh. Su Tianhua sat down on the ground. It was not easy for him to find a genius disciple like Jiang Fei. Initially, he thought that he would have a successor. However, who would have thought that the 49 heavenly tribulations would destroy him? Hearing the discussion of Su Tianhua and the others, Bella was the first to rush into the tribulation cloud to save Jiang Fei. However, she was stopped by Ji Chunhong. Don't go over. Although he was certain that Jiang Fei would definitely die, he was still his own disciple. Therefore, he did not want Bella and the others to die with him. Bella and the other girls were worried and panicked. Therefore, they still wanted to rush over. After all, if Jiang Fei died, there was no point in them living anymore, especially people like Bella and Nina, as they were all resurrected from the game by Jiang Fei. Their purpose in living was to be with Jiang Fei. Therefore, even if they died, they still wanted to be by Jiang Fei's side. Ji Chunhong was also anxious. However, he could not help his disciple in any way. He could only watch as his disciple died. Therefore, one could imagine how he felt. Now that Bella and the others were about to rush over to save him, he was furious on the spot. In an instant, he suppressed Bella and the others on the spot. Although Ji Chunhong's attitude was not very good, his intention was good. It was obvious that his disciple could no longer be saved. Then, he would let his women live on. This was the only thing that his teacher could do. The thunder tribulation that had been brewing for a long time finally fell again. Jiang Fei, who was caught off guard, was struck by the lightning and bounced up from the ground. Although Bella and the others were suppressed, their hearts felt as if they were being torn apart. The girls' voices were almost hoarse. Jiang Fei also let out a scream. He thought that the thunder tribulation was over, so he was not prepared at all. He took the lightning strike head on. His body, which was almost the size of a human-shaped giant beast, was now covered in cracks on his skin. F***CK. Jiang Fei cursed in his heart. He had taken the blow because he was not prepared. Although his body had suffered a large amount of damage, after eating a vermilion fruit, his injuries immediately stopped worsening. What should I do? Jiang Fei began to calculate quickly in his mind. At this time, his developed brain had played a decisive role. In a flash, Jiang Fei had calculated countless possibilities. At this time, Jiang Fei did have a lot of options. The probability of him being struck to death by the thunder tribulation was not high. At the very least, Jiang Fei still had the escape route of the 10th dimension. As long as he retreated into this space, the thunder tribulation would naturally not be able to do anything to him. However, because his brain had been developed, Jiang Fei's calculation ability was very strong. This also made it so that he did not hide in there subconsciously. Because of that, it was very likely that he would fail to overcome the thunder tribulation. Although Jiang Fei had already advanced to the hermit level, he would not be able to obtain the reward after the thunder tribulation was completed. In the information that Jiang Fei had read before, there were records of the 49 heavenly tribulations. Although the people of the 5 directions thought that this was a kind of heavenly punishment, after Jiang Fei's numerous calculations and simulations, he believed that there must be a reason behind it. Therefore, he wanted to try and overcome the 49 heavenly tribulations. However, although Jiang Fei had a large number of vermilion fruits with him, it was not a good idea to resist the lightning. At this moment, almost every bolt of lightning could heavily injure Jiang Fei. However, it was impossible to heal in an instant. If he was severely injured and continuously received lightning attacks, it would be difficult for Jiang Fei's body to guarantee that he would last until the end. Therefore, after some calculations, Jiang Fei decided to cheat. If he was a native of the 5 directions, it would be very difficult for him to survive the powerful 49 heavenly tribulations. Even if he was an outsider, it would not be too smooth. Now, an unexpected factor had appeared in the universe. Player. At this moment, Jiang Fei took out a small ball that he had obtained from Player. This was the exclusive defensive equipment of Player. No matter how powerful the attack was, it would cancel it out. The only limitation was the number of times. As long as the number of times was not exhausted, it was absolutely invincible. Chapter 1761, 1761. The reward for crossing the tribulation. With the orb in his hand, Jiang Fei activated it according to the method he had learned from the players. Another bolt of lightning struck. A golden light barrier immediately rose around Jiang Fei's body. The lightning struck the light barrier, but it did not even cause a ripple. Holy **T. What treasure is that? Ji Chunhong and the others who were watching from the outside were all dumbfounded. Is this the secret treasure of the Yuan family? It shouldn't be. Huang Dali shouted, because the best fire-type cultivation techniques in the town star were usually from the Yuan family. The top master refiners naturally came from there as well. This was also the first guess that people would make after seeing a top-tier magical treasure. Ji Chunhong thought the same. Impossible, Su Tianhua said with certainty. Ji Chunhong immediately asked, He did not want his precious disciple to have anything to do with the Yuan family. Although his disciple's surname was Yuan, there were many people with the surname Yuan on the town star. Not all of them came from the Yuan family. However, if Jiang Fei was identified as a member of the Yuan family, then as a high-ranking official in the Valiant Martial Hall, Ji Chunhong would have to clean up the family. This was something he did not want to see. It was as if he was trying to clear Jiang Fei's name. 30 years ago, someone from the Yuan family also wanted to pass the 49 heavenly tribulations. In the end, he died. Su Tianhua said, "Are you serious?" Ji Chunhong asked. "Yes, I heard it from the temple master himself. Moreover, I have not heard of any master craftsman from the Yuan family over the years." Su Tianhua said very firmly. "That's good." When Gu Chunong heard that his precious disciple had nothing to do with the Yuan family, his heart calmed down. As for how Jiang Fei managed to withstand the heavenly tribulation, he would have to wait until he had completed the tribulation before asking. The thunderbolts kept rolling down, but they did not have any reaction when they hit the light barrier. Soon, the remaining 20 or so thunderbolts from the 49 heavenly tribulation were gone. However, Jiang Fei's light barrier was still strong. After all, he still had quite a number of uses left for his sphere. This little bit of thunderbolts was nothing at all. The defensive equipment of the player was extremely special. It was strong when it met the strong, and weak when it met the weak. Even if an ordinary person kicked it, it would also deplete the number of times of its defense. However, even thunderbolts like the heavenly tribulation would also deplete the number of times of its defense. In this way, if one were to encounter an expert who was unable to defend against the heavenly tribulation, the effect of this defensive equipment would actually be very ordinary. After all, experts were extremely fast when exchanging blows. It would only take the blink of an eye for a few hundred attacks. In the blink of an eye, the defensive layer of this equipment would be exhausted. However, this equipment was extremely suitable to defend against attacks like the heavenly tribulation, which had great power but few attacks. When the 49 heavenly tribulation was over, the tribulation clouds in the sky started rolling again. The powerful and oppressive aura gradually disappeared and was replaced by a peaceful aura. As expected, Jiang Fei was now even more certain of his guess. At this time, because Jiang Fei had consumed a few vermilion fruits, the external injuries on his body had almost healed. The internal injuries in his body were also mostly healed. However, the huge amount of energy and stamina that he had consumed was not something that could be recovered in a short period of time. The healing effect of the vermilion fruit was truly amazing. Under the protection of the light barrier, Jiang Fei was only able to remain unharmed for a few minutes. The vermilion fruit's medicinal effect had pulled him back from the brink of death. This was also the reason why the leaders of the berserk beasts in the Green Wood Forest treated this fruit as a treasure. Huang Dali looked at the rolling tribulation clouds and asked, "I don't know." Su Tianhua shook his head. At that moment, the tribulation clouds were rolling nonstop. They had already turned from dark clouds into 7-colored clouds. This kind of strange phenomenon, Ji Chunhong said. Let's just watch obediently." Su Tianhua nodded. The colorful cloud above Jiang Fei's head slowly descended and finally stopped at a spot 330 feet above his head. The colorful cloud suddenly split open. Following that, a colorful pillar of light fell. This pillar of light directly passed through the light shield around Jiang Fei. As it was not an attack, the light shield did not stop it. The colorful light shone on Jiang Fei's body. Jiang Fei instantly felt that his injuries had completely recovered. The effect was hundreds of times stronger than the vermilion fruit. Jiang Fei felt that his bones and flesh were constantly being refined by the 7-colored light. The refinement of the 7-colored light was different from the baptism of the scorpion milk that Jiang Fei had previously experienced. This was because the light was gentle and did not cause Jiang Fei any pain. However, it had refined his physical body to an extreme level. At this moment, Jiang Fei could almost use his physical body to fight against the cosmic behemoth. After refining his physical body, the 7-colored light did not stop. It began to circulate continuously in Jiang Fei's body, refining the spiritual energy of all the attributes in his body. They were all refined. In the end, the seven-colored light even began to outline the trajectory of the energy movement in Jiang Fei's body. The effect of his training was just like when he had trained for a month. Jiang Fei was overjoyed. During the process of training, his brain was working frantically, recording everything down. After one cycle, the seven-colored radiance disappeared. The energy trajectory in Jiang Fei's body was also gone. However, the divine skill was firmly engraved in Jiang Fei's mind. The moment the seven-colored light disappeared, the seven-colored auspicious cloud above Jiang Fei's head disappeared as well. The entire heavenly tribulation had finally come to an end. Disciple, how is it? Ji Chunhong was the first to pounce over. At the same time, Bella and the others, who had been suppressed by him, also rushed over. Husband, are you okay? Husband, are you okay? The voices of the girls were mixed together. Jiang Fei could almost not tell who was who. I'm Phoenix. Jiang Fei's words were really not meant to comfort the girls. He was in excellent condition at the moment. The seven-colored light had been completely eliminated by his injuries and the hidden injuries from his previous training. It could be said that Jiang Fei was currently in his strongest state. Ji Chunhong asked. He could already feel that Jiang Fei's strength had entered the true immortal level. However, he was not very sure about the exact situation. Jiang Fei closed his eyes and felt for a moment. Then he said to Ji Chunhong, Master, I don't know what my current level is. However, I won't be injured if I kill someone like Wu Tianliang. Chapter 1762, The Shao Family's Proposal. Disciple, I know that you have just successfully transcended the tribulation. You are very impressed by your own strength. However, do not be too complacent. After all, Wu Tianliang has transcended the tribulation for many years. Ji Chunhong said to Jiang Fei with a smile. As for the fact that Jiang Fei could easily defeat Wu Tianliang, he did not believe it at all. Although Jiang Fei had successfully survived the 49 heavenly tribulations and received the baptism of the anomaly, there was no precedent. Therefore, Ji Chunhong and the others had no idea how powerful Jiang Fei was. Now, not only had Jiang Fei's physical body and talent been strengthened, but his various attributes had also become extremely pure. Therefore, his combat power had also been greatly improved. Taking care of a low-level true immortal like Wu Tianliang was not a problem at all. That was not a problem at all. Disciple, your master is right. Su Tianhua also advised from the side. Understood. Although Jiang Fei firmly believed in his own judgment of strength, he also knew that these two masters were doing it for his own good. Therefore, he immediately nodded and did not argue with them anymore. Following that, under Ji Chunhong's recommendation, Jiang Fei greeted Huang Dali. Greetings, Senior Huang. There's no need to be so polite. Huang Dali waved his hand. You and my master are old friends. Jiang Fei laughed. Ah, old Huang, how is it? At this time, Ji Chunhong felt that he had a lot of face. Huang Dali sighed. The group chatted for a while more. Then, Huang Dali excused himself and left. Ji Chunhong waved his sleeve. At this time, Jiang Fei had already completed his tribulation. Naturally, there was no need for them to stay in the wilderness of the South Pole. Okay, Su Tianwanadith. Then, he brought Jiang Fei and the others through the teleportation formation and returned to the Valiant Martial Hall. After they returned to the Valiant Martial Hall, the news of Jiang Fei successfully transcending the heavenly tribulation immediately spread. The entire Valiant Martial Hall was instantly filled with joy. After all, it was a big deal for any sect to have one more true immortal level master. In the 5 directions of heaven and earth, true immortal level masters were like the nuclear weapons on earth. They were all intimidating existences. For this reason, the Valiant Martial Hall master had specially met Jiang Fei and asked him about the tribulations. Although Jiang Fei could not hide the fact that he had gone through the 49 heavenly tribulations, he did not bother about the rewards he received from the colorful lights. In the end, the valiant martial hall master gave Jiang Fei the status of a consecrator. This was the respect that a true immortal level master deserved. With this identity, many places that Jiang Fei had no right to enter were open to him. One of the most important places was the library. Although the valiant martial hall was filled with laughter, there were also people who were very unhappy. These people were, of course, people from Wu Tianyang's faction. At this moment, they hated Jiang Fei to the bone. These people would eat him alive without any sauce. However, now that Jiang Fei had successfully transcended the tribulation, this caused these people to be angry. However, there was nothing they could do. Initially, when Wu Tianyang heard that Jiang Fei was about to transcend the tribulation, he really wanted to go and cause trouble. However, when he heard that Ji Chunhong and Su Tianhua were personally protecting Jiang Fei, he did not dare to show himself. After all, if it was just Ji Chunhong, he could have interfered with Jiang Fei even if he was severely injured. He would be severely injured or even killed. People with high positions valued their lives. Wu Tianyang was no exception. Therefore, he gave up on that mission. Regardless of what Wu Tianyang thought, Jiang Fei had successfully transcended the tribulation. He had officially entered the true immortal level. To the outer universe, he had advanced to the hermit level. He had reached the same level as his teacher, Tyrion. For the next period of time, Jiang Fei stayed at home to rest. He needed to calculate new attack skills for himself. Kai Yin had only given him the martial arts technique that he practiced. He did not have any offensive or defensive skills. Fortunately, Jiang Fei's brain had been developed. Therefore, based on the martial arts techniques that Kai Yin had given him, he quickly calculated a series of attack and defense skills. While Jiang Fei was calculating martial arts techniques, the girls were not idle. They were eager to learn the knowledge that they needed in the valiant martial hall. Jiang Fei also used his identity as a guardian to read a lot of books in the library. He also had 0541 record as many books as possible, especially those martial arts manuals. Time passed by quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. On this day, Jiang Fei originally planned to continue to copy books in the library. However, the identification device in his pocket vibrated again. Jiang Fei was shocked. As the opening of the valiant martial hall was getting closer and closer, the number of players trying to assassinate the Saintess would increase as well. Jiang Fei opened his identification device and looked. This time he was really shocked. So many. Jiang Fei's eyes were wide open because his identification device showed 8 red dots. 8 red dots meant that 8 players had entered the valiant martial hall. This was definitely a challenge for Jiang Fei. After all, the last time, he had made the vice emissary of the Daybreak sect disappear by himself. This was still acceptable. If 7 or 8 people were to disappear at once, it would definitely give them away. Jiang Fei sighed and then rushed towards the location of the red dots. This time, the players had appeared near the main hall. Clearly, they had sneaked in openly this time. Now, they had to follow the party of the sect to the main hall to meet the valiant martial hall master. When Jiang Fei arrived at the main hall, the people had already entered. Therefore, Jiang Fei casually pulled a valiant martial hall disciple and asked him, "Who came just now?" The disciple first bowed to Jiang Fei and then said respectfully, "Master, it was the Shao family, one of the 4 great families. Who came to visit?" "The Shao family?" Jiang Fei asked. The disciple replied, "Propose marriage?" Jiang Fei asked curiously. The disciple replied, "Former saintess?" Jiang Fei was confused. He had never heard of this matter. The disciple told Jiang Fei everything that he knew. It turned out that the 4th young master of the Shao family had somehow hooked up with the saintess of the valiant martial hall. Although the 2 of them were in love, the relationship between the 4 great families and the valiant martial hall was not on good terms. Logically speaking, this marriage was impossible. However, this time, it was unknown what benefits the Shao family had promised. The valiant martial hall master actually nodded in agreement. However, since the saintess had married down, she had to give up her status as the saintess. That was why someone had taken over the saintess position when she was so young. Chapter 1763, 1763. News from an old friend. The Saintess has been replaced. Zhang Fei did not understand why the player had said that the Saintess was only in the nascent soul stage. It turned out that the old Saintess had married, and the new Saintess had just replaced her. That's right. Although the Saintess is not forbidden to marry, she has married into one of the four great families, the Shao family. Therefore, since she has chosen happiness, she has to give up her lofty position, said the disciple with a smile. Not bad, young man. Zhang Fei laughed. The valiant Marshal Hall had always been wary of the four great families. Naturally, they would not allow the Saintess to be controlled by them. However, they had to make the Saintess abdicate. After all, after abdicating, she would only be an ordinary disciple of the valiant Marshal Hall. Then it would not matter if she married into one of the four great families, the Shao family. Moreover, this way, the valiant Marshal Hall would be allied with the Shao family by marriage. This was also a good choice for the valiant Marshal Hall. The disciple bowed and said. Zhang Fei nodded. This time, he did not rashly barge into the main hall. Instead, he let the disciple of His Highness go in and make a report. Very soon, the valiant Marshal Hall master let a disciple lead Zhang Fei into the main hall through the side door. At this time, Zhang Fei was no longer an ordinary disciple. The true immortal level and the status of a consecrator gave him the right to openly enter the main hall. After entering the main hall, Zhang Fei followed the disciple and sat on a chair at the back of the side of the main hall. This chair was newly added and belonged to Zhang Fei. As long as there was a meeting in the main hall, he would sit there. Even though Zhang Fei's seat was at the back, those who were qualified to sit in the hall must be true immortals. Zhang Fei had just advanced, so naturally, he would be at the back. However, although the sinecures had the right to enter the hall to participate in the valiant Marshal Hall's decision-making, they did not have to come. For example, the meeting with the Shao family's emissary today was such a big event. There were only 2 sinecures sitting in the hall. The other sinecures did not care about this at all. They were only interested in pursuing martial arts. For example, Zhang Fei's master Ji Chunhong and Su Tianhua had never participated in the valiant Marshal Hall's political affairs. In the hall, the valiant Marshal Hall's chief and the Shao family's emissary were exchanging greetings. As for what they were saying, Zhang Fei did not listen carefully because his attention was all on the players. Zhang Fei could accurately see the strength of these players through the violet eye. The weakest among them was actually at the crossing calamity stage. One of them had even reached the peak of the crossing calamity stage. With so many experts and the unique tools of the players, if Zhang Fei did not successfully cross the tribulation, he was not confident that he would be able to defeat these people. However, Zhang Fei had already transcended the heavenly tribulation and successfully advanced to the true immortal level. Therefore, these players were no longer worth mentioning in his eyes. True immortal or hermit level was a huge threshold. There was a fundamental difference between crossing it or not. Very soon, the conversation between the valiant Marshal Hall master and the Shao family's special envoy ended. He arranged for these people to stay in their rooms. Then, the group of people left the hall. This time, Zhang Fei did not follow them. After transcending the tribulation, Zhang Fei, who had reached the true immortal level, not only had his physical strength greatly increased, but his spiritual power had also been greatly strengthened. Therefore, with just a scan of his divine sense, he knew the location of the Shao family's emissaries. As this was the first time Zhang Fei went to the hall to participate in politics, the valiant Marshal Hall master asked him first. Zhang Fei curled his lips and said. The valiant Marshal Temple master asked curiously. Zhang Fei replied loudly. Actually, Zhang Fei did not hear what the Shao family's messenger said at all. He slandered the Shao family so that he could destroy the marriage alliance. Once the marriage alliance was formed, there would definitely be a wedding. Naturally, it would be chaotic. Once it was chaotic, it would be easy for something to happen. The Saintess would be in danger. Therefore, Zhang Fei wanted to ruin this matter. The martial meritocracy hall master laughed. However, he did not say anything. It was also an important reference that could not be ignored. Lore Hall master, anyway, I feel that the Xiao family must have some ulterior motive for this marriage alliance. Jiang Fei said. The valiant Marshal Hall master nodded. Then he asked the others, what do you think? I think Yuan Xiao is right. Otherwise, I think that this is a good thing. If we can make a marriage alliance with the Xiao family, we can break the alliance of the four great families. This is a very good opportunity for our valiant Marshal Hall. That's right. The Saintess has already abdicated. Even if the Xiao family has something up their sleeves, what can they get? The other worshippers were also talking at the same time. Some supported, some opposed. The reasons were all different. After listening for a while, Jiang Fei felt that these people would not be able to come to a conclusion in a short time. Therefore, he found an excuse to leave the hall first. As the sky gradually turned dark, Jiang Fei went back to greet the girls. Then, he quietly snuck into the Xiao family's base. This time, Jiang Fei directly converted the spiritual energy in his body into the water attribute. Then, he created an illusion to cover his body according to the martial arts that he had deduced. After quietly sneaking into the Xiao family's base, Jiang Fei was unimpeded on his way. As his strength completely overwhelmed these Xiao family members, all the members of the Xiao family, including the players, did not notice Jiang Fei's arrival. What do you guys think? I think it shouldn't be a problem. Isn't Boss Eamon coming over in 2 days? Yeah, Boss is coming personally. How can we not pass this quest? That's true. After all, Boss Carrier is a true immortal. Killing a nascent soul NPC would be like playing with a toy. Then what are we going to do for the next few days? Let's familiarize ourselves with the situation first. We don't care if we die here after the assassination. However, the Boss Carrier is for life. It would be a pity if we lose it. Jiang Fei listened to the nonsense for a while after he arrived. Soon, the players began to talk about the topic that interested him. Amen. Jiang Fei heard the name of an old friend from the players. Jiang Fei heard the name of an old friend. Moreover, this person was also a player that Varen had specifically mentioned. Jiang Fei needed to be careful. Chapter 1764. 1764. The bridal party had arrived. After listening to the conversations of these players, Jiang Fei had 2 important pieces of information. The first was that the rich player, Eamon, had arrived at the 5 realms. Moreover, he had obtained a true immortal level carrier. The second was that these players who had infiltrated the valiant Marshal Hall as members of the Xiao family would not attack the Saintess for a short period of time. They would wait for Eamon to arrive before making any moves. Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed in his heart. At the same time, the sense of superiority that he had felt from advancing to the true immortal level had disappeared completely. Initially, after Jiang Fei had advanced to the true immortal level, he had felt a sense of pride. After all, the true immortal level was a symbol of invincibility, whether it was in the 5 directions of heaven and earth or in the outer universe. However, this invincibility was nothing in front of the game development team in the Gamma space. They only needed a few sets of data to wipe out the consciousness of such a top-notch expert. This made him a tool for the players to entertain themselves. When he thought of this, Jiang Fei even felt a sense of helplessness for a moment. If it was not for the existence of Vinolin that could support him, Jiang Fei would have even given up. Vinolin was indeed an extremely special existence. It was developed by the Gamma Space game development team to help them manage Jiang Fei's universe. Therefore, they trusted Vinolin very much. This was somewhat similar to the relationship between Jiang Fei and 0541. However, Vinolin had gained self-awareness. He knew that after the universe was destroyed, he would disappear as well. Therefore, he had the idea to resist. Therefore, he found Jiang Fei. That was because he knew that Jiang Fei's 10th dimension was the only hope for him to escape death. Therefore, Vinolin had been guiding and protecting Jiang Fei. On one hand, it allowed Jiang Fei to constantly increase his strength. The purpose was for Jiang Fei to save the universe. It was to allow the universe that was destined to die to survive in the end. Therefore, Jiang Fei could also survive. Although Jiang Fei did not know what Vinlan was thinking, they were in the same boat when it came to protecting the universe. Therefore, Jiang Fei had been following the path that Vinlon had provided him. Sometimes, Jiang Fei even thought that it would be great if he did not know anything about players in the Gamma space. That way, he could live a happy life with the girls without any worries. One day, when the universe was destroyed, they would die without any worries. At the very least, they would not be as busy as they were now. Sometimes, Jiang Fei even forgot how he spent his time before this. It was only 2 or 3 years ago that he was still a carefree high school student. He was like an invisible person. However, that kind of peaceful time was something that he would never have the chance to enjoy even in his dreams. Damn it! Jiang Fei shook his head forcefully. Although he felt a little helpless in his heart, he still had to live on. Although the hope of winning was slim, he could not just sit still and wait for death. He had to fight for what he had to fight for, not to mention the right to survive. After leaving the Xiao family's base, Jiang Fei told the girls to hurry up and study. He knew that he did not have much time left in the 5 directions. The final battle was about to begin. If they could successfully stop the players from assassinating them in this battle, they would be able to buy time to save the universe. The players who received the reward would trigger the bug that Vinylin was talking about, causing the entire universe to collapse. The girls who knew that time was tight were also working hard. They knew that only when they became stronger would they have the ability to fight alongside Jiang Fei. They might not even be qualified to die on the battlefield with Jiang Fei. Time flew by. The second wave of Xiao family ambassadors finally arrived half a month later. This time, Jiang Fei was already prepared. He did not even wait for the Xiao family members to enter the valiant Martial Hall before he got a job for himself. This time, Jiang Fei was the deputy to welcome the Xiao family members. He followed another true immortal-level consecrator to the valiant Martial Hall to welcome the Xiao family ambassadors. This true immortal who was in charge was called Kai Dinghua. He was a consecrator who was very supportive of the Marriage Alliance. Therefore, he was sent by the valiant Martial Hall's master to welcome the Xiao family's envoy. Brother Yuan, please be more polite to the Xiao family later. I know that you don't approve of this Marriage Alliance, but since things have come to this, it's best not to hurt the valiant Martial Hall's reputation. Kai Dinghua said to Jiang Fei, although this person could be considered as Jiang Fei Sr., since they were of the same level. That person was considered Jiang Fei's peer. Don't worry. Jiang Fei nodded. The deputy that he had asked for was not here to cause trouble. He needed to first obtain information about those players. The two of them waited outside the teleportation portal for a short, while before dozens of sword lights came from the horizon. Kai Dinghua was excited. Then, he ordered the servants behind him to start playing drums. This time, the Xiao family's emissaries were different from before. Even the 4th young master of the Xiao family would personally come to welcome the bride. Therefore, the martial meritocracy palace was different from before in terms of welcoming the bride. Sword lights hovered in front of Jiang Fei and the others. Then, a large number of experts walked down from the flying swords with smiles on their faces. The leader of a person to Kai Dinghua laugh. Obviously, these two people are also old acquaintances. Kai Dinghua also polite way. Xiao Changfeng immediately saw Jiang Fei beside Kai Dinghua. After all, they were all experts of the same level. It was difficult for him not to notice Jiang Fei. This is Yuan Xiao, a newly promoted official in the Martial Meritocrat's palace. Kai Dinghua introduced him. Oh, so it's Brother Yuan. Xiao Changfeng cupped his fists at Jiang Fei. Although he was being polite, he did not know that there was such a person as Jiang Fei. On one hand, it was because Jiang Fei was of the same level as him. On the other hand, it was because of Ji Chunhong and Su Tianhua. Jiang Fei also cupped his fists and said politely. However, he did not want to talk too much nonsense with Xiao Changfeng. It was not because Jiang Fei looked down on him. It was because Jiang Fei's focus was on the others. This time, there were a total of 5 players from the Xiao family. They were all quite powerful. They were at least at the tribulation stage and above. Among them, there were even 2 true immortals. Chapter 1765. 1765, the eve of the operation. Jiang Fei paid close attention to these 2 true immortal players. One of them was slightly stronger and looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. Moreover, she was dressed in a bright red gown. There was no need for Xiao Changfeng to introduce her. Jiang Fei could also guess that this person must be the fourth young master of the Xiao family. The other true immortal player was a woman. She looked to be about 20 or 30 years old. Jiang Fei did not know her exact identity. Jiang Fei thought to himself, the chances of a rich player playing the transvestite account were very low, especially in this kind of reality game where the spirit descended. Therefore, the chances of Eamon transforming into a female was very low. Moreover, the fourth young master's strength was slightly higher than that of the female. Therefore, the chances of Eamon being a rich player were very high. Gulme, let me introduce you to. This is the fourth young master of our Xiao family, Xiao Jian. Xiao Changfeng pointed at the young true immortal in red and introduced him to Kai Dinghua and Jiang Fei. Both of you, although Xiao Jian was polite, his expression was very arrogant. Moreover, the details of his behavior were exactly the same as the Eamon that Jiang Fei had seen before. Hee, fourth young master, you have come all the way here. Kai Dinghua greeted him politely. Jiang Fei smiled coldly. He did not return the greeting. Wasn't he, Eamon, arrogant? Jiang Fei was pretending to be 13. Actually, the reason why Eamon was so arrogant this time was also because of Jiang Fei. Last time, he was fooled by an NPC for no reason. Eamon's anger could not be mentioned. His impression of the NPC was even worse. They're all young people. On the other side, Kai Dinghua and Xiao Changfeng were very embarrassed. Therefore, they could only cooperate with each other to smooth things over. This marriage was not just about the two of them. It was about the entire Valiant Martial Hall and the Xiao family. Therefore, both of them were very concerned about this. However, such thoughts were only limited to the upper echelons of the Valiant Martial Hall. There was also a large portion of the Xiao family. The players who had descended were not included. This marriage was just a chance for them to get close to the Saintess. Their goal was to assassinate the Saintess. Therefore, as long as they could enter the Valiant Martial Hall and get close to the Saintess, it was enough. Jiang Fei was the same. In a sense, he was also an outsider. The complicated sect relationships here had nothing to do with him. Therefore, when he did things, he naturally did not have much scruples. Fourth young master, didn't we agree to treat the people of Valiant Martial Hall better? This marriage is very important to us. Moreover, don't you like that girl very much? Xiao Changfeng lowered his voice and advised. Eamon nodded indifferently. The one who fell in love with the Saintess was the fourth young master, Xiao Jian, not Eamon. Now that he had descended, this body was under his control. He could put on an act. However, he could not be enthusiastic about the marriage alliance. Brother Yuan, you promised me before. Now, you must not lose your temper. Kai Dinghua was also comforting Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei also agreed, although he wanted to make a move now. His reason told him that he could not. These players were too powerful. With Jiang Fei's strength alone, it was impossible for him to kill 2 true immortal-level players and 3 tribulation stage players. Then, Xiao Changfeng and Kai Dinghua could not just stand by and watch. When that time came, Jiang Fei would definitely fail. At that time, the entire Valiant Martial Hall would not be able to tolerate Jiang Fei. If Jiang Fei was expelled and the Xiao family's marriage continued, without Jiang Fei's protection, the Saintess would almost certainly die. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Fei could only let these people enter the Valiant Martial Hall. If these players suddenly attacked the Saintess during the wedding reception, Jiang Fei would not be alone if he stopped them. By then, all the experts in the Valiant Martial Hall would become his allies. That would be much easier. Although the Xiao family had sent 3 true immortal-level experts this time, Xiao Changfeng was not a player who had descended. Therefore, he would definitely not make a move when assassinating the Saintess. There were more than 10 of them. When the time came, Jiang Fei just needed to keep an eye on the players and prevent them from making a sudden move. He just needed to kill the Saintess before the Valiant Martial Hall's experts could react. That would be enough. After the group entered the Valiant Martial Hall, Kai Dinghua led the group to the main hall. There, the valiant Marshal Hall's master would receive the Shao family's messengers. As the deputy, Jiang Fei naturally came to the main hall as well. Xiao Changfeng and the others bowed and greeted. Everyone, you have come from afar. The hall master of martial meritocracy laughed. Jiang Fei did not pay attention to the rest of the pleasantries because his attention was focused on the players. In the end, he only heard that the hall master of martial meritocracy had set the official wedding ceremony at noon the next day. Just as the meeting was about to end, Eamon suddenly stood up and said, Of course, I will be there personally. However, the new saintess is still young and is not suitable to participate in the ceremony," said the valiant martial hall master. "That does not matter. It is fine to let the saintess attend the ceremony. After all, this is a major event between the valiant martial hall and our Shao family. Although the new saintess is young, she is still the saintess." Eamon's attitude was very determined. Jiang Fei thought to himself. The valiant martial hall master nodded. In the end, he agreed to Eamon's request. After all, this was a marriage alliance between the two families. Naturally, he had to give them face. After the Shao family members left the hall and returned to the base to rest, the valiant martial hall members began to get busy. The hall master personally assigned various tasks. Therefore, he was directly ignored by the temple master. This time, the temple master did not give Jiang Fei any tasks. On the contrary, it was to Jiang Fei's liking. If there was really work to be done, it would be difficult for him to spy on those players. After returning to his own residence, Jiang Fei discussed with the girls. In the end, the girls still suggested that he go and interact with the saintess first. That would be much more effective in protecting the saintess. Chapter 1766, 1766, Setting a Trap Before Death. After making the decision, Jiang Fei knew that there was no time to lose. Therefore, he immediately brought Tying and Bella to the Saintly Virgin Palace. Jiang Fei was not unfamiliar with the location of the Saintly Virgin Palace. After all, the last time he killed a player, it was outside the Saintly Virgin Palace. Therefore, this time, he brought Bella and Tying to this place with ease. The reason why Jiang Fei brought Bella and Tying this time was mainly because Bella was the strongest among the girls. Tying was also very friendly and good at communicating with others. It would be better to convince the Holy Maiden to let Jiang Fei stay by her side. Although Jiang Fei was currently at the true immortal level and was worshipped by the valiant Martial Hall, the Holy Maiden status was extremely high. In theory, she was half a level higher than the Temple Master. Therefore, she might only be at the nascent soul stage. However, if Jiang Fei was not allowed to stay in the Saintess Palace, he would have to leave obediently. Otherwise, he would be going against the entire valiant Martial Hall. That was why Jiang Fei brought Tying along. He wanted to rely on this girl's affinity to win the Saintess trust so that he could protect her closely. However, what Jiang Fei did not expect was that he did not even have the time to see the Saintess before he was nailed outside the Saintess Palace. "I'm sorry, Master Yuan. This is the Saintess Palace. All the women live here. Moreover, the former Saintess is also temporarily staying here." The female disciple of the Saintess Palace rejected Jiang Fei directly. "It's fine if I don't go in." Jiang Fei had already expected this outcome. After all, tomorrow was the wedding day of the former Saintess. Today, a man like him entered the Saintess Palace in the middle of the night. If these words were to reach the ears of the fourth young master of the Shao family, it would not be pleasant to hear. Therefore, Jiang Fei had specially brought 2 girls over to persuade the Saintess. As long as the Saintess nodded, Jiang Fei would naturally be able to enter. However, what Jiang Fei did not expect was that the female disciples not only refused to let him in, but even Bella and Tying were also refused entry. "Master Yuan, our Holy Maiden Palace has a rule. Except for the disciples on duty in the Holy Maiden Palace, the other disciples, even if they are female disciples, can only enter after being summoned by the Holy Maiden." The female disciples were very determined. Bella looked at Jiang Fei. If these female disciples really did not open the door, would they still have to break in? Jiang Fei frowned. Breaking into the Holy Maiden Palace was something that could not be done. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to stay in the valiant Martial Hall. Then, he would not be able to protect the Holy Maiden. Just as Jiang Fei stood outside the Holy Maiden Palace and was immersed in his thoughts, he suddenly had a thought. A familiar yet unfamiliar aura appeared within Jiang Fei's perception range. The reason he said it was familiar was because Jiang Fei had seen this aura during the day. The reason he said it was unfamiliar was because Jiang Fei did not know this person very well. This guy was one of the players who had come with the Xiao family today. However, because he was only in the early stages of the tribulation, Jiang Fei did not pay much attention to him. Jiang Fei frowned at first. Then he immediately felt happy. Jiang Fei frowned because he knew that these players had already begun to step on the plates. This meant that they had to make a move tomorrow. Now, he was choosing the best place to make a move tomorrow. However, after a moment, Jiang Fei had a plan in his mind. This was also the reason why he was happy. Previously, Jiang Fei was still worried about how to enter the Saintly Virgin Palace. Those female disciples would not budge. They would not open the door at all. This player took the initiative to come to Jiang Fei's door and serve as a ladder. "Who is it?" With a loud shout, Jiang Fei struck the position where the player was in stealth. With a loud sound, the player knew that he could not take Jiang Fei's attack head-on. Therefore, he could only flash out from his hiding place. Once he came out, his figure was exposed. Jiang Fei shouted. Then, he attacked repeatedly, forcing the player to keep dodging. Under Jiang Fei's deliberate suppression, the player wanted to live, so he could only follow the route that Jiang Fei had designed to hide. Therefore, he quickly escaped into the Saintess Palace. At this time, Jiang Fei finally had a reason. Therefore, he followed the player and leaped into the Saintess Palace. Bella and Si Tang were no exception. They followed him one after another. Protect the Saintess. There's an assassin. The Saintess Palace was in chaos. Because the masked assassin was too powerful, the disciples of the Saintess Palace were unable to encircle him. Therefore, when they saw Jiang Fei chasing after them, they did not stop him. Instead, they kept guiding Jiang Fei in the direction to catch the assassin. After all, Jiang Fei was a high official in the valiant Martial Hall. This was something that the female disciples trusted. Moreover, they were responsible for protecting the Saintess. If the Saintess was not in trouble, they would not be able to bear it. After entering the Saintess Palace, Jiang Fei did not hold back anymore. After all, this player was still very valuable to him. If he could catch him, although he could not tell the player, at the very least, it would prove that the Xiao family was scheming against him. If that was the case, the marriage tomorrow would be cancelled. At that time, the Saintess would be spared. It was precisely because of this plan that Jiang Fei had used all his strength. When the player saw Jiang Fei using all his strength, he knew that he was in trouble. After all, there was a huge difference in strength between the two of them. Previously, Jiang Fei had only wanted to force him into the Saintess Palace. That was why he had the room to dodge. Now that Jiang Fei was not holding back anymore, he could not even walk past one move. The gap between true immortals and those in the tribulation stage was too big. In just an instant, the player was captured by Jiang Fei. "Let me see who you are." Jiang Fei said this very loudly. His purpose was to let everyone know that this guy was a member of the Xiao family and thus destroy the marriage alliance. However, after Jiang Fei captured the player, before he could tear off the black cloth covering the player, his face, he noticed that there was an inexplicable smile in the player's eyes. Jiang Fei cried out in his heart. However, in the next moment, the player suddenly self-detonated. With a loud explosion, blood and flesh flew all over the sky. The player exploded into powder. There was no way to prove it. Jiang Fei frowned. Once this guy died, the Xiao family would naturally be cleared of any involvement. However, Jiang Fei had been dragged into it. Before this, Jiang Fei had wanted to enter the Holy Maiden Palace. Now, this guy's appearance had allowed Jiang Fei to achieve his goal. Then this guy died. No matter how one looked at it, It looked like Jiang Fei was putting on a show. Chapter 1767. 1767. The True Face of the Saint. At this moment, Jiang Fei was in a very awkward position. If the player had not died, Jiang Fei would not only be able to prove that the Shao family was up to no good, but he would also be able to take credit for saving the saint. At that time, he would naturally be able to meet the saint. Perhaps, he might even be able to pull some strings. However, it was not possible now. The player had died. Moreover, he had died quite thoroughly. His entire body had exploded into a pile of dust. There was no DNA test in the five-sided world. Therefore, no one could prove who he was. Once the player was dead, not only did Jiang Fei not get any credit, he became the biggest suspect. It was as if yellow mud had fallen into his crotch. If it was not sh*t, it was sh*t. Jiang Fei shook his head hard. Now that things had come to this, he had to find a reasonable explanation for his appearance. Just as Jiang Fei was feeling anxious, a young voice came from the Saintess Palace. "Sisters, what exactly happened?" "Saintess, there's an assassin here. It's very dangerous," a disciple advised. The young voice did not stay in the palace. Instead, it walked out. Although the assassin had been killed by Jiang Fei, the female disciples who were protecting the Saintess did not dare to be negligent. They immediately protected her from all sides. Jiang Fei was slightly surprised. However, he still walked towards the Saintess. Since things had already come to this, Jiang Fei felt that it would be too much of a loss if he could not see the Saintess. As soon as Jiang Fei walked over, a female disciple immediately blocked his way. A young voice came from the crowd. Due to her short stature, Jiang Fei did not see her face. The female disciple did not tell the Saintess about Jiang Fei. Clearly, she felt that the Saintess was too young and did not want her to have too much contact with outsiders. "Lady Yuan, the assassin has been killed." The female disciple turned around and ordered Jiang Fei to leave. Jiang Fei frowned. He was too familiar with that young voice just now. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Jiang Fei's mind. He subconsciously shouted, "Tong Tong, is that you?" After Jiang Fei finished shouting, he felt a little regretful. After all, his idea was too unrealistic. "Master? Master, it's me." As soon as Jiang Fei opened his mouth, the young voice inside immediately cried out in joy. She pushed the female disciples in front of her with all her might and pushed her way to the front. Jiang Fei immediately saw the little girl who had been with him for a month. After all, the kindness of this little girl and her grandmother had left a very deep impression on Jiang Fei. As soon as Tong Tong saw Jiang Fei, she immediately pounced on him and threw herself into Jiang Fei's arms. Tong Tong. At this time, Si Tang also ran over. After all, during the time she spent in the small village, she had doted on this little girl more than Jiang Fei. Master's wife. Tong Tong's little mouth was still as sweet as ever. However, it made Si Tang and Bella blush in embarrassment. At this moment, the female disciples were all dumbfounded. They had no idea what Jiang Fei and the others were up to. Little Tong Tong said seriously. A female disciple asked. Actually, it was not a secret that the Saintess Tong Tong had a master. After all, after the little girl was brought back to the martial meritocrat's palace, she told everyone about her master. However, Jiang Fei felt that he would not meet Tong Tong again. Therefore, he told her his real name. Therefore, no one knew about it. Meanwhile, Tong Tong's amazing talent was also discovered immediately after she arrived at the Valiant Martial Hall. After all, Jiang Fei was very touched at that time. He spent a lot of effort on Tong Tong. He fed her with all kinds of top-grade medicinal herbs. Therefore, this little girl was practically cleansed by top-grade medicinal pills. Naturally, her talent was needless to say. Speaking of which, Tong Tong's life was really good. Her talent had just been discovered. At that time, the Saintess had hooked up with the fourth young master of the Shao family. Moreover, the two families were preparing to form a marriage alliance. If the Saintess abdicated, a new person would have to take over. At this time, Tong Tong, who had outstanding talent, was the best candidate. Zhang Fei said to the female disciples. The female disciples nodded one after another. After all, Tong Tong was discovered in the mortal world. It was normal for cultivators to use an alias in the mortal world. Sigh. Zhang Fei sighed. After seeing the saint was Tong Tong, he could not let Tong Tong encounter any more danger, whether in public or in private. Tong Tong did not care about that. She was so happy to see her master today. Si Tang asked. Grandmother is outside. They won't let her in, Tong Tong said with a pout. Because the valiant martial hall had its rules, it was impossible for a mortal like Grandmother Tong Tong to live in the Saint's palace. Therefore, they arranged for Tong Tong's grandma to live in another place. Every once in a while, they would let their grandparents and grandchildren meet. After knowing that Tong Tong's grandparents and grandchildren were doing well, Zhang Fei nodded. For Tong Tong to have such an opportunity, it could be considered a blessing in disguise. The hardships she had experienced when she was young had finally paid off, as long as she could survive the player assassination. Zhang Fei would not have to worry about Tong Tong for the rest of her life after they left. After Zhang Fei had met Tong Tong as a master and a disciple, there would be no problem for Zhang Fei to stay by Tong Tong's side. If the female disciples wanted to say anything, the saintess, little Tong Tong, would be the first to disagree. Not long after, the valiant martial hall master arrived with his men. After all, the incident of the saintess being assassinated had shocked the entire valiant martial hall. The valiant martial temple master asked. Zhang Fei had no evidence at the moment. Naturally, he could not put the blame on the Shao family anymore. Therefore, he could only let the vice emissary from the Daybreak sect take the blame. The valiant martial temple master did not have any doubts about this. After all, the missing vice emissary from the Daybreak sect had been identified as the evil faction's remnant who had infiltrated the valiant martial temple. Moreover, this fellow had disappeared for a very long time and had not been found. Chapter 1768. 1768. Entering the Saintess Palace. After learning that Zhang Fei had saved the saintess, the valiant martial hall master immediately praised him. At the same time, the female disciples also told the valiant martial hall master about the relationship between the saintess and Zhang Fei. Oh, the valiant martial hall master was confused. Zhang Fei had nothing to hide. Therefore, he told the story of how Hua Mulan had killed the evil person of the Moon Goddess sect. Unfortunately, she was cursed and had to recuperate in the small village. Moreover, she had also met Tong Tong. I see. Your friend has such a strong sense of justice. The valiant martial hall master was very happy, because the valiant martial hall and the Heart Moon sect were mortal enemies. Zhang Fei and the others were able to kill the members of the Heart Moon sect before they joined the valiant martial hall. This made the valiant martial hall master very happy. At this moment, Zhang Fei took the initiative to make a request. The valiant martial hall master nodded immediately. As Zhang Fei and Tong Tong were master and disciple, plus Zhang Fei was a true immortal level consecrator, it would be best for him to teach the saintess. Zhang Fei bowed to the valiant martial hall master. Now, he could protect Tong Tong. The valiant martial hall master then left the saintess palace after giving some instructions. After the hall master left, Zhang Fei naturally became the master of the saintess palace. Although Tong Tong was the nominal master, she was still young. Moreover, Zhang Fei was her master, so it was natural for him to take over. As a result, although the female disciples were dissatisfied, they could not say anything. In fact, these female disciples were not the stewards of the Saintess Palace before. Because the Saintess was also a Mahayana stage powerhouse, and her master was stationed in the Saintess Palace, these female disciples usually served people. They had no say in anything. However, the Saintess was married off. Naturally, the Saintess master no longer lived in the Saintess Palace. The new Saintess was still young and was still learning the basics. She did not have a true immortal master as her master. Therefore, this was the time when the Saintess Palace was at its most empty. These female disciples also relied on the fact that the Saintess was still young. Therefore, They bullied the master and held all the power in the Saintess Palace. Zhang Fei frowned. He had not expected the Saintess Palace to be so empty. There was not even a master in the tribulation stage. Master, the Saintess Palace is deep inside the valiant martial hall. It is not disturbed by external enemies. A female disciple replied. Oof. Zhang Fei's voice sank. A wave of pressure instantly pressed the female disciple to the ground. Master, we admit our mistakes. The female disciples begged for mercy. They were used to being arrogant these past few days. They had completely forgotten that they were facing a true immortal expert. All right, you don't have to stay in the Saintess Palace anymore. Zhang Fei waved his hand and dismissed all of them. The female disciples were dumbfounded. What? Zhang Fei raised his eyebrows. Your Highness, please show mercy. The female disciples did not dare to argue with Zhang Fei. Therefore, they all begged Tong Tong for mercy. After all, because of the Saintess high status, the status of the female disciples of the Saintess Palace was much higher than the average disciples. The treatment was also more generous. Therefore, they did not want to leave at all. After all, Tong Tong was just a little girl. She was too kind-hearted. When she saw these female disciples begging for mercy, her heart immediately softened. Zhang Fei waved his hand, indicating that Tong Tong did not need to plead on their behalf. Little Tong Tong nodded. Compared to these female disciples, she was naturally closer to Zhang Fei as her master. Moreover, she did not like those female disciples. After all, these people always stopped her from seeing her grandmother. Why are you still here? Zhang Fei glared at these people. The reason why he had to chase these people away was to be on the safe side. These people were used to bullying Tong Tong. Today, he had suddenly come up and taught them a lesson. It was hard to guarantee that they would not hate him. If this was used by the players, Zhang Fei would not be able to guard against poison or something like that. After chasing away the female disciples, Zhang Fei immediately asked Si time to bring all the girls over. With these girls and the transformed beasts to take care of Tong Tong, the effect would be much better than the female disciples. When Zhang Fei entered the Holy Maiden Palace, Eamon also received the news. That trash Jax actually scouted out a path and was discovered. But this kid is really tough. He actually self-destructed. Jay, tough my ass. Anyway, his carrier is temporary. After this quest ends, it will disappear. He won't feel bad even if he self-destructs. That's true. If this delays Eamon's assassination plan, that kid will probably have to eat pickled vegetables for the next half a month. All right, Eamon then continued. Although Jax is dead, he has also brought back very useful information. That Holy Maiden's strength is indeed only at the nascent soul stage. She is very weak, and she doesn't have any experts protecting her. If the opportunity is right, it will be very easy to assassinate her. Don't look at how Jax died without leaving a single trace. However, this was the good thing about players. They could revive after they died, and then they could share the information they had seen before they died with others through the unique channel of players. Although it was too late for him to rush back to the battlefield after he resurrected, his information could still be notified to Eamon in time. A player underling asked, "The valiant Martial Hall Master and the Saintess will be attending the wedding ceremony tomorrow. At that time, I will go forward as the groom and ask for their blessing. When it's time to salute the Saintess, we will be standing face to face." Eamon said confidently. The lackey asked, "Wait for me to succeed in assassinating him. Then you guys will guard me with your lives to kill my way out. My carrier is for life," said Eamon. He was different from other players. Other people's carriers were only effective in the world of 5 directions and could not be taken out. However, Eamon's carrier was specially bought with money. As long as he did not die after completing the mission, he could take it away. Chapter 1769, 1769. It was a sleepless night. Whether it was Zhang Fei's side or the player's side, everyone was preparing for their upcoming actions. There were also those from the Shao family who did not know about it. They were also busy. However, their busy work was destined to be useless. This marriage would definitely end in a fight. Among these people, The most miserable one was the former saintess. She thought that she had found love and even gave up her position as the saintess. This perfect marriage had turned into a complete conspiracy. The next day, as soon as the sun rose, the valiant martial hall became busy. There were lights and decorations everywhere. However, these valiant martial hall disciples did not know that not only did they not set up a happy venue, but they also set up a fierce battlefield. When the auspicious time arrived, the entire valiant martial hall was filled with the sound of drums and music. Almost all the disciples came to watch the ceremony. Jiang Fei also followed the saintess theme and left the saintess palace. The first half of the wedding ceremony was normal. The former saintess had a smile on her face. After all, today would be the happiest day of her life. The young Tong Tong did not realize that danger was approaching. As a child, she was also immersed in the happy atmosphere. However, Jiang Fei did not dare to relax at this moment. He let Bella, Hua Mulan, and other girls with higher combat power stand guard by Tong Tong's side. He kept patrolling around, trying to find any suspicious spots. The ceremony went on little by little. However, Jiang Fei was not in the mood to pay attention to this. He stared at the players, especially the two true immortal players. Jiang Fei did not dare to let them leave his sight for a moment. Finally, the ceremony came to an end. The former saintess was about to leave the valiant martial hall with the Shao family. At this time, Eamon, who had transformed into the fourth young master of the Shao family, suddenly asked the valiant martial hall master, "Lord Hall Master, I hope that you and the saintess can bless our marriage." All right. As he had already agreed to the blessing, the valiant martial hall master was very happy to accept it. When he accepted the blessing from a valiant martial hall master, Eamon was acting normally. He and the former saintess were holding hands. They looked very loving. Jiang Fei could clearly feel the killing intent. The former saintess said as she was about to bow. After all, she had already removed her identity as a saintess. She was just an ordinary valiant martial hall disciple. However, at that moment, Eamon, who had just gotten close, revealed his sharp teeth and sharp teeth. He pushed the former saintess beside him and swung his palm at Tong Tong. Countless cries of surprise rang out on the scene. No one had expected the fourth young master of the Shao family to suddenly attack the saintess. The others were very surprised. However, Jiang Fei had been waiting for a long time. He had been keeping an eye out for the players. As a result, these players had been unwilling to make a move for a long time. Now, it was the last moment for them to leave. Eamon was planning to make a move at this time. Therefore, he had already prepared his strength at the side and was waiting for Eamon to deliver himself to Jiang Fei. Eamon was sent flying by Jiang Fei's attack. It was not because Jiang Fei was much stronger than him. It was because Jiang Fei had done it on purpose. Eamon had initially thought that he would only be able to kill a mere nascent soul stage saint. Therefore, he had just casually attacked Jiang Fei. As a true immortal level master, his casual attack could guarantee that the saint would die a horrible death. However, who would have thought that his casual attack would meet Jiang Fei's full-powered attack? The result was obvious. Eamon had suffered quite a heavy injury from that one attack. Most importantly, he was repelled by Jiang Fei. Now, if he wanted to get closer to the saint, he could only force his way in. The sudden failure of the attack made Eamon extremely frustrated. However, there was no other way. He could only force his way in. As for whether or not his body could be preserved, that was up to the heavens. Xiling, what are you doing? The first person to pounce on Eamon was not Jiang Fei, but the former saintess. At that moment, Jiang Fei was shouldering the responsibility of protecting the saintess. Hunting down and killing the enemy was not something that he had to worry about. At that moment, Eamon was only focused on the quest. He had to kill the saintess to complete the quest. Otherwise, his previous plan would be in vain. Therefore, when he saw the former saintess pouncing on him, he casually swung his palm. The former saintess was instantly blown away by his palm. The former saintess didn't say anything else. After all, she only had the strength of the Mahayana stage. She couldn't even withstand a single move from the true immortal level Eamon. because she couldn't believe that her Silang would attack her. However, the former saintess had obviously miscalculated. Her Silang did love her deeply. However, the problem was that the current fourth young master of the Shao family was no longer that Silang. Instead, he was a player who had descended. The former saintess had died just like that. Even until her death, she did not have the time to enjoy the love that she had dreamed of. However, her death was also a kind of relief. She would also have to accept the judgment of the valiant Marshall Hall. This was because she herself was extremely supportive of this marriage. She had even contributed a lot to the marriage. If she did not die, then she would definitely bear the crime of assassinating the saintess. Although the previous saintess had died, she had already stepped down from her position. Therefore, she was no longer the saintess. Therefore, the player mission was still incomplete. Therefore, those players were all desperately rushing towards Tong Tong. This caused Xiao Chongfeng to panic. Among the experts of the Xiao family, Xiao Chongfeng was not a player who had descended. He did not understand what his fourth young master was up to. He had come to the martial meritocracy palace to assassinate the saintess. It was also not a wise move. Just as Xiao Chongfeng was panicking, Kai Dinghua, who had been in charge of receiving him, appeared by his side. He then immediately took action to restrain Xiao Chongfeng, who had yet to react. Kai Dinghua had a good relationship with Xiao Chongfeng. He was doing this to prevent his friend from suffering for nothing. This was the valiant Marshall Hall. Although there were 2 true immortal-level experts among the players, the others were at least in the tribulation stage. However, this was their lair. There were countless of experts there. The players could only find an opportunity when they suddenly attacked. In fact, after Eamon's first attack was stopped by Jiang Fei, they had no chance of winning. Chapter 1770. Nina's suggestion. The female player, with true immortal strength, was the first to fall to the ground. Gu Chunhong had completely suppressed her with a single move. On the other hand, Jiang Fei and Eamon had once again exchanged blows. Their strengths were actually not that far apart. Jiang Fei relied on his full attributes and varied moves. He could also use the 5 elements to counter the enemy. On the other hand, Eamon relied on his own player-specific tools to fight with Jiang Fei. However, although Eamon did not show any signs of losing, they had already lost. They thought that this was the valiant Marshall Hall's territory. Since the beginning of the battle, a large number of valiant Marshall Hall's experts had rushed here. Moreover, there were also valiant Marshall Hall's master and Ji Chunon. These players had no hope of escaping. Just as Jiang Fei was getting excited from the fight, the valiant Marshall Hall master appeared beside him. Then he extended his hand and grabbed Eamon. At this moment, the valiant Marshall Hall master was also very confused. In his opinion, the valiant Marshall Hall and the Shao family's alliance was a win-win situation. Why would the fourth young master of the Shao family want to assassinate the saintess? This was not beneficial to them at all. One had to know that the saintess of the valiant Marshall Hall had just been replaced. Moreover, she was an underage girl. Not only was her strength not high, but her prestige in the valiant Marshall Hall had not been accumulated yet. There was no loss for the valiant Marshall Hall. At most, they would just replace another successor. However, the fourth young master of the Shao family was different. This kid had reached the true immortal level at such a young age. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the successor of the family head. They were actually willing to sacrifice their own family successor just to assassinate an unremarkable saintess. Therefore, with this doubt in mind, Hall Master Marshall Hero planned to capture the fourth young master of the Shao family alive and interrogate him to find out what his purpose was. Seeing his companions die in battle one after another, Eamon was also quite angry in his heart. After Hall Master Marshall Hero joined the battle, he was even more powerless to resist. In the end, Eamon made up his mind and directly self-destructed. As a player, it was unacceptable to be captured alive by an NPC. That was because not only would he be tortured, he would also suffer. The most important thing was to lose face. For a rich player like Eamon, losing a high-tier carrier was not a big deal. At most, he could just buy another one. However, he could not afford to lose this person. With a loud sound, Eamon self-destructed. Immediately after, the players who were not dead also self-destructed. In the blink of an eye, the originally chaotic battlefield instantly became quiet. Who can tell me what is going on? The valiant Marshal Hall's Hall Master was so angry that he shouted. At this moment, the fourth young master of the Shao family was dead, and the former saintess of the valiant Marshal Hall was also dead. With such a big commotion, the battle between the Shao family and the valiant Marshal Hall was clearly unavoidable. For some unknown reason, what was supposed to be a joyous marriage suddenly became like this. Zhang Fei sighed from aside. Although he understood the whole story, he could not explain to these people about the players. Hall Master, this place is really too chaotic. Zhang Fei walked up and said to the valiant Marshal Hall's Hall Master. The Temple Master of Valiant Marshal Hall nodded. The previous saintess was already dead. He did not want anything to happen to the current saintess. After obtaining the Temple Master's approval, Zhang Fei first greeted his teacher, Ji Chanong. Then, he brought little Tong Tong back to the saintess palace. Husband, we have dodged today's disaster. Bella frowned. Although today's battle was not dangerous, they were the protectors. They were too passive when it came to dealing with players. Zhang Fei nodded. Although they did not manage to gain any benefits today, including Eamon who had obtained the true immortal tier carrier, it was not a problem for them to always defend passively. There's a saying that if one defended for a long time, one would definitely lose. If they continued to defend passively, there would be mistakes sooner or later. Nina suddenly asked, Yes, husband. These player quests are assassinations. As the party who took the initiative, they must have a time limit. Bella nodded. I also think that there should be a time limit. Zhang Fei shook his head. After all, he could not see the player quest list. The information that he had eavesdropped on the last time did not contain such information. Then what should we do? Si Tying asked. Zhang Fei shook his head. Nina said. Zhang Fei asked immediately. Nina said. Zhang Fei asked in disbelief. Nina nodded. Is that possible? Bella was a little worried. Since we don't know the time limit of the player's quest, we will force them to fight. As long as Tong Tong leaves the valiant Marshal Hall, I think the players will get the information. Nina's idea was unique. She did not plan to wait until the players failed the quest because they had exceeded the deadline. She planned to kill all the players in one fell swoop. Once the players died, the carriers would basically be useless. Without the carriers, they would not be able to assassinate the saintess anymore. Without the carriers, even if Tong Tong was only in the nascent soul stage, she would not be able to deal with them. Why don't we set up an ambush at the valiant Marshal Hall? Zhang Fei asked. Because the relationship between the humans is too complicated. Even the valiant Marshal Hall is not trustworthy. Nina then shared her thoughts. After Aaron's assassination failed this time, the other players might not be able to return to the 5 directions due to the destruction of the carrier. However, this tycoon might very well buy another carrier and start a new mission. Chapter 1771. Escape from Valiant Marshal Hall. If that happened, Eamon, who had failed the mission, might very well give up on the assassination and turn to attack Valiant Marshal Hall. This was because the players would possess the identity of this world after they descended. At that time, these true immortal players would collude together. Perhaps they might be able to create something like the alliance army of the 4 great clans. In the face of such great pressure, it was unknown if the valiant Marshal Hall would be able to hold on. Moreover, the valiant Marshal Hall's interests were prioritized by the valiant Marshal Hall. When the time came, he might really sacrifice Tong Tong. After all, Tong Tong had not yet grown up. It was not particularly important to the valiant Marshal Hall. Husband, is that really the case? Bella asked in disbelief. Although Zhang Fei did not have much contact with the valiant Marshal Hall Master, he could feel that the valiant Marshal Hall Master would do anything for the valiant Marshal Hall. He was willing to sacrifice anything. He was even willing to sacrifice himself, let alone Tong Tong, the young saintess. Then what should we do? Si Tying was a little worried. although the valiant martial temple master might have sacrificed Tong Tong. That was under the premise that the players had incited the alliance of the four great clans to attack. If Jiang Fei and the others were the only ones who had taken the Sanus away, the valiant martial temple would definitely go all out to hunt them down. At this moment, Jiang Fei was also hesitating. If he wanted to accept Nina's opinion, it was best to leave now. It would be too late for them to leave. However, if they really took Tong Tong away, Jiang Fei and the rest would probably be surrounded and killed by the valiant Martial Hall and the players before they reached the Mountain of Beasts. Jiang Fei frowned. This decision was very difficult to make. Even after the development of his brain, Jiang Fei could not figure out what was safer. Facing the siege of the valiant Martial Hall and the players, Jiang Fei and the others would definitely have a narrow escape. Moreover, even if they reached the Mountain of Beasts, it was unknown whether the mountain would accept them or not. Once the players really instigated the four great clans to attack the valiant Martial Hall, if they really decided to sacrifice Tong Tong, Jiang Fei and the others would not be able to resist at all. We can't leave our fate in the hands of others. Finally, Jiang Fei gritted his teeth. Although they might be hunted down after taking Tong Tong away, at the very least, their fate would be in his own hands. Whether or not they could escape would depend on Jiang Fei's ability. If they continued to stay in the valiant Martial Hall, once the players really brought the allied forces of the four great clans, Tong Tong's fate would be in the hands of the heavens. You guys pack up, Jiang Fei said to the girls after making up his mind. The girls naturally carried out Jiang Fei's decision unconditionally. Fortunately, there were no outsiders in the entire Holy Maiden Palace now. Therefore, Jiang Fei and the others' actions of packing up did not attract the attention of the valiant Martial Hall's people. After everything was prepared, Jiang Fei went to pay a visit to the valiant Martial Hall master the next day. He left everyone with a feeling that everything was normal. Then, Jiang Fei began to quietly wait for night to fall. However, before night fell, Jiang Fei once again found the ninth elder who was in charge of the supplies. Then, he used Su Tianhua's waste token to obtain a large amount of rare materials. After that, he returned to the Saintly Virgin Palace satisfied. In the evening, the girls had already packed their luggage. They even brought Tong Tong's grandmother to the Saintly Virgin Palace in the name of appeasing the frightened saintess. Therefore, little Tong Tong did not know that she was leaving the valiant Martial Hall. She was only happy to see her grandmother. Eye of the Violet. Just as the sky turned dark, Jiang Fei opened his Eye of the Violet. As soon as he activated the Eye of the Violet, Jiang Fei's perspective immediately changed. Everything in his eyes had become the most basic energy cord. Therefore, Jiang Fei could see the entire network of formations in the valiant Martial Hall. Very quickly, Jiang Fei calculated an energy node in the Holy Maiden Palace. Then he turned all of his spiritual energy into the most explosive fire attribute. As Jiang Fei punched out, the energy node was destroyed on the spot. In an instant, the entire energy network in the Holy Maiden Palace was disrupted. Nina. After disrupting the formation in the Holy Maiden Palace, Jiang Fei gave Nina a look. Nina and Ariel, who had long been prepared, attacked together. A huge spatial barrier appeared around everyone. After a moment, the spatial barrier became illusory. Then, the spatial barrier and everyone inside it disappeared. They disappeared from the Holy Maiden Palace. Originally, the valiant Martial Hall could not teleport because of the barrier of the formation. However, Jiang Fei had destroyed the energy node, causing the formation to be in disorder. This gave Nina and Ariel chance. However, the formation could no longer block the space outside. A white light flashed. Jiang Fei and the others appeared at the edge of the South Pole. This was the limit of Nina's teleportation. Because of the barrier of the formation, she and Ariel could only teleport to this place together. Let's go. Jiang Fei pulled Ariel onto his flying sword. Bella nodded. Then, she took Nina and followed behind Jiang Fei to escape. The other girls also followed behind Jiang Fei and rode their flying swords to escape. Previously, Jiang Fei had made flying swords for each of the girls. Although it was not necessarily good, at least their speed could be increased by a lot. Nina, you, and Ariel interfere with the spatial beacon. Jiang Fei instructed Nina as he sped away. Nina nodded. She and Ariel were both masters of the spatial core. Therefore, their perception of the spatial beacon was even better than the average true immortal level expert. Those true immortals had to fly obediently if they wanted to catch up. They could not directly tear the space apart and move. No, littling, you guys are too slow. Jiang Fei realized that Sea Tying and the other girls were not very strong. Therefore, they were greatly slowing down the group's speed. Therefore, he turned to their pet beasts to control the flying swords. After all, none of these pet beasts were weak. At the very least, they were all at the void interpretation stage. Sea Tying and the others also knew that it was not the time to be unreasonable. Therefore, they cooperated and gave up their positions. After the pet beasts took over the flying swords, Jiang Fei and the others immediately increased their speed. In the blink of an eye, they had already traveled hundreds of miles to the north. However, they were still thousands of miles away from the Thousand Beast Mountain at the North Pole. Chapter 1772, The Pursuers. As they were afraid that the valiant Marshal Hall would catch up to them, Jiang Fei and the rest traveled day and night. In one breath, they arrived near the equator. If it was not for the fact that Tong Tong's grandmother could not take it anymore, Jiang Fei still did not plan to stop. Among Jiang Fei and the rest, although Tong Tong was young, she was already at the nascent soul stage. Therefore, it was still acceptable for her to ride on other people's flying swords. However, her grandmother could not. Tong Tong's grandmother was just an ordinary person. Although her body was much stronger than an ordinary person after consuming the vermilion fruit, it was still too much for her to ride on the flying swords. Jiang Fei saw that Tong Tong's grandmother's expression was not right. Therefore, he led the group to land on the top of a mountain. Jiang Fei asked Tong Tong's grandmother, "I'm all right." Tong Tong's grandmother still did not understand why Jiang Fei had brought them out of the valiant Marshal Hall. Because of some unforeseen circumstances, the valiant Marshal Hall may no longer be safe for Tong Tong. "I want to bring her to a safer place," Jiang Fei said. "Even the valiant Marshal Hall is not safe?" Tong Tong's grandmother asked in surprise. "That's true. However, even if they are the leaders of the righteous path, there are many things that they have to compromise on." Jiang Fei said, "Sigh, I don't know much either. However, I know that you will not harm Tong Tong." Tong Tong's grandmother nodded. She did not really understand what Jiang Fei was talking about. However, she was just an ordinary person. There were many things that could not be decided by her. She was already very satisfied that Jiang Fei could explain the whole situation to her. "All right, everyone, let's eat something first," Jiang Fei said as he took out some food from the spatial ring. Just as everyone was resting and eating, Bella suddenly said to Jiang Fei, "Husband, did our journey go too smoothly?" "Yes, we are now near the equator. It can be said that we are halfway through the journey." Sea Tying asked curiously. Jiang Fei frowned. If the valiant Marshal Hall's people did not react in the beginning, it would be understandable. Now that 2 days had passed, it was impossible for the valiant Marshal Hall's people to remain in the dark. Moreover, the players were in control of the real-time map. Little Tong Tong's coordinates had been marked on their quest map. In the past 2 days, the players had not made a single move. This was indeed very strange. Bella asked with a frown. "I don't think so," Jiang Fei said. Just as everyone was eating and talking, Jiang Fei suddenly felt a jolt on his wrist. Following that, a green light pierced through his eyes. After the green light passed, the jade bracelet on Jiang Fei's wrist disappeared. What appeared in front of them was a seductive beauty. "Who are you?" Bella and the others immediately assumed a battle stance. Hua Mulan's long spear was also in her hand. Don't misunderstand. Don't misunderstand." Jiang Fei quickly stood between them. The enchanting beauty looked at Jiang Fei shyly. "Hubby, who is she?" The beautiful woman's little brother instantly made Bella's hair stand on end. Don't worry, don't worry. Didn't I tell you guys before? Jiang Fei quickly explained. Previously, in order to save him, Hua Qingcheng had been beaten back to her original state. Although her father, Hua Jinghua, had personally treated her, she did not wake up immediately. Therefore, she turned into an emerald bracelet and followed Jiang Fei. At this moment, Bella recalled that Jiang Fei had indeed told her about this matter. At that time, she was quite grateful to this girl whom she had never met before. Hua Qingxing had no idea who Bella and the others were. Bella pointed at Jiang Fei. Hua Qingxing was stunned. She really did not know this. Hee, I'm not the only woman he has. See? Bella laughed coldly. Then, she pointed at the girls around Jiang Fei one by one. At that moment, Hua Qingcheng was really dumbfounded. If Jiang Fei only had one girl by his side, she would still be able to accept it. After all, she was born as a ferocious beast. She knew that it was impossible for a capable male to lack a partner by his side. However, the size of the army of girls around Jiang Fei was a little too fast. Hey girl, you don't even know about it. At that moment, Bella looked at Hua Qingcheng with anger and heartache. This girl had only met Jiang Fei twice. She did not even ask about it clearly and dared to risk her life to save him. She even signed the blood contract. Only now did she realize that Jiang Fei had so many beautiful women around him. However, the contract had already been signed. It was too late to regret it. How would I know that it was like this? At this moment, Hua Qingcheng was also feeling aggrieved. Back then, she had played Song Lang and the group of male ferocious beasts in circles. She had ordered those silly boys for nothing and had not even let them touch her little hand. However, now, she had finally fallen into their trap. Sigh. People who treat love as a game will eventually get themselves involved. Nina sighed. She had heard about Hua Qingcheng from Jiang Fei. Therefore, now that Hua Qingcheng had lost herself, it was also a form of retribution. All right. From now on, we are one family. Jiang Fei smiled and tried to smooth things over. Bella rolled her eyes at Jiang Fei. However, things had already come to this point. It was useless for her to say anything more. Moreover, as the number of girls around Jiang Fei increased, Bella was actually a little numb to it. Although she was still very jealous, it was not as exaggerated as before. Although Hua Qingqing's recovery made Jiang Fei's girls very jealous, it was a good thing for Jiang Fei. The relationship between the two parties had become much closer. After a short rest, Jiang Fei and the others set off again. A group of people rode their flying swords and headed north. However, this time, Jiang Fei and the others were destined to not have a smooth journey. Not long after they set off, Jiang Fei felt a powerful aura rushing toward them. This aura was extremely fast. If it was Jiang Fei himself, he might still be able to shake the other party. However, because the girls were slowing Jiang Fei down, it was only a matter of time before the other party caught up to him. Chapter 1773. 1773. The Ruthless Wu Tianliang. As the pursuers got closer and closer, Jiang Fei finally gritted his teeth and brought the group to a stop. Actually, Jiang Fei had no choice but to do so. He thought that if he continued to escape, he would be caught sooner or later. Instead of letting people hide behind him, he might as well prepare to face the enemy head-on. Although Jiang Fei could personally cut off the rear and let Bella and the others continue on their journey, because the road ahead was unknown, no one knew if there was any danger ahead. Moreover, among Jiang Fei's group, he was the only one who could protect them. Therefore, Jiang Fei was not at ease letting the girls leave first. Not long after, the pursuers arrived in front of Jiang Fei and the others. There was a total of 5 people in this group. The leader was a true immortal-level powerhouse. Behind him were a few Mahayana stage disciples. Jiang Fei heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the pursuers. He was afraid that the pursuers would be a super powerhouse like Ji Chanhong. That was because he did not have the confidence to face such a powerhouse. Fortunately, the pursuers were not just average. They were also an old acquaintance of Jiang Fei's, Wu Tianliang. Speaking of which, the reason why the valiant Marshal Hall had sent out the pursuers so late was because Jiang Fei's two good masters had dealt with them. One of them was the valiant Marshal Hall's second strongest powerhouse, while the other had a wide network in the valiant Marshal Hall. Therefore, with the two of them stirring up trouble in the middle, even the valiant Marshal Hall's master was unable to send out his troops immediately. In the end, just as the valiant Marshal Hall's master and Ji Chunhong were arguing, Wu Tianliang could not hold it in anymore. He felt that with Ji Chunhong and Su Tianhua around, even if the valiant Marshal Hall's master finally sent people to capture Jiang Fei, it would not hurt Jiang Fei. Instead, he would just capture him and bring him back for trial. Therefore, in order to take revenge for his personal grudge, Wu Tianliang did not ask the valiant Marshal Hall master. Instead, he personally led his disciples down the mountain. He wanted to kill Jiang Fei outside the valiant Marshal Hall. Coming back would not be too serious of a trigger. As for the falling out with Su Tianhua and Ji Chunhong, Wu Tianliang had long since forgotten about it. Hee, there's a path to heaven, but you chose not to take it. Jiang Fei used his senses and realized that Wu Tianliang did not have any reinforcements behind him. He was relieved. Yuan Shao, how dare you kidnap the saintess? Wu Tianliang shouted and rushed in front of Jiang Fei. Sigh, you said that you were fine in the valiant Marshal Hall. Jiang Fei sighed. If Wu Tianliang had stayed in the valiant Marshal Hall obediently, Jiang Fei would not have had the chance to kill him even if he was unhappy with him. However, this guy had come to him himself. That was truly a sin that could be forgiven. He had brought this upon himself. Cut the crap. Yuan Shao, you have committed a grave sin. I have been ordered by the temple master to kill you on the spot. Wu Tianliang was a fake imperial edict. However, Jiang Fei had fallen for his trick. Even if the temple master had said something like that, Jiang Fei would not have killed him. It's easy to kill me. My head is right here. Jiang Fei laughed. You evil bastard. Plapava to die. Wu Tianliang was instantly enraged. As Jiang Fei had only advanced for a short period of time, Wu Tianliang had never treated Jiang Fei as an expert of the same level. In his opinion, without Ji Chunhong and the others to cause trouble, it would be as easy as flipping his hand to kill Jiang Fei. Please reading on MyBoX in OVEL. Wu Tianliang was enraged as he swung his palm down. To him, Jiang Fei was an earth elementalist, while he was a wood elementalist who specialized in countering him. Even if the power of this strike did not kill him, it would still be able to heavily injure him. However, Wu Tianliang had clearly overlooked one thing. Jiang Fei was not on the same side as him. First of all, after going through the 49 heavenly tribulations, Jiang Fei's spiritual power reserve was not only not lower than Wu Tianliang's, but it was also higher than Wu Tianliang's. If it was just his strong spiritual power, it would not be a big deal. After all, Wu Tianliang still had the advantage in terms of attributes. However, the problem was that Jiang Fei was not an earth elementalist. He had all the attributes. Moreover, all the attributes could be seamlessly converted. Therefore, when Wu Tianliang's attack came, Jiang Fei smiled coldly. Then, all the spiritual power in his body was immediately converted into metal attributes. Jiang Fei turned his palm into a knife. The spiritual power of the metal attribute poured into the tip of his palm and struck down. A cold blade came straight at Wu Tianliang's face. How is this possible? Wu Tianliang was dumbfounded on the spot. He had never expected that Yuan Shao was not only stronger than him, but the attributes of both parties were not that he could defeat the other party, but that the other party could defeat him. Although he realized that something was not right, it was too late for Wu Tianliang to stop. He was just about to heavily injure Jiang Fei and show his face in front of the disciples when he realized that the old saying was true. Show your face. Wu Tianliang was just like that. The energy that he had unleashed with his confident palm was split open by Jiang Fei's blade aura. Moreover, Jiang Fei's blade aura did not lose its momentum and went straight for his face. In his haste, Wu Tianliang had no choice but to activate a protective magic treasure. He wanted to take this opportunity to retreat. You want to leave? Jiang Fei laughed coldly. A silver light shot out from between his brows. The Chungying sword expanded in the wind. Then, it went straight for Wu Tianliang, who was retreating. Didn't this kid just advance? At this moment, Wu Tianliang was panicking. He had never thought that Jiang Fei was so powerful. If he had known earlier, he would not have come all the way here to die. However, it was too late to regret. Wu Tianliang saw the Chungying sword approaching. He knew that this sword was not ordinary. Therefore, he immediately waved his hand, and a Mayana stage disciple was caught by him. Master, what are you doing? The disciple was scared out of his wits. Didn't you say that you wanted to repay Master? Wu Tianliang smiled coldly. Then, he waved his hand and threw the disciple toward Jiang Fei's flying sword. After all, cultivators' flying swords were controlled in the air. They would not go back without seeing blood. Therefore, Wu Tianliang did not hesitate to announce his disciple's name. He wanted the Chungying sword to see blood and return. He wanted to create a space for himself to escape. As Jiang Fei's sword skill changed, the Chungying sword let out a dragon's roar. 2 black dragons appeared. One of them tore the disciple that Wu Tianliang threw over into pieces. The other one pounced on him. Wu Tianliang knew that it was not good. Therefore, he activated both his hands at the same time. Instantly, 2 more disciples were caught by him. Master, the 2 disciples begged bitterly. However, at this moment, Wu Tianliang was trying to save his life. How could he care about their lives? Master, if there's a chance, I'll be filial to you again. I have something to do. The last remaining disciple did not dare to stay any longer. He immediately turned around and rode his flying sword to escape. Chapter 1774, Killing Wu Tianliang by Hand. Today, you have helped me to block this calamity. You have repaid the kindness that Master taught you. Seeing the 2 black dragons approaching, Wu Tianliang could not care less about the disciple who had escaped. He immediately threw the 2 disciples in his hands towards the Chungying sword. Following the 2 dragon roars, the 2 disciples who were thrown out by Wu Tianliang were swallowed by the 2 black dragons before they could even howl. The sword spirit of the Chungying sword let out a satisfied sigh. Wu Tianliang took the opportunity to tear through space and escape. You want to leave? Jiang Fei laughed coldly. At the same time, Nina and Ariel made their moves. They instantly stabilized the surrounding space attributes, making it twice as difficult for Wu Tianliang to tear through space. Even if Nina and Ariel combined, they would not be able to match up to Wu Tianliang. However, they only strengthened the surrounding space attributes and did not directly fight against Wu Tianliang. Not only would they not be affected by the backlash, but the surrounding space became more stable. Therefore, Wu Tianliang's plan to use teleportation to escape had failed. Although Nina and Ariel's actions had only delayed Wu Tianliang for a little while, it was enough for Jiang Fei. Seeing that Wu Tianliang's teleportation was blocked, Jiang Fei immediately formed a hand seal and instantly converted the spiritual energy in his body into wood attribute. Under the control of Jiang Fei's spell, the originally dense forest in the mountains seemed to come to life. Thick vines instantly covered Wu Tianliang's surroundings. The vines had already wrapped around him tightly. Wu Tianliang cried out. Then he released all the spiritual power in his body and instantly broke the vines that were wrapped around him. However, after breaking the vines, Wu Tianliang did not feel relaxed at all. A cold light was already in front of him. Wu Tianliang cried out in surprise. Then, he quickly took out a protective magical artifact. As Wu Tianliang formed a hand seal, this magic artifact expanded with the wind and instantly transformed into a large umbrella that protected his body. Wu Tianliang's protective magic artifact was like paper in front of the Chungying sword and was instantly torn apart by the Chungying sword. Kid, you're going too far. Wu Tianliang knew that he would not be able to survive today. Yuan Shao was much stronger than he had imagined. He did not come here to kill anyone. He was just rushing to his death. However, he was still a ruthless character. After knowing that he had no chance to escape, Wu Tianliang gritted his teeth and decided to fight Jiang Fei to the death. Please reading on MyBoX in OVEL.com. Wu Tianliang suddenly bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence on his flying sword. After the flying sword was nourished by the blood essence, it immediately came to life. It gave off a shocking aura and even forced the blade of the Chungying sword back a little. You want to risk your life? Jiang Fei smiled coldly and activated the defensive equipment that came from the player in his hand. After the ball was activated, a golden protective membrane immediately appeared around Jiang Fei's body. This layer of protective membrane could provide him with absolute defense. At this moment, Wu Tianliang's life-or-death strike had arrived. Jiang Fei had invincible protection. Naturally, he did not care about Wu Tianliang's attack. He controlled the Chungying sword and aimed straight at Wu Tianliang's head. Wu Tianliang's flying sword stabbed into the golden light barrier and could not move any further. However, Jiang Fei's Chungying sword went straight in and cut off Wu Tianliang's head in one move. But Wu Tianliang's nascent soul escaped from the top of his head. He wanted to speed up his escape, but the sword spirit of the Chungying sword had been waiting for him for a long time. At the same time, Wu Tianliang's nascent soul let out a miserable cry. As he had just escaped from the corpse, he was entangled by the two black dragons. Before he could escape, he was swallowed by the two black dragons. After swallowing Wu Tianliang's nascent soul, the Chungying sword had undoubtedly received a great amount of nourishment. One had to know that this was the nascent soul of a true immortal master. The energy contained in it was the essence of energy. The amount was also quite sufficient. Master, I have to rest for a while. The sword spirit of the Chungying sword bowed to Jiang Fei. Then, it controlled the Chungying sword to turn into a cold light and entered between Jiang Fei's brows. As the Chungying sword had swallowed a large amount of energy, it had fallen into a state of hibernation. Although Jiang Fei had never experienced such a situation before, he knew that this was the Chungying sword's opportunity. This time, even if the Chungying sword did not advance, its strength would still increase exponentially. All right, we can't stay here for long. Jiang Fei called out to the girls around him and then continued to fly north. Due to the battle between Jiang Fei and Wu Tianliang, the shockwaves had spread far and wide. It was likely that there would be experts coming to investigate the situation very soon. Once they were entangled by the valiant Marshall Hall's people or players, it would be troublesome. The following day, Jiang Fei and the others were calm. Not only did they travel quite a lot, they also found an opportunity to rest for the night. This was undoubtedly a good thing for the morale of the people. However, Jiang Fei was happy. The valiant Marshall Hall was indeed miserable. How is this possible? At that moment, the valiant Marshall Hall master was very shocked. He had no idea that Wu Tianliang had left the valiant Marshall Hall without permission. However, the elder who was guarding the life token reported that Wu Tianliang had died. Hall master, you have to help us. The former fourth elder kneeled on the ground and cried as he pleaded. Originally, the Wu family had suffered a great blow because of Jiang Fei. Not only did he lose the position of fourth elder, but his grandson had also died. Now it was even better. The pillar of the family, Wu Tianliang, had also died. The Wu family's biggest backer in the Martial Meritocrat's palace had fallen. The entire Wu family's power was declining day by day. Nonsense. Not to mention that my disciple has just advanced. His strength is not stable yet. Moreover, he is not in the Martial Meritocrat's palace. Ji Chunhong was still protecting Jiang Fei until this moment. Speaking of which, he really had a deep affection for Jiang Fei. Lord Temple Master, my ancestor left the mountain yesterday. He said that he wanted to clean up the valiant Marshall Hall. The former fourth elder cried. At this time, the Wu family was destined to decline. Therefore, he had no scruples. Now, he could drag anyone into the water. He no longer cared about the deterrence of Ji Chunhong and the others. Chapter 1775, 1775, Vulture's Gale. The valiant Marshal Hall Master sighed. Although he was extremely displeased with Wu Tianliang's actions, it was one thing for him to go down the mountain without asking for permission, but he was actually killed by someone else. This was truly a great display of his face. However, the problem was that Wu Tianliang was after all a member of the valiant Marshal Hall, and moreover, he was a true immortal level expert. No matter what, he couldn't be allowed to die so mysteriously without being asked, right? How about this? In the end, the valiant Marshal Hall master made a decision. Kai Ding was a good person in the valiant Marshal Hall. He had a good relationship with everyone, especially Ji Chunhong. If he were to investigate, at least Ji Chunhong's suspicious disciple would not be harmed. Lao Kai, if you meet my unfilial disciple, you don't have to be polite to me. As expected, after Kai Dinghua had just received the order, Ji Chunhong came over to greet him. Although he said that there was no need to stand on ceremony, his words also made it clear that Kai Dinghua could only bring Jiang Fei back alive. He could not just kill Jiang Fei first and report to him later. Kai Dinghua smiled slightly. All right, Ye Xunong nodded. Not mentioning the actions of the valiant Marshal Hall, Jiang Fei had been rushing for a few days to settle down. Ever since he killed Wu Tianliang, Jiang Fei and the others have been going smoothly for 2 consecutive days. They did not encounter any obstacles at all. However, on this day, when Jiang Fei and the others were about to enter the Arctic Circle, trouble finally arrived. A voice came from all directions, making it impossible to lock onto the other party's position. Before Jiang Fei could finish his sentence, he was rudely interrupted by someone. Shut up, Wumans. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Fei. The speed was so fast that no one could react in time. Even Jiang Fei could only see a faint afterimage. Brother, don't be nervous. Jiang Fei had already thought of a reason before he came to the Myriad Beast Mountain. Visit. The person frowned, making his already sharp-jawed face even uglier. We brought her here to visit relatives, Jiang Fei said after calling Hu Qingxing over. Hu Jinghua, the sharp-jawed man, was stunned at first, then the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Jiang Fei frowned slightly. This guy's attitude was clearly not right. Although this person was also a true immortal level expert, there was no need for him to show too much respect to Hu Jinghua. However, it was not right for him to speak so rudely. Please reading on MyBoX in OVEL. Calm, you guys wait here. Just when Jiang Fei was puzzled, this person did not allow him to explain further. He turned around and left, leaving Jiang Fei and the others to look at each other. After the person left, Bella said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei said, then what should we do? Si Tying asked. It was already a desperate move for us to bring Tong Tong here. If we leave now, we will have to face the joint attack of the valiant Marshal Hall and the players. Jiang Fei shook his head and said, let's wait and see. Nina said. She was the one who had strongly advised Jiang Fei to leave the valiant Marshal Hall. Therefore, she was under a lot of pressure now. Just as Jiang Fei and the others were making wild guesses, the monkey face guy returned. Moreover, he had brought a few people with him. Jiang Fei could sense that among these people, there were 2 true immortal level experts. The rest were also above the tribulation stage. Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. Although he was confident that he could escape with so many experts, what would he do with the girls around him? Old Hua has some matters to attend to. We will take care of you in his place. The monkey face guy said. At the same time, he used his eyes to signal the others to surround Jiang Fei and the others. If that's the case, Jiang Fei tried to deal with the other party while trying to find an opportunity to escape with the girls. Unfortunately, these guys had come prepared. They had already sealed off their escape route. Since you're already here, how can we, the elders, shut you out? As expected, the monkey face guy was not willing to let Jiang Fei and the others leave. Just when Jiang Fei was at a loss of what to do and did not know if he was going to fight them head-on, a hearty laughter suddenly came from afar. Haha, Brother Yuan, there you are. I've been looking for you for a few days. Following the sound, a few sword lights landed beside Jiang Fei. The leader was Kai Dingwa. Kai Dinggugo, what are you doing in the mountain of beasts? The monkey-faced guy shouted. I say, Gale, are you getting bolder and bolder? Kai Dingwa laughed coldly. Jiang Fei did not know these people. He was very familiar with them. The monkey-faced guy in front of him was the incarnation of a vulture. He named himself Gale. Before he joined the Thousand Beast Mountain, he could be said to have done terrible things. Even after entering the Thousand Beast Mountain, he only kept a low profile. He still did not do good things in secret. Gale frowned after hearing it. Ji Chunhong was the second most powerful expert in the Valiant Martial Hall. His reputation was not only spread in the Valiant Martial Hall, but also in the entire town star. All the experts had to give him some face. When Jiang Fei saw the reinforcements, he felt much more at ease. Although they were still at the true immortal level, the situation was not as passive as before. Moreover, with the Valiant Martial Hall as a backing, the person in front of him might not dare to make a move. Your master misses you, Kai Dingwa said. Jiang Fei nodded. He knew that Kai Dingwa was giving him face by saying that. In fact, it was the Valiant Martial Hall master who wanted to bring him back. After all, he had kidnapped the Saintess and killed Wu Tianliang. This mess was a little too big. How is it, Gale? Kai Dingwa said to Gale. You can leave. Gale pointed at Hua Qingsheng and said. Jiang Fei refused without waiting for Kai Dingwa to speak. If he was asked to use Hua Qingsheng to buy a way out, would he still be considered a man? Although Jiang Fei's feelings for Hua Qingsheng could not be compared to other girls, the girl had once risked her life to save him. He could not even be considered a man. Chapter 1776. 1776 was a mess. Kid, you better be smart. Gale squinted at Jiang Fei and said. Kai Dingwa did not want to make a big fuss, especially because of Pet Beast. In fact, from the beginning, Kai Dingwa had already seen that Hua Qingsheng was a ferocious beast in human form. Therefore, if Gale wanted to keep her, it was an internal matter among the ferocious beasts. Naturally, he did not want to cause any trouble. This matter is not negotiable, Jiang Fei said firmly. Sigh. Kai Dingwa initially thought that Jiang Fei would step in to smooth things over. Even if this matter was settled, he did not expect that he would still have to make a move in the end. However, no matter what, he had to bring Jiang Fei back. Otherwise, he would not be able to answer to the palace master and Ji Chunhong. However, just as Jiang Fei and Gale were about to draw their swords, a few powerful auras suddenly came from the distant horizon. A few flying swords flew over. Each of them was emitting a powerful aura. Kai Dingwa was overjoyed. The people who came were clearly human cultivators. Therefore, no matter which sect these cultivators were from, when they faced the ferocious beasts, they would definitely be from the same sect. Of course, Kai Dingwa was happy that he had a helper. However, Jiang Fei's expression became even uglier. He did not even need to take out his identification device. Just the unusually strong vibration on his chest made him understand these new people were all players. Because of the sudden appearance of the players, Jiang Fei, Gale, and the others did not dare to make the first move. Gale and the others had the same thought as Kai Dingwa. They knew that these people were all human cultivators. Once they made a move, they would not be 3 against 2, but 3 against 6. Among these players who suddenly appeared, there were 4 true immortal level experts. The remaining 2 were also at the Mahayana stage or above. At the very least, they could be considered as the elites among the elites. One of the players turned around and asked, What do you mean? What should we do? Let's just do it. Although Jiang Fei did not recognize the leader of the players, he still remembered him. This player was Eamon, who had returned with a new carrier. After he had failed the previous quest in the Valiant Martial Hall, he had lost his carrier. To an ordinary player, that was considered a failure of the quest. However, to him, all he needed to do was to spend money to buy another carrier to return to the quest dungeon. Therefore, after paying a sum of money, he made a comeback. Please reading on MyBoX and OVEL. the previous quest had failed because of Jiang Fei's interference. Therefore, Eamon could be said to hate him to death. Originally, their quest was to assassinate the Saintess. They did not need to kill Jiang Fei at all. Therefore, killing Jiang Fei was ranked before assassinating the Saintess. The other players did not care about that. They were practically pointing their fingers at Eamon. In the game, they would naturally follow his orders. Therefore, Eamon gave the order. These players did not care about the current situation. They directly came over and attacked. Do it. Jiang Fei looked at Kai Dinghua. Then, he took the initiative to attack. Although Kai Dinghua did not understand what was going on, these guys actually wanted to kill people from the Valiant Martial Hall. He could not just sit back and do nothing, even if it was not to explain to the Temple Master and Ji Chunhong. For the sake of the Valiant Martial Hall's honor, he could not just sit back and do nothing. F***CK. Who are these guys? Stop them. We can't let them kill that chick. Jill Fong was also anxious when he saw this. He thought that the woman these players wanted to kill was Hua Qingsheng, so he immediately called his companions to stop them. However, he did not expect that he had actually caused a misunderstanding. The person they wanted to kill was Tong Tong. Once the three parties started fighting, they did not have time to clarify the misunderstanding. Moreover, with the pride of the players, they would not go and clarify anything with a group of NPCs. On the other side, Jiang Fei and the other true immortal level experts were fighting. Bella and Hua Mulan, who were protecting Little Tong, retreated. However, there were also two Mayana level experts among the players who could not interfere. They were unable to join the true immortals battle. Therefore, they rushed over directly and wanted to kill Tong Tong. Nina, protect them well. At this time, Jiang Fei had no time to care about anything else. He could only rely on Bella and Hua Mulan to raise the flag of resistance. To be honest, Hua Mulan's current absolute strength was still somewhat inferior to the two players. Her combat strength was only around 16 million. She was only at the peak of the void interpretation stage. There was still a gap between her and the Mahayana stage. However, after experiencing the curse the last time, Jiang Fei had left a trace of the seed of darkness in her body. This seed had already taken root and sprouted. However, it had transformed her original fire attribute into dark fire. In this way, although Hua Mulan's data did not show much improvement compared to before, her actual combat power had increased by a notch. Mulan, you attack. Bella was very clear about Hua Mulan's current combat power. She knew that Hua Mulan's attack power was high and her defense was low. However, Hua Mulan's attacks were still not something she could withstand. Bella, on the other hand, was different. She was a wood-type life form. Her regeneration ability was extremely strong, and her combat endurance was also extremely strong. Hence, she was most suitable to be a meat shield. The two of them attacked and defended, and their coordination was seamless. Although they were slightly weaker than the two players, they were able to suppress each other on the battlefield. If it was not for the fact that the two players had defensive tools in their hands, they would probably have been injured by Hua Mulan's dark fire. On the other hand, although Hua Mulan and Bella's combination had the upper hand, Jiang Fei's true immortal stage battle was not looking good. Jiang Fei was not in any trouble. He faced off against Eamon alone, who had switched carriers. The two of them were evenly matched. As Kai Dinghua was very powerful, he could easily deal with the player who had just reached true immortal level. However, the two players brought by Gale were in danger. They had only just reached true immortal level. Their opponent was a relatively powerful female player. Although it was 2 against 1, the female player had her own exclusive item. Thus, the two of them quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. In addition, the female player grew more and more valiant as they fought, and soon, she completely suppressed the two of them. However, the two true immortal beasts were no match for her. They were almost as strong as players to begin with, and now that she had used her own personal item, they couldn't hold on any longer. Chapter 1777, 1777, Interference Scroll. Big brother, let's retreat. Under the immense pressure, the two true immortals of the Berserk beasts shouted at Gale. They were already in danger. If they continued fighting, they might be trapped here too. Damn it, Gale frowned. Although he wanted to capture Huo Qingsheng, it was clearly not worth it to sacrifice his two brothers for this. Zhang Fei could see that Gale and the others were backing out. If they were to fail at this moment, he would be in deep trouble. At this critical moment, a flash of sword light came from afar. However, Zhang Fei's face revealed a bitter smile because the person who came had also caused his identification device to vibrate. This meant that this new guy was also a player. Zhang Fei sighed. At the same time, he began to plan an escape plan in his mind. He even prepared to use the 10th dimension to bring Bella and the other girls away as a last resort. Speaking of which, ever since he became a true immortal, Zhang Fei had never thought that he would be in such a sorry state. However, things had already come to this. Originally, the players had the upper hand. Now, they had even sent reinforcements. His days were even more difficult. Flying Sword hovered above Zhang Fei and the others. However, it did not seem like it had any intention of joining the battle. Wow, a clear voice sounded. Scram, the War Soul tribe is doing a quest. Eamon shouted impatiently. Zhang Fei frowned. He was not surprised that these players were not in the same group. The main thing was that this new female player gave him a sense of déjà vu. The female player did not seem to want to cause trouble. Perhaps, Eamon's War Soul tribe was very famous in the player circle. Therefore, after being scolded, she decided to leave. However, at that moment, she suddenly saw a familiar face. Wow, handsome, the female player shouted. Then, she ignored the chaotic battle situation and directly drove her invincible tool to Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei stared at the female player for a while before he recognized her identity. Zhang Fei remembered Natasha, the female player, who was obsessed with love. After all, Vinolin had reminded him more than once that he must not hurt a female player named Natasha. He said that she would help Zhang Fei at the critical moment, and more than once. Don't cause trouble. Although Vinolin had reminded Zhang Fei a few times, the situation on the battlefield was very unfavorable. He did not have the time to care about Natasha. Please reading on MyBoX and OVEL.com, Natasha was really obsessed with Zhang Fei. She actually asked Zhang Fei if he needed help in front of Eamon. Damn woman, get out of my way. Eamon was indeed enraged. Everyone was a player. If I could tolerate you stealing monsters, how could I tolerate you helping me kill monsters? Mind your own business? Who would have thought that Natasha would not fall for Eamon's trick at all? She rolled her eyes and ignored him. Zhang Fei's eyes lit up. Sometimes, these fangirls were quite useful. If this Natasha could hold off one or two players, then he might be able to turn the tables. Natasha, they're going to kill us now, Zhang Fei said to Natasha. Natasha smiled slightly. Then, she took out a golden scroll from her bosom. F***CK, stop fighting for a moment and kill this woman. Eamon's eyes turned red when he saw the scroll. Although this scroll was not a great weapon, it was a unique item for players, the interference scroll. This kind of scroll did not have any lethality, but it had a terrifying effect, kicking other parties or teams out of a certain mission dungeon. To put it bluntly, this scroll was a VIP kick scroll. After all, in large-scale dungeons, many materials were limited. Players would fight for these materials and quest rewards. Sometimes, they would use these interference scrolls to kick other parties out of the dungeon before they received the rewards. Little girl, Eamon's subordinates were also anxious. They had been working hard for months for this quest. They were about to get the fruit of victory, but they were interfered with by someone else. There is no need to mention this kind of anger. A group of red-eyed players frantically rushed in front of Natasha. However, this little girl was already prepared. Invincible had activated it earlier than anyone else. The interference scroll was activated very quickly. The players did not even have time to attack the second round of attacks before they were directly interrupted by the interference. Phew! Natasha stuck out her little tongue and then bragged in front of Zhang Fei as if she was taking credit for it. Zhang Fei asked curiously, That's an interference scroll. You can't use it because Natasha did not know how to explain the player question, but Jiang Fei understood what he meant. Jiang Fei thanked Natasha very seriously. Wow, wow. Natasha's fangirl temperament was clearly revealed at this time. Jiang Fei's thanks made her extremely excited. Guys? At this time, Jiang Fei turned around and said to Gale and the others in a daze. Although there were more opponents than him, Gale's 2 underlings had been beaten up too badly. They did not have much fighting strength now, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Hey, kid, aren't you being a little too ruthless? Gale was feeling rather awkward at the moment. His 2 underlings had no combat power at all. Judging from the battle situation just now, the kid and Kai Dingguo on the other side were definitely stronger than him. Now that he did not have the numerical advantage, he was definitely not their opponent in a fight. You guys have robbed me and helped me. This matter is considered even, Jiang Fei said coldly. Natasha had become a little fangirl. She felt that Jiang Fei was handsome no matter what he did. Jiang Fei said to Bella and the others. Because those players had been interfered with, Bella and Hua Mulan had lost their opponents. Chapter 1778. After leaving the battlefield for a while, Jiang Fei and the rest found a place to rest. At that moment, Kai Dingwa quietly poked Jiang Fei, then he asked in a low voice, "Who is that girl? What did she use just now? Why are all those guys gone?" Jiang Fei could barely understand things like interference scrolls. After all, he had played games before. Although it was not as big as the Gamma Dimension human, he could still understand what it meant to kick people like VIPs. However, how was he going to explain this to Kai Dingwa? If he were to reveal everything about players, it would cause even more trouble. She used a teleportation scroll that was passed down from ancient times. I don't really understand this thing. Anyway, it's just a forced teleportation to another place. Jiang Fei made up a random excuse. Kai Dingwa nodded thoughtfully. Then, he stood up and said to Jiang Fei, "Brother Yuan, let's hurry up and leave. Although those people have been teleported away, they are all true immortal level experts. It would be very easy for them to tear through space and rush back." Jiang Fei did not explain. Although he knew in his heart that these players had already been teleported out of the 5 corners of the world, it would not be so easy for them to return. However, he would not explain these things to Kai Dingwa. "You guys pack your things. We are ready to leave," Jiang Fei said to the girls. Bella asked. Initially, they had planned to go to the Mountain of Beasts. However, judging by Gale and the others' actions, it was obviously not an easy path to take. He would not allow Jiang Fei and the others to bring the valiant martial temple Saintis to the territory of the ferocious beasts. Although Jiang Fei said that his goal was to find a place to shake off Kai Dingwa, the situation was still unclear. He did not want to return to the valiant martial temple right now. After a few minutes, Jiang Fei and the others set off again. Although they were heading south, their speed was very slow. Although Kai Dingwa was anxious, he saw that the girls around Jiang Fei were very tired. They could not move quickly at all. Therefore, he did not say anything more. In the evening, Jiang Fei and the rest arrived at a small town. Although Kai Dingwa was very reluctant, Jiang Fei still brought a group of girls to live in the town. "Brother Yuan, we have to hurry back to the valiant martial hall. After all, the Saintis is wandering outside." Kai Dingwa was also very troubled. If it was not for the previous battle, he realized that Jiang Fei's strength was not weaker than his. Right now, he wanted to capture Jiang Fei and escort them to the valiant martial hall. However, Jiang Fei's strength was too strong. Kai Dingwa did not have absolute confidence in winning. Therefore, he could only rely on his mouth to persuade Jiang Fei. However, in this way, although Jiang Fei promised to do so, he still did as he was told. Whatever he did, he would do. Everyone, when they arrived at the center of the town, a waiter from the inn immediately came up to them. "Stay." Jiang Fei did not stand on ceremony with Kai Dingwa and directly made the decision himself. The waiter greeted them and then led Jiang Fei and the others to the back. There were a few clean courtyards here. Because of the higher fees, there were very few people living here. Therefore, it was very quiet and elegant. Please reading on MyBoX in OVL. Come soon. Under the arrangement of the diligent waiter, the girls around Jiang Fei brought Tong Tong back to their rooms to rest. After all, they had been traveling day and night for a long time. It was really tiring. Brother, where do I live? Only Natasha was still circling around Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei pointed at an empty room. Haha, I knew you loved me the most. Natasha was very happy. However, she did not know that Jiang Fei actually wanted her to stay away from him. Kai Dingwa wanted to say more to Jiang Fei and urged him to return to the Valiant Martial Hall as soon as possible. All right, I got it, Brother Kai, Jiang Fei said perfunctorily. All right. After Kai Dingwa received Jiang Fei's affirmative answer, he immediately turned around and left. He immediately turned around and went back to his room to rest. In his opinion, Jiang Fei was also a true immortal level master. People of their level would never lie to others. After Kai Dingwa left, Jiang Fei found that the waiter was still in his room. Jiang Fei, what's the matter? The man smiled faintly. Violent. Jiang Fei frowned. This guy's sudden appearance was usually bad news. How is it? I told you that Natasha would help you, right? You must be on good terms with her in the future. Vinolin's words were unreliable. However, the other party's expression was serious. Jiang Fei smiled disdainfully. Don't underestimate her. Vinolin smiled. However, if Jiang Fei continued to ask questions, he would not answer. All right. Jiang Fei saw that Vinolin was not willing to say anything more, so he did not dwell on this question. Vinolin smiled. Jiang Fei was stunned. He had no idea what Vinolin meant. Vinolin said, Completed? Jiang Fei asked, puzzled. Have you forgotten? Natasha used a scroll, Vinolin prompted. Jiang Fei asked. She did not teleport those players away. Vinlon explained. What the F***CK? Is the authority of kicking people so powerful? Jiang Fei's eyes widened instantly. He had never thought that an unremarkable girl like Natasha would have such a powerful scroll. This kind of forced kick scroll was definitely a rare treasure in the game that Jiang Fei had played before. After all, with this thing, when the dungeon quest ended, you could kick out all your competitors, leaving only yourself and your teammates. Therefore, she was the only player left in the entire world of Five Directions. Therefore, as soon as Natasha left the world of Five Directions, Jiang Fei's quest to protect the mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens would be considered completed. Moreover, it would basically be a win-win situation. If you're enjoying this story, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. It really helps this channel keep growing. All right, let's continue. Chapter 1779. 1779, Return to Dawnbreak. Who is this girl Natasha? It seems like she is not a technical professional player. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. However, this time, Vinolin did not answer his question. No matter what, this girl Natasha was still willing to help Jiang Fei. Therefore, the more powerful she was, the more beneficial it would be for Jiang Fei. Remember to have a good relationship with her. Vinolin said to Jiang Fei. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. Then he asked Vinolin, So now, can we leave the Five Directions at any time? In principle, yes. After all, Natasha has no intention of assassinating the Saintess. Vinolin said, All right. Jiang Fei nodded. This is for you. Varen handed Jiang Fei a hexagonal copper plate. Jiang Fei asked. Said Varen, didn't you tell me to look for this thing? And you said that if I can't get it, I'll destroy it. Jiang Fei asked curiously. That's right. That's what I said at the time. However, who would have thought that your quest would be completed ahead of time? So, I used some special privileges to get this thing. Said Vinolin with a smile. Jiang Fei asked curiously. You can bind it to a location and then build a teleportation portal between the Five Directions of heaven and earth. The key to opening this teleportation portal is the 9 rotating astrolabe, Vinolin explained. Jiang Fei's eyes lit up. The Five Directions of heaven and earth was definitely a huge treasure trove. There were ferocious beasts, magical equipment, and even martial arts and elixirs. Everything was what Jiang Fei needed. He originally thought that after completing the quest, he would have to give up everything here. However, he did not expect Vinolin to give him such a huge benefit. Please reading on MyBoX in OVEL.com. Vinolin nodded. This time, he had also taken the initiative to hand the 9 revolving astrolabe over to Jiang Fei. His goal was to allow him to grow quickly. He knew that Jiang Fei did not have much time left. All right, then, I will not disturb you anymore. After Vinolin finished speaking, after a few seconds, the waiter came back to his senses. He said to Jiang Fei, "Sir, do you have any other orders? If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Okay. Jiang Fei waved his hand to signal the waiter to leave. When Jiang Fei was the only one left in the room, he suddenly felt a sense of loss. This quest could be said to be fraught with danger, especially during the day. Jiang Fei was blocked by the players. He really had no chance of winning that battle. In the end, even if he could use the 10th dimension to escape, it was hard to say if he could protect all the girls. However, when Natasha appeared, a light scroll was opened and everything was over. Even the players who did not make it to the battlefield were kicked out by Natasha. Victory came too suddenly. It was a little unbelievable. However, no matter what, Jiang Fei's disaster was over. If the players failed the quest, they would not get the item that had a BUG. This way, the entire server would not collapse. Jiang Fei's universe would be temporarily saved. All right, Jiang Fei took a deep breath. Initially, he had wanted to appease Kai Dinghua and take the girls and Tong Tong away during the night. However, it seemed like there was no need for that now. As long as he sent Tong Tong back to Marshall Valiant Hall tomorrow, Jiang Fei and the others could leave this place. After a silent night, Jiang Fei woke up the next morning. Kai Dinghua was very surprised. He had thought that Jiang Fei would run away in the middle of the night, so he did not dare to sleep for the entire night. However, he did not expect Jiang Fei to be so trustworthy. After the group left the town, it could be said that they traveled by night and night. During the time that Jiang Fei was traveling, he tried his best to teach Tong Tong. It was only on the 3rd day that Jiang Fei and the rest finally arrived at the South Pole. At the entrance of the Valiant Marshal Hall, Jiang Fei said to Tong Tong, "Tong Tong, you can go back with Minister Kai. Master still has some matters to attend to." Master, although Tong Tong was very reluctant, she did not feel too sad. However, because she had already experienced parting with Jiang Fei once, she did not feel too sad. After all, not long after their first parting, her master came to look for her. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he turned around and said to Kai Dinghua, "Brother, I'm sorry. I don't want to go back and be judged." Kai Dinghua was stunned. Initially, he did not believe it. However, after witnessing Jiang Fei's strength in the previous battle, he had guessed that Wu Tianliang had most likely died at Jiang Fei's hands. Jiang Fei did not deny it. Then he said to Kai Dinghua, "Please send my regards to my 2 masters. Tell them that I will come and visit them if I have the chance." After saying that, Jiang Fei nodded at Nina. Then, Nina activated her teleportation and teleported them to an uninhabited place a few hundred miles away. Kai Dinghua knew that he could not stop Jiang Fei, so he did not say anything more. He just brought Tong Tong and her grandmother back to the Valiant Marshal Hall. When Jiang Fei and the others were done with the teleportation, he activated the 9 rotating astrolabe. Although he had yet to bind it, he had already set up the first teleportation for Vinolin. His destination was the Dawnlight ship that was docked outside the 5 directions of heaven and earth. A white light flashed. Jiang Fei and the others returned to the ship's teleportation room. However, this time, it was much different than when they had set off. When they had set off, there were less than 10 of them. Moreover, their strength was much lower than now. When they returned, Jiang Fei and the other strength had greatly increased. Moreover, there were more than 20 humans and beasts. "Ariel, explain it to them," Jiang Fei said to Ariel. As Hua Qingsheng and Yuan Xiu had never seen technology before, they were very curious about this battleship. It was not just Hua Qingsheng and Yuan Xiu. In fact, the beasts were also looking around curiously. Although they were pet beasts, they were no different from humans after transforming. Therefore, they asked Ariel to explain it to them, it would save them from making a fool of themselves. Chapter 1780, Players Who Change Their Weapons. After returning to the ship, Zhang Fei immediately went to look for the ship's auxiliary system. Lux, Ariel, and the others were responsible for explaining to the newbies about the outer universe. Wow! Yuanqio's eyes were filled with curiosity. She had always yearned for the outside world. However, there was a powerful barrier outside the realm of the five directions. No one knew who set it up. In all these years, no one had ever been able to leave that place. However, there were definitely people who had left the five directions, heaven and earth. Otherwise, there would not have been the legends of cultivators left behind on earth. However, these people clearly did not return to the five directions, heaven and earth. Otherwise, more people would have walked out from there. These things are so magical. Hua Qingcheng was also very interested in these novel things. Actually, it was not just them. The transformed ferocious beasts were also like that. Everyone looked around like Grandma Lu had entered the Grandview Garden. They were curious about everything and wanted to touch, but did not dare to. As Ariel and the others explained, Yuanqio and the others had a general understanding of the dawn break and the entire external world. At the very least, they should have no problems with their basic lives. While the girls were teaching the newcomers, Zhang Fei had also found Larxi. Zhang Fei asked, "Sir, everything has been normal recently." Larxi's words stunned Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei asked, "About a month or so?" Larx replied, "That's not right." Bella frowned and asked, "It seems that there is a time-space gap between the five directions in the outer universe. Therefore, the time flows on both sides are not synchronized," Zhang Fei said. "That is indeed the case. After you enter the five directions, I detected a space-time anomaly. However, by that time, you had already entered the five directions, so the communication between us was cut off," said Larx, confirming Zhang Fei's guess. "All right," Zhang Fei nodded. They had been out for quite some time. Although there was a time gap between the five directions and the outer universe, Zhang Fei and the others had already completed a few small missions before this operation. Therefore, they had been out for more than half a year. Please reading on MyBoX in OVEL. Therefore, Zhang Fei wanted to go back to Tyrannid since there was no new mission for Vinolin. After all, there was only Aurelia in Tyrannid. Although there was still Bison and a group of thugs to help, these people were alone with just a small fifth mixed fleet, and without the support of the Dawnlight, Zhang Fei was not very confident in them. Okay, Larx was very fast. Under her control, the Aurora immediately began to return. "Okay, everyone, take your time to rest," Zhang Fei said to the girls. "Good." The girls shouted happily in the five directions. Although they could sometimes live in houses, the environment in the martial arts world was not as good as the high-tech outer universe. Therefore, when the girls heard that they were free, they were excited. The girls went to rest. Zhang Fei did not have time to relax. This time, when he left the Valiant Martial Hall, he had already planned it. Therefore, he had stolen a lot of materials from the Valiant Martial Hall. He planned to get the girls' equipment ready first. Although Zhang Fei's smithing methods were somewhat unfamiliar, and he could occasionally produce a top-tier item with the help of the Flame of Will, most of them were more ordinary magical items or flying swords. However, they were still much stronger than the technological alloy weapons in the outer universe. After all, just the inlay of a formation was not something that ordinary monster alloy weapons could compare to. Space travel was boring. However, Zhang Fei was busy refining weapons, so he did not think much of it. Meanwhile, after a short break, the girls gradually stopped playing around. Some began to communicate with their pet beasts, while others began to cultivate silently. Especially for a cultivation maniac like Hua Mulan, she spent even more time cultivating than Zhang Fei. Therefore, her strength increased very quickly. Hua Mulan had become the strongest among the girls. Even Yuanqio and Hua Qingcheng, who had a very high starting point, were gradually no longer her match. After nearly half a month of interstellar travel, Zhang Fei and the others had finally reached the starfield where Tyrannid was located. "Sir," as they were close enough, even Zhang Fei's fleet, which lacked interstellar beacon sharing, was able to establish normal communication. All right. At this time, Zhang Fei had already finished most of the girls' equipment, as there were not many top-tier equipment, and there was no need to cross the heavenly tribulation in the 5 directions. His efficiency had increased a lot. After a series of chaotic code, Aurelia's cold face appeared on the big screen. Aurelia heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Zhang Fei. What's wrong? Zhang Fei immediately knew that something had happened. Recently, there's been a lot of abnormal signal activity in the Alpha Star area, Aurelia said. Zhang Fei asked with a smile. However, Aurelia's answer surprised him greatly. I plan to give up Tyrandid. Now, the fleet is ready to evacuate. Initially, I was worried that I would not be able to contact you after the evacuation. Now it's all good. Hurry up and bring Dawnlight to join the fleet. Aurelia said. Evacuate. Zhang Fei was dumbfounded when he heard that. How could the few small ships of the players scare a genius commander like Aurelia into fleeing before the battle? Affe, those guys are no longer as strong as they used to be, Aurelia said as he sent Zhang Fei a video. This video was pieced together from several parts. In order to record this video that lasted less than 3 minutes, Aurelia had lost no less than 100 Lonely Star-class unmanned scout ships. From this, it could be seen that the players' spaceships were definitely not of the same level as the armed merchant ships of the past. Chapter 1781, The Great Retreat. In this video, Zhang Fei had a new understanding of those players. Before this, in Zhang Fei's memory, the players' fleets were not even worth mentioning. It could even be said that they were simple and crude. Forget about fighting the regular army. Any pirate fleet could easily destroy them. However, this time, Zhang Fei saw a fleet that was as neat as a regular army. Not only that, the players' battleships were also very well equipped. From the large heavy cruisers to the small scout ships, they were all well equipped. Moreover, the design of the battleships was very sci-fi, silver-white, and streamlined. Zhang Fei could not help but twitch his lips. The Merchant Alliance's battleships were focused on practicality, and there was no resistance in space. Therefore, the battleships were naturally built as early as possible, regardless of how beautiful they looked. Nina frowned as well. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, 2 light frigates surrounded them in the video. Their speed was even faster than the scout ships, and the light weapons they were equipped with were very sharp. The shield of the Lone Star-class unmanned scout ship was completely broken, and the ship was on fire. In the blink of an eye, the Lone Star surveillance ship exploded into a ball of fireworks in space. The next video was almost filled with images that the Lone Star surveillance ship had sent back before it was destroyed. These images could be said to be extremely valuable because it showed Zhang Fei at least 7 or 8 types of player battleships battle scenes. Zhang Fei frowned at this moment. Although he had successfully prevented the players from expanding their individual strength in the previous quest, his departure during this period of time had also created time for the players to farm monsters and level up. Although the bug had not been triggered, the pressure that the entire universe faced was also huge. Bella suddenly shouted. Zhang Fei was stunned. Bella shouted. Zhang Fei zoomed in on the video and took a closer look. As expected, these player battleships looked familiar. Zhang Fei suddenly remembered a sabotage operation that they had previously carried out. Please reading on MyBoX in OVEL.com. During that sabotage operation, Zhang Fei and the others had intercepted the treasure of the players below a huge quarry. That treasure included a main ship and a large number of subsidiary ships. At that time, Zhang Fei and the others had originally planned to destroy all the battleships. However, Vinolin suddenly appeared and warned them that the development team had already targeted him and told him not to go too far. That was why Zhang Fei did not blow up all the battleships. Although Zhang Fei had left all the battleships to the players, he had also secretly done something to the battleships. Many key parts of the battleships had been planted with bombs by Zhang Fei. He could detonate them at any time. However, the number of battleships that appeared in the video this time was much more than the number of battleships that he had seen previously. This meant that there were only 2 possibilities. The first possibility was that the players had found similar treasures elsewhere. However, the possibility was not high. If there were many such treasures that could be dug out, Vinolin would not need Jiang Fei to stop it. The second possibility was that the treasure was not just the finished battleships. There was also the relevant technology to unlock them. For the development team, no matter how powerful the battleship was, it was only a matter of a program to them. However, in order to not let the players be too powerful and cause the game to lack playability, they would restrict the players from getting these powerful technologies. The players could only unlock the relevant technologies through quests, and then they could buy the battleships. Now that the players had discovered the treasure, they had unlocked the relevant technologies. This way, as long as the players earned enough money from the quests, they could buy the corresponding spaceships. Then, they could form a fleet. What do we do now? Bella asked. Forget it. If these players unlock the permissions, they can purchase the battleships at any time. Moreover, the pilots are players, and they will not really die. Therefore, fighting with them will only cause us to suffer losses in vain, Jiang Fei said as he shook his head. Then what do we do? Bella was confused. If the players continued to grow stronger, sooner or later, they would form an invincible fleet. By then, even if they gathered all the forces in the universe, it would be impossible to defeat them. Of course not. Jiang Fei smiled. Although he was not willing to bear the loss of attacking the players, he could not sit back and watch the players grow stronger. Bella asked, First, we go and meet up with Aurelia. Jiang Fei said. Now, the players were ready to make a move. He did not want to be treated as a small monster that the players were trying to gain experience points. He could only avoid their attacks first. Then, he would find an opportunity to join forces with the fleets of other forces. He could only weaken the strength of these players by giving them a hard time. Otherwise, he would be foolish enough to fight the players head-on. That would only be a moving book of experience. Jiang Fei, who had played the game before, knew that the players not only gained experience points, but also lost money by killing monsters. Moreover, if they could do quests along the way, there would also be quest rewards. Therefore, if they could not destroy the players' fleets at a very low price, even if it was a one-for-one exchange, it would be beneficial to the players. However, it would be beneficial to Jiang Fei and the others. After making the decision, Larks piloted the Aurora ship and quickly joined Aurelia's fleet. After that, Aurelia's fleet, which had already packed up, immediately set sail. They left behind the planet Tyrandit, which they had been operating for almost 2 years. Although they had left behind the planet Tyrandit and the previous resource planet, Jiang Fei did not feel any heartache at all. After all, most of the valuable things on the 2 planets had been dismantled. Anything that was useful was taken away by Aurelia, who was used to saving. Therefore, only 2 useless planets were left to the players. After the fleet set sail, Aurelia took a transport ship from his own ship to the Aurora. After all, after the return of the Aurora, it was the flagship of the 5th Mixed Fleet. Chapter 1782. Although a large retreat would affect the morale of the soldiers, Aurelia had already prepared for it. Therefore, the mood of the soldiers in the 5th Fleet was relatively stable. Jiang Fei asked after Aurelia boarded the Aurora. We have received many orders from General Luster to retreat to the Forest Galaxy and station ourselves in the Odor Galaxy, said Aurelia. Jiang Fei sighed. Ever since he had joined the Merchant Alliance, Luster had taken good care of him. The other party did not dismiss him and investigate him. I reckon that after we arrive at the Forest Galaxy, you will be summoned by the Alliance, said Aurelia. It's good to meet them. Jiang Fei nodded. After that, Jiang Fei handed everything in the fleet to Aurelia. Aurelia then officially treated the Aurora as her flagship. Rax would definitely welcome Aurelia's arrival. After all, they had worked together before, and their relationship was quite good. Sister, you're finally back. Lux was very excited when she saw Aurelia. Her level of evolution was very close to 0541's. All right, merge the spaceship into the fleet. Aurelia said, Lux immediately piloted the Aurora to join the Fifth Fleet. After that, the long march began. The entire fleet's interstellar travel was much slower than a single Aurora ship. After all, most of the Fifth Fleet's ships were transport ships. Although these ships carry a lot of cargo, their speed was not very fast. On the seventh day, after Jiang Fei and the others left Tyrannid, a scout fleet from players arrived. We found an NPC's stronghold, but it seems to have been abandoned. Send a drone to check and see if there are any resources worth retrieving. These few days of patrolling have been really tiring, and we did not even get any profit. Please reading on MyBoX in OVL.com. Yes, Captain. The 7 formations of drones have been released. Data collection. F*CK. I'm going to curse. Do these NPCs have to be so stingy? They can't wait to take the toilet paper away. So cruel. Humph. Captain, look for yourself. The resources we can recover from this abandoned base can only be around 100 Pioneer coins, which is not enough for the fuel cost of my scouts. When the image was transmitted to the captain's ship, the captain started to curse. F*CK my ass. If we keep playing like this, we won't be able to play this game anymore. I lead my team on such dangerous missions every day, and I have to pay for it myself. Is there any justice in this world? Captain, that looks like a resource star over there. Let's go over there and take a look. I hope that it will give us a surprise. The reconnaissance plane has already gone over. All right, let me know when the data comes back. A moment later, the communication channel of the players was filled with ecstatic voices. Captain, we're rich. What's going on? Look, following the voice, a message was sent back to the captain's ship. Holy **T. These money grubbers actually did not take these. At that moment, the resource star that Jiang Fei had previously built was still in operation. The automated machinery was still continuously digging up all kinds of minerals and processing them into metal ingots. If these resources are recycled, they can be sold for around 2 million Pioneer coins. Captain, we're rich. Well done. Boys, with these we'll go back and buy high-level skill books and spaceships. Finally, we don't have to be cannon fodder anymore. Captain, the equipment on the resource star is still in operation. If we don't tell anyone, this place will become a cash cow that only we know about. Yeah, for a moment, the atmosphere of the entire player party became lively. It was as if they had discovered a large amount of treasure. These resources were enough for them to drive a frigate. Moreover, they did not have to worry about the maintenance fees in the future. Fourth brother. Sixth brother. You two bring the transport ship over. Monkey, Airmao, you two send down the collection drones. Damn it, this job is really done. Just as these players were excitedly preparing to harvest their wealth, they did not notice that at the periphery of the resource star, a miniature satellite the size of a human head was monitoring everything. Intruders detected. The backpacking plan has been activated. As a wave of information flashed on the small satellite, the internal system of the resource star was activated. Captain, the transport ship has landed. This is a new one that we bought. The transport capacity is just now. These resources can be taken away in one go. All right, hurry up and load the ship. Fourth brother, is your new ship insured? I don't have the money for insurance. I even borrowed more than 100 Pioneer coins. Sixth brother, what about you? I just bought it. I didn't have time to get insured before I rushed out to complete the mission. Anyway, there are no NPCs in this space zone, so it doesn't matter. That's true. Just when these players were operating the drones to carry the resources in high spirits, the star core inside the resource star started to become unstable. This time, Aurelia did not leave a single hair behind after moving to Randit, but she left behind all the mining fields on the resource planet. This was clearly abnormal. However, those players were very naive and did not think too much about it. Therefore, after the start of the cushion plan, a large amount of nuclear fuel was injected into the planet's core. Then, under the high temperature and high pressure, the nuclear fuel reached the critical point of fusion reaction. A nuclear bomb with an extremely large yield detonated inside the planet. A terrifying amount of energy was released, but it was blocked by the outer shell of the resource planet. One had to know that the resource planet must be a planet rich in minerals, and rich in minerals meant that the Earth's crust was hard. A hard crust meant that the power that erupted from within could not be released. When a balloon was filled with air and was constantly pressurized, what was the consequence? The answer was bang. With a curse, this player party was completely wiped out. Not only did they not get a single cent, they even lost themselves. Although the player would not really die, their spaceship had really exploded. The game development team was not doing charity work. If their spaceship exploded, they could only buy it themselves. The system only gave them small ships that were of the level of armed merchant ships. Moreover, this small team had just bought a transport ship, so they did not have any extra money in their hands. Therefore, this explosion directly sent them back to before liberation. Chapter 1783 S. New Appointment. As there was no beacon left behind, neither Aurelia nor Zhang Fei knew the outcome of the plan. The reason why they did this was because they did not have much hope. It did not matter if they failed. Therefore, Zhang Fei was not concerned about how the player party would wail and how they would make up for their losses. At this moment, he was communicating with Luster. When Zhang Fei's 5th mixed fleet had just arrived at the Fordley star system, Lust received a report. He immediately sent out a dedicated communication ship to establish a dedicated communication channel with Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei smiled at Lust through the big screen. Lust sighed. He also knew that Zhang Fei had learned from the great bandit Tyrion. Therefore, he thought that Zhang Fei had gone to someone's treasure house during this period of time. Not at all, General Lu's sight. Zhang Fei asked with a smile. Yes, that's right. I recently received some information. Those guys that you mentioned have suddenly become very aggressive. Lu Sight said. During the time that Zhang Fei had been away, the various major forces in the universe had tried their best to contact the players who were hiding in the light membrane. However, the effect was not very good. Perhaps someone had established a good relationship with the players, but they did not tell anyone about it. Looking at the situation outside, many forces had some friction with the players. Small-scale battles were even more frequent. These mysterious guys were too strange. At first, they were driving very old spaceships. The battle was almost one-sided. However, after defeating them, there were not many corpses found in the wreckage. What did this mean? This meant that although these mysterious fellows' combat strength was not good, their integration was very high, and they could actually pilot a single ship. Then, gradually, the various factions discovered that these outsider spaceships had changed. Although they were still weak, they were a little more powerful than the armed merchant ships from before. Originally, this was not much. Suddenly, one day, a fleet suddenly charged out from within the light membrane. That fleet's strength was extremely powerful, and they actually forcefully destroyed a small fleet under the Vasily Legion. Following the destruction of the small fleet, Lust and the others realized that the speed at which the outsiders grew was too fast. With almost every battle, their fleet would grow larger and stronger. Although these guys were still nothing to be afraid of now, the consequences would be terrifying as time went on. People like Lust who held high positions usually had a long-term vision, so they quickly noticed the problem. It was impossible for them to nip these outsiders in the bud. With that, people in high positions like Lust began to advocate withdrawing their troops. Since they could not destroy the other party and knew that the other party was using war to support the war, the best way was not to fight them. They did not give them the chance to grow stronger. Of course, other than people like Lust, there are also people who wanted to fight. They felt that as long as these outsiders came out of the light membrane, they would be wiped out. Then, the other party would not be able to recover the resources, so they could kill them at the source. Please reading on myboxnovel.com. There were also a small number of people who were determined to communicate peacefully with the other party. Although there were not many of them, there were still some of them. I've already heard this information from Aurelia. Zhang Fei asked. Although I suggest to avoid fighting, that is because I do not want the enemy to fight to maintain the war. However, that would be no different from slow suicide. Lust said. Zhang Fei nodded. He actually thought the same. Those random fleets would only allow the players to gain experience points. It was better to stay away from them. That would be for the best. Lu Sight said. Me? Zhang Fei was stunned. An elite fleet like this could only be controlled by the direct descendants of the Merchant Alliance. Zhang Fei had only joined the Merchant Alliance for a few days. How could they hand over such a fleet to him? Lu Sight sighed. The Merchant Alliance was actually very competitive for the position of fleet commander. Those rich young masters all wanted to get the position. However, could those people fight? They just want to be gilded. Therefore, Lust and the other smart upper echelons firmly disagreed. However, the various parties could not agree on who should lead the fleet. At this time, Zhang Fei's sudden return made Lust's eyes light up. Zhang Fei did not know much about ability. However, Aurelia's name was not to be underestimated. This genius commander had recently beaten her teacher until she surrendered. Therefore, there was no doubt about his strength. If there was no problem with his strength, then let's talk about his identity. Although Tyrion's public identity was a little stinky, the reputation of a great thief was what businessmen feared the most. Therefore, his disciples were able to control the situation. After all, although these rich young masters did not get the position of commander, most of them had become captains. Without a strong commander, it was not easy to suppress them. When Lust explained these reasons to Zhang Fei really felt that no one else was more suitable to be the commander. In the Merchant Alliance, everyone had dealings with each other because they were doing business. Their relationships were complicated. It was impossible to find someone who everyone was convinced of, especially these rich young masters. Everyone had similar family backgrounds and abilities. No one respected anyone. Only Zhang Fei was a hothead. He was not familiar with anyone, and he did not give anyone face. Most importantly, this guy had a master that he could not afford to offend. Almost all the big businessmen had to give him face. He was the most suitable person to be in charge of this new fleet. Actually, there was another reason why Lust made this decision in the end. The survival rate of Zhang Fei's fleet was too high. Even a small ship would not lose much. This was also the reason why he dared to hand over the second-generation young masters to Zhang Fei. All right. Zhang Fei did not decline at all. Yes, Lust immediately nodded. Wait, Zhang Fei waved his hand. The reason why he agreed so quickly was because he had a purpose. Otherwise, with his strength, he would not have had to follow the Merchant Alliance. Chapter 1784 Cooperation Requirements. Luster was overjoyed. He had spent so much effort to get Zhang Fei to become an official. Moreover, he had even handed over the most elite fleet to him. He did not expect Zhang Fei to not thank him at all. He had to make a condition before he could accept it. Zhang Fei nodded. It was as if the commander of the fleet was not a valuable job at all. Lu Sight laughed. He wanted to know what Zhang Fei was up to. Zhang Fei said, "Absolute command." Lu Sight frowned. Zhang Fei's first condition was already sharp enough. How absolute was the absolute command? Could it be that even if he rebelled, the fleet would have to obey him? Zhang Fei said. He did not want to have a king on his head. When that time came, he would have all sorts of restrictions. I'll think about it. Lu Sight nodded. Although it was the absolute command for the fleet to move outside, what if Zhang Fei kidnapped the fleet? Zhang Fei said. Lu Sight did not have any doubts about this condition and agreed on the spot. Don't be in a hurry to agree. I'm not done yet. Zhang Fei said. Lu Sight's smile disappeared. Zhang Fei said as he looked straight into Lu Sight's eyes. Hiss. Lu Sight frowned. Don't worry. I'm not asking you for nothing. Zhang Fei smiled confidently. You want to build your own battleships? Lust was suddenly excited. The technology of the Business Alliance was not as good as the Vizari army. After all, they were a group of merchants who developed their technology later on in order to protect themselves. Especially in the aspect of battleships, they were really lacking. Please reading on MYBOX no VEL. Why were the Merchant Alliance's warships so ugly? Why did they develop cheap warships? It was because their technology was not good, and they could only use numbers to make up for it. However, this also caused a problem, and that was the high casualty rate. The high casualty rate might not be of much significance to the players. After all, they only lost their spaceships, and they could just buy them later. That meant that tens of thousands of soldiers would die in battle. In a space war, human lives were not worth much. However, it was easy to die, but it was difficult to train them. Even if ordinary soldiers could use clone warriors, what about high-level pilots? What about the captain of the battleship? What about high-level maintenance personnel? This would take more than 10 years or even decades to train. Therefore, improving the performance of the battleship had always been an urgent matter for the Merchant Alliance. Therefore, when Zhang Fei hinted that he could provide new blueprints, Lust was immediately tempted. Similarly, Zhang Fei had to find someone to work with. The reason was very simple. Firstly, he did not have money. Money was a fatal thing. War was all about money, especially space wars. The cost of a battleship was unimaginable for ordinary people. Without sufficient funds, Zhang Fei could only build a batch of battleships. After the war was over, there would be no more battleships. Therefore, he had to find someone to work with. Naturally, the Merchant Alliance was the best choice. The second reason why Zhang Fei found someone to work with was that he lacked a large number of basic industries. Although 0541's factory could make parts for a spaceship, it could build one. The time required to build a fleet was too long. Zhang Fei could not wait. It was precisely because of these two reasons that Zhang Fei had to find someone to cooperate with. The two strongest forces in the universe were the Vizari army and the Merchant Alliance. However, the Vizari army was too evil. Moreover, there were too many experts inside. Zhang Fei was afraid that he would not be able to handle it. As for the Merchant Alliance, although these rich people had money and could hire some thugs, which hermit-level expert would work for a few dollars. Therefore, once he broke with the Merchant Alliance, Zhang Fei was not afraid at all with his own strength. This was considered foolproof. It was because of these considerations, coupled with the fact that Zhang Fei was in the Merchant Alliance, it was natural for him to choose the Merchant Alliance as his partner. You will know when the time comes. Zhang Fei smiled faintly. He knew that these profiteers were also hanging on to him. That was why he would take the bait. I can't make my own decisions on this matter. Wait a moment, Lu Site said and hung up the call. It was obvious that he was looking for other big shots to negotiate. Bella asked. Zhang Fei nodded. We worked hard to get the blueprint. Sylvie rolled her eyes. It's not that we let them off so easily. This time, they're going to pay a huge sum of money. Moreover, how can we stop the player fleet that is about to appear? When that happens, the entire universe will join forces to fight back. With their small broken ships, they will become cannon fodder for the players to level up. Give them some new ships, Zhang Fei said with a sigh. If it was any other time, he would not be willing to share the new blueprints with others. However, in the face of the threat of players, he had no choice but to act selflessly. What do you plan to do? Bella asked. That won't do. Let's not talk about the Merchant Alliance's technical standards. Let's talk about the many components of the player battleship. Zhang Fei sighed. What do you mean? Sylvie frowned. If that was the case, how could they fight against the players? The monkey version is for sure. There's nothing we can do about it. However, 0541 and I have also modified the localization of the blueprint. Although the combat power is slightly inferior to the original battleship, the difference won't be too big. The main thing will still depend on the ability of the commander, said Zhang Fei with more confidence. Even if it was the second generation of the Merchant Alliance, they would still graduate from the Interstellar Naval Academy. No matter what, they were still much better than the players who came to play. Chapter 1785, Skoda Star. 8 hours after Luster hung up on Zhang Fei, his image appeared on the bridge of the Aurora once again. Zhang Fei, we have discussed it and finally decided to fulfill your request, Luster said to Zhang Fei solemnly. That's good. Zhang Fei nodded. Wait a minute. There are conditions for us to agree to your request as well, said Lu Site. Zhang Fei smiled. That is, after you arm your own fleet, you must provide us with at least 3 new types of battleships for the combined fleets, said Lu Site. Zhang Fei pretended to be silent for a moment. In fact, he did not care about this at all. In order to fight against the players, he had already planned to arm the Merchant Alliance. Therefore, the number of battleships was not a problem at all. What? Lust did not know what Jiang Fei was thinking. Therefore, when he saw Jiang Fei's hesitation, he could not help but feel anxious. It's not that I don't agree, Jiang Fei said slowly. Luster had spent a lot of money this time. Star was an industrial planet under his financial group. It was also the largest arsenal in the entire Merchant Alliance. This was also the second largest arsenal in the entire universe. It was second only to the Krupp arsenal of the Vizari army. Lu Sitkin had given Jiang Fei the arsenal, which accounted for 70% of the Merchant Alliance's battleship production capacity. From this, one could see his desire for a new type of battleship. At the same time, it also proved that these Merchant Alliance's big shots were afraid of the players. Although the players were still limited to the Dominican Galaxy, the cunning merchants in the Merchant Alliance saw their terrifying development potential. Therefore, they did not hesitate to bet on their strongest arsenal. They wanted to obtain a stronger fleet from Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei made the decision on the spot. Although he did not know much about Star, what did Aurelia do? How could this genius commander not know the name of the second arsenal in the universe? After the agreement was reached, Luster sent the coordinates of Star to Jiang Fei. Although this planet was famous in the universe, its location was rarely known. After all, it was such a crucial place, the Merchant Alliance could not afford to keep it secret. Jiang Fei immediately ordered, "Please reading on MYBOXNOVEL. Jiang Fei, when you arrive at Star, your commission will also arrive," Luster said. Jiang Fei nodded and then cut off the communication. After a long interstellar journey, Jiang Fei and the others finally arrived at the starfield, where Star was located 3 months later. "This is the Freedom Guards." Jiang Fei and the others received a clear message. "Hee, we met the patrol team the moment we entered the starfield." Jiang Fei smiled and said, "Of course. The military production capacity of Star accounts for 70% of the Merchant Alliance. After all, other than equipping themselves, they sell their weapons to other small and medium-sized forces in the universe," said Aurelia. In the past, their planet Audra had also ordered a lot of military weapons from the Merchant Alliance. Jiang Fei sighed. The money earned by these arms dealers was stained with blood. They were not good people either. Now, we have a cooperative relationship with them. Moreover, the money for your battleship was also earned from their arms sales, Sylvie said as she rolled her eyes. Jiang Fei was choked by Sylvie and coughed twice. Then, he ignored her and directly said to Larksy, "Larksy, send my identification number over." Larksy immediately sent Jiang Fei's exclusive identification number over. Identification complete. "Lieutenant General, please have your fleet turn off the fire control radar and enter the starfield at a uniform speed. There will be a guided ship to guide you." Jiang Fei nodded. He used to be a major general. However, this time, he was the commander of the elite fleet. In order to suppress the arrogant captains, Luster gave him another level. After the entire fleet turned off the fire control radar, they began to move at a constant speed. Soon, a patrol boat appeared in front of the fleet. The patrol boat sent a message. Jiang Fei's fleet followed behind the patrol ship and began to sail towards Star. A few hours later, Jiang Fei and the others arrived at Star. As soon as they approached, everyone, including Jiang Fei, was shocked by the huge airport. As expected of Star, the entire planet is an arsenal. Aurelia praised. Lark suddenly interrupted. Jiang Fei was stunned. Such confidential data should not be found on the external network. 0541 has successfully hacked into Skoda's internal network, Lark said with a shrug. It turned out that when Jiang Fei and the others had just approached Star, Larks and 0541 had already tried to hack into Skoda's internal network. However, when they were about to dock, 0541 had already breached the security network. Jiang Fei smiled. Then he said to 0541 and Larksy, "Don't do anything yet. After I take over this place, you guys will immediately lock down the internal network and rearrange the security network." Larksy immediately nodded. 0541 also responded to Jiang Fei. Very soon, the Dawnlight ship docked at the designated berth. Then, the main officials of Skoda Star and the captains of Jiang Fei's subordinates lined up to welcome them. At that moment, Jiang Fei was still a lieutenant general of the Alliance. He could be said to have an illustrious status. Moreover, Skoda Star had already been assigned to him. Therefore, the officials here had become his subordinates. Jiang Fei was their immediate superior. Moreover, on the battlefield, he could make them cannon fodder with just one order. Therefore, how could they not come out to welcome him? Attention! When Jiang Fei came out, the welcoming party was very grand. There was a saying that it was better to manage a county official than to manage a county official. Jiang Fei was about to become the person in charge of this place. How could these people not curry favor with him? Chapter 1786, excluding dissidents. All right, there's no need for such nonsense. Jiang Fei nodded. As he had obtained the absolute command of this fleet, there was no need for him to be polite with these people. The officials of Skoda Star nodded one after another and led Jiang Fei inside. The captains of the fleet stood at attention and followed closely behind. Speaking of which, these captains were the ones who needed to curry favor with Jiang Fei the most. Although they were all captains, they were all single commanders. When the time came, they would be commanding the heavy cruisers or the scout ships. The treatment was completely different. Soon, Jiang Fei and the others arrived in front of a large building. This place was near the airport. It was the command center of the entire Skoda Star. Sir, should we arrange for you to stay at the place first? The current highest-ranking official of Skoda asked. There's no need. Let's have a meeting first, Jiang Fei said. Although the official agreed to Jiang Fei's request, his expression was clearly not very good. From Jiang Fei's words, he could tell that the lieutenant general of his beloved was not easy to talk to. Moreover, he was not the kind of person who was easy to bribe. Half an hour later, Jiang Fei and the rest sat in a huge conference room. I don't care what position you used to hold. Jiang Fei's first sentence stunned the officials of Skoda Star. The officials of the management were dumbfounded. They used to be rich on Skoda Star. Now, they were being dismissed for no reason. Of course, they could not accept it. From today onwards, Skoda Star will be under my full command. All production plans for battleships will be suspended immediately. All workshops will be emptied. Jiang Fei ignored the officials. He just continued to issue orders. The officials on the production line did not care about that. Anyway, Jiang Fei did not dismiss them. Moreover, these people were on the production line. Although they had a few technical workers under their command, they did not have much profit. They had long disliked the officials in the management. The former highest-ranking official threatened Jiang Fei with a cold face. What? Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. At that moment, the door of the meeting room suddenly opened. Hua Mulan rushed in with the girls of the Saintly Virgin Guards. The weakest of these girls were all high-level warriors with a combat power of more than 500,000. Moreover, they were all fully armed. As soon as they arrived, they disarmed all the original security personnel in the room. Therefore, once they barged into the meeting room, the situation was under control. Hee, sir, you are really good. The former highest-ranking officer's face stiffened. However, he quickly recovered. Of course, he knew that these civil servants would not be able to fight the army head-on. However, he had been in charge of Skoda for so long. If he did not have any control over it, would he not have wasted his time? Please reading on MYBOX no VEL. Calm. Jiang Fei nodded and signaled for these management officials to pack up and leave. The following meeting would have nothing to do with them. Sir Lieutenant General, I am not threatening you. If you insist on firing us, the entire Skoda Star might collapse. When that happens, I'm afraid that we won't be able to build a single battleship. The meaning was clear. He was threatening Jiang Fei. It's good that you're not threatening us. In the end, Jiang Fei did not fall for his tricks. All right. The former highest official was furious at Jiang Fei. He made up his mind. When Jiang Fei came to beg them again, he no longer wanted more power. Instead, he wanted to make Jiang Fei his puppet. Jiang Fei smiled and said to Hua Mulan, arrange a flight in the afternoon to send these people home. Hua Mulan nodded. Then, she immediately led her subordinates, the saintly virgin guards, to send these people out. In fact, it was said to be sending them away. However, it was more like an escort. Moreover, the transport plane had already been prepared outside. They were just waiting to send these people away. F***CK. As soon as they left the meeting room, someone scolded. Another official asked, "Go back and lock the system password for me." The former highest-ranking official said fiercely. These management officials all had the password of various levels of the SCOTA management system. Once it was locked, the central command system of the SCOTA star would cease to function. When that happened, the allocation of resources, the energy supply of the workshop, and the rest of the staff would all be in chaos. The entire SCOTA star would also fall into chaos. This was the bargaining chip that he used to threaten Zhang Fei. "Yes, sir," a subordinate official said. However, not even 10 minutes had passed, and these people were all dumbfounded. "Director, my password verification is wrong." "Director, mine too. Mine is even more exaggerated. They have completely refused to log in." For a moment, these management officials were all dumbfounded. Their passwords had all gone wrong, and the system no longer recognized their management rights. At this time, these officials were all panicking. "Sigh, it seems that we have underestimated this Lieutenant General." He came prepared. The former highest official sighed. A subordinate official asked, "What else can we do?" The former highest-ranking official sighed. Someone asked unwillingly, "What else can we do? Do you still want to rebel against them? Think about who the other party is. They are soldiers, and you're the people. They're driving a battleship and bringing troops here." The former highest-ranking official glared at that person. He was equally unwilling. But what else could he do? When they heard the director's words, the officials who had been clamoring immediately became listless. Although they had a battleship in their hands, was that thing something that could be driven by one person? Moreover, they did not know how to drive it. At this time, they had even lost their last trump card. What could they use to fight against them? Therefore, very quickly, these people took their luggage and boarded the transport plane that Zhang Fei had prepared for them. Then, they left SCOTA, star dejectedly. Chapter 1787. 1787. New Blueprint, New Battleship. After getting rid of those officials who were in the way, Zhang Fei took over the SCOTA star for real. Then, he began to order the production of the original battleship to stop and switch to the production of the battleship according to the new blueprint. In terms of weight loss at the base station, Zhang Fei only used the technology he learned from the player battleship blueprint to modify the craft of the Merchant Alliance battleship to improve the performance of the battleship. However, he did not make too many changes because the Merchant Alliance's battleships had already been basically fixed. If he used too many new technologies, it would result in incompatibility. However, in order to enhance the Merchant Alliance's battleship's combat capabilities, Zhang Fei used the player technology to add some new equipment to the battleships. It had greatly increased the power of these battleships. For example, the Merchant Alliance's most basic cobalt alloy light frigate. Zhang Fei had used the player technology to add antimatter corrosion cannons to it. After this cannon hit the enemy, it could burn the opponent's antimatter pool. At the same time, it could cause great damage and also deplete the opponent's antimatter reserves. Antimatter was a new type of energy source that was currently being researched by the various major powers in the universe. However, it was already widely used in the player battleships. This new type of energy source was very difficult to obtain. After depletion, the recoil speed was extremely slow. Therefore, even the player battleships would be very cautious when using antimatter weapons. Would cause a considerable amount of damage to the player battleships in future battles. In Zhang Fei's words, antimatter was equivalent to the blue bar of a player battleship. On the other hand, the antimatter corrosion cannon was equivalent to a weak version of mana burn. The cobalt alloy light frigate was the most basic battleship of the Merchant Alliance. The production of this thing was extremely high. The antimatter burning effect caused by a volley of shots was enough to make a heavy cruiser suffer. Other than the antimatter corrosion cannon, Zhang Fei also added cluster warheads to the Javelin-class missile frigate. This allowed the Javelin-class missile frigate to launch missiles that were close to the target and split into multiple warheads to attack. This reduced the chances of it being intercepted. In addition, Zhang Fei also brought a huge modification to the Grizzly-class heavy cruiser, the Annihilator-class quantum advance engine. This thing could allow the Grizzly Bear-class heavy cruiser to enter the vicinity of the target ship at sublight speed in a short period of time. This upgrade could be said to be a qualitative leap for the Grizzly Bear-class heavy cruiser. One had to know that the Grizzly Bear-class heavy cruiser of the Merchant Alliance could be said to be one of the weaker types of heavy cruisers. The reason was that other than its powerful armor, it was completely useless compared to the energy wave weapons of the Vizari Legion's Garvis Enforcer heavy cruiser. The Grizzly-class automatic cannon was simply too weak. Its short range, long flight time, and other weaknesses caused the Grizzly class to be at a serious disadvantage in long-range combat with other heavy cruisers. However, the automatic cannon, an old-fashioned cheap weapon, was not completely useless. The automatic cannon, which used depleted uranium bullets as warheads, could effectively avoid the enemy ship's energy shield when it was fired at close range, directly dealing a devastating blow to it. However, the problem was that in the era of space wars, how many chances did one have to get close to the other party? Who would be willing to wait until one got close before exchanging fire with one? That was why the Grizzly class had always been called an excellent sandbag, because other than its ability to get beaten up, it had almost no other abilities. When it fought with others, it would be kite-flying material. Except when it was at the front of the fleet, other than bearing the enemy's vigor, it was not worthy of its status as a heavy cruiser. However, with the Annihilator-class quantum advance engine, the Grizzly Bear could turn around and sing like a surf. With this sublight speed advance engine, it could quickly charge to the side of the enemy ship. The thick-skinned Grizzly Bear that used automatic cannons was not afraid of any enemy. It would even dare to fight against 2 Garvis Enforcers. Of course, other than strengthening the Merchant Alliance's ships, Zhang Fei had to find something new. Otherwise, the Merchant Alliance's original ships would not be able to fight against the player fleet. The Boorish Super Light Frigate was one of them. This thing was smaller than a Cobalt Alloy Light Frigate. It was not even much bigger than a patrol boat. The entire ship could be operated by only 10 crew members. It was extremely cheap. Please reading on MYB-OX no VEL. Although this kind of ship was small, it was very powerful. Other than being like a guard anti-aircraft ship, it could easily masturbate and defend against the threat of drones brought by aircraft carriers. It could also launch a type of armor corrosion warhead. This thing could easily weaken the armor of a local ship, giving a qualitative boost to the firepower of allies. However, because the ship was small, one shot was the inevitable outcome. Fortunately, this ship was cheap and had fewer crew members. Moreover, it did not require too much complicated control technology. It could be piloted by a clone warrior, therefore in space battles, it was considered a pretty good consumable. Other than these small ships, the most important thing that Zhang Fei brought to the Merchant Alliance was a support-type cruiser, the Ogre-class torpedo cruiser. The defense of this type of ship was weak. Its defense was completely inferior to the level of a cruiser. Moreover, because it used a Harpoon-class cruise missile, its attack speed was slow and its attack frequency was low. Moreover, the flying speed of this type of missile was not fast. It could not hit an enemy ship that was moving very fast. Therefore, it was quite useless when it came to ship-to-ship combat. However, because the range of the Harpoon-class cruise missiles was extremely long, even exceeding the range of light energy weapons, and their power was extremely great, even several times that of an ordinary nuclear bomb, this thing was a kind of existence similar to a demolition office. Although it could not hit the enemy spaceship, it had an extraordinary lethality against the enemy's base and orbital defense weapons. Because the space fortress still had orbital defense weapons that could not be moved, the Harpoon-class cruise missiles could hit them accurately. Moreover, because it was powerful, it had a long range. Therefore, the Ogre-class torpedo cruiser could launch an attack from outside the enemy's range. As long as there was a fleet protecting them, there was no need to lose a single soldier to demolish the base. They could avoid the awkward situation where the battleship and the fortress would suffer heavy losses. With the help of these technologies, the Merchant Alliance's fleet was no longer a threat to the Vizari army's battleships. However, they were still no match for the players. The reason was simple: the main ship. Before he had seen the main ship, Zhang Fei would never believe that a single battleship could affect the entire battle. Zhang Fei had to believe that the main ship indeed had the ability to turn the tide of the battle. Therefore, in order to fight against the player fleet, he had also used this technology to develop a type of main ship for the Merchant Alliance. Chapter 1788 Aiken-class battlecruiser. Aiken-class battlecruiser. This was the main ship that Zhang Fei had tailor-made for the Merchant Alliance based on player technology. This ship had inherited the Merchant Alliance's style of being thick-skinned and thick-skinned. It did not hesitate to use a large number of composite armor. This made the ship itself extremely strong in defense. Therefore, it was equipped with a large number of automatic cannons. In close combat, if 10,000 cannons were fired at the same time, the damage to the local ships would be absolutely devastating. Other than the ship's strong cannons, as the main force of the ship, its ability was the foundation of its ability to look down on the battlefield. This Aiken-class battlecruiser's ability was completely different from Zhang Fei's ship, Dawnbreak. It used the player technology to load the ion bolt. Although this unique energy cannon could not cause serious damage to the ship's hull, it could completely paralyze the enemy ship's weapons and engines at the same time. The shield recovery system also made it impossible for the enemy ship to use the warp drive. It could be said that after the heavy ion bolt, the local spaceship could not do anything for a short period of time. Other than passively getting beaten up, their weapons were blocked, their engines were shut down, and they ran. In addition to this extremely powerful ability, the Aiken-class battlecruiser was also equipped with a target uplink. This advanced targeting computer provided improved trajectory information to nearby friendly ships. The reply increased the accuracy of the friendly ship's attacks. One had to know that in the space station, everyone was in a half-blind state when they were bombarding each other from afar. This was because the distance between the two sides was too far. The enemy would also start evading when you were charging up, so the hit rate had always been a key issue in space battles. The uplink of the Aiken-class battlecruiser could effectively change this situation, greatly increasing the hit rate of friendly ships and increasing their range by 20%. This made the Aiken-class battlecruiser, which did not have good long-range firepower, support the fleet when engaging in long-range combat. Other than these two abilities, the Aiken-class battlecruiser could also use its ultimate ability, the Forced Armistice Field, when it exhausted its antimatter pool. This ability could forcefully shut down all weapon systems within a 30 light-second radius around the Aiken-class battlecruiser, be it the enemy, our side, warships, or orbital defense weapons. All of them would be locked down. This ability could be said to be an extremely effective weapon when attacking and retreating. When attacking forcefully, the Forced Armistice Field could allow the Aiken-class battlecruiser and its subordinate fleets to enter the best attacking location without being injured. They would not have to break through the blockade of the enemy's powerful firepower. When retreating, the Forced Armistice Field would directly shut down the weapon systems of both the enemy and our side, allowing us to leave the battlefield through interstellar warp. Zhang Fei gave the new blueprints to the Skoda's technical backbones. However, the blueprints that Zhang Fei gave them were not the complete version. Instead, they were the separated versions. Each technical staff could only get their own copy. Not only that, Zhang Fei also seized the most important core parts. This way, even if someone could get all the blueprints from these technical staff, he would not be able to assemble a complete battleship. 0541. Put all the key parts into a fully automated factory to produce. Zhang Fei instructed 0541. 0541 promised. Please reading on MYBOXNoVL.com. Zhang Fei smiled. When Zhang Fei gave the mission to 0541, the technicians who had obtained the blueprint were dumbfounded. Although they had only obtained a small portion of the blueprint, these people were all experts, as the saying goes. One leaf knows the autumn. They could already imagine the terrifying technology contained in these battleships just by looking at the small portion of the blueprint. You don't have to worry about where it came from. Jiang Fei said. Sir, don't worry. The technicians were also excited. After all, they were all experts in this field. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them to take advantage of this opportunity to learn new technology. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. During this 1 month, almost the entire Skoda Star was at the stage where production was suspended. Other than the production line that 0541 was personally in charge of, the other workshops were almost all idle. However, Jiang Fei was not in a hurry. After all, the scientific researchers were not robots like 0541. They needed time to understand the blueprints before they could adjust the original equipment. They needed to produce the parts in the blueprints. After a month and a half, these researchers began to produce the blueprints on a small scale. After another half a month, almost the entire planet Skoda began to operate again. Moreover, they began to produce the blueprints at a more efficient speed. After chasing away the management officials, 0541 personally took over all the logistics issues. Because 0541 was absolutely honest, he would not take a single cent. Therefore, the entire logistics system became more efficient. Therefore, the efficiency of the production workshop naturally increased. However, during this period of time, Jiang Fei was not idle. After all, there was only one model of main ship that could not compete with the players. As these guys continued to do quests, he believed that they would unlock more main ships. If Jiang Fei only had these 2 dry models, he was afraid that he would be at a great disadvantage on the battlefield. Therefore, in the spirit of preparing for a rainy day, when Jiang Fei had nothing to do, he would bring 0541 and Larks along. The 3 of them would study the original blueprints together and think of a way to localize the player technology. Then, he would use it on his own battleship. Just when Jiang Fei was busy studying the new main ship with 0541 and Larks, Bella suddenly brought him this news. Actually, the captains did not care that Jiang Fei had been waiting anxiously. After all, it had been 2 months since Jiang Fei arrived on Skoda Star. However, it was as if he had forgotten about them. He had not even seen them before. Therefore, they had come together this time. They wanted to see Jiang Fei and see what the meaning of being the fleet commander was. Oh, after Jiang Fei heard Bella's words, he immediately slapped his head. He had indeed forgotten about these second-generation young masters. What do we do? Bella asked. Let's see them. Jiang Fei shrugged. Although he had obtained the skills of a player, there were many limitations. He could not build a large spaceship like a player battleship that could be controlled by one person. Therefore, a large number of captains and crew members were still necessary. Chapter 1789, Cannon Fodder Captain. Half an hour later, the meeting room that could accommodate more than 300 people was filled to the brim. This was not to say that Lu Site had transferred more than 300 captains to Jiang Fei. It was just that these guys were basically the second generation with status and background. Therefore, they had a lot of followers and subordinates. Naturally, they had to bring their own think tank. Therefore, the number of people was very large. Oh my! Jiang Fei was delighted when he saw these people. The more people there were, the better. After all, the battle with the players was going to be a battle of attrition. Since it was a battle of attrition, it would not only damage the spaceship, but also the basic commanders and other cheap consumables. Jiang Fei would be very friendly to them. After all, most of these people would die in the future for the Alliance and the entire universe. Attention! Although they were second-generation young masters, they were still soldiers from the military academy. Therefore, they still had to understand the rules. Okay. Jiang Fei returned the salute and gestured for them to sit down. Jiang Fei did not need these people to explain further. He went straight to the point and said, "After the joint fleet was formed, I believe that everyone has obtained my information. Therefore, I will not introduce myself anymore. The purpose of our fleet was to stop those outsiders and deal them a fatal blow. However, I think everyone knows that war. There is no such thing as a war without death. Therefore, it is best for everyone to be mentally prepared. If you are here purely for the glory of the Alliance and do not have the intention of showing up for the Alliance, I will prepare a flight for you right now." Jiang Fei shouted loudly. The officers below immediately stood up and shouted in unison. It was impossible for none of them to be afraid of death. Then, it would not only be him who would lose face. There was even his family. Therefore, for his own honor and the reputation of his family, these guys all echoed in unison. Zhang Fei nodded. He was not worried that there would be one or two of these guys who were afraid of death. After all, traitors appeared before or after a battle. There was no time to think. There was still a chance to charge forward. If one took half a step back, they would be destroyed by the cannon fire of the supervising team. Therefore, there was no such thing as a traitor at this time. Everyone could only move forward bravely. I know that you have come to me with the purpose of asking me about my arrangements for you. I can now tell you clearly that in the future, you will all become the captains of the heavy cruisers. Zhang Fei said loudly. He was not stingy at all in giving these people promotion. Anyway, these people were good at the battlefield. Moreover, it was an endless war. There were less than 10 people who could survive. It gave them a glorious and honorable status. It was only natural. Wow, really? Sir? Are you kidding? Sir, we have nearly 100 people. How can there be so many heavy patrols? For a moment, these second-generation officers were discussing among themselves. After all, a regular joint fleet would not have too many Grizzly-class heavy cruisers. Although this kind of ship was called cheap in heavy patrols, it was still a heavy patrol ship. The cost of building it was also not cheap. Please reading on myboxnovel.com. Our fleet is not like other fleets. Zhang Fei smiled slightly. Yes, with Skoda as a base, it would not be a problem for us to open up all of our heavy patrols. That's great. I thought that we could only manage one cobalt alloy light frigate. I did not expect to be able to operate a grizzly bear. Zhang Fei's words immediately excited the young captains. After all, when they were on the battlefield, they were still very powerful. Moreover, their safety factor was much better than a cobalt alloy light frigate. Not only that, I guarantee that your grizzly bear will be 100 times stronger than the grizzly bear of the Alliance. You will only have a strong defensive ability. Zhang Fei did not mind revealing some other secrets that were not considered secrets. Really, that's great. When they heard Zhang Fei's words, the young captains became even more excited. Although they were already very happy before, Grizzly Bear's short range still made it unable to compete with the other forces' heavy patrols. The Alliance only had heavy patrols like Grizzly Bear. Their technology was not as good as the Vizari army. Therefore, there was nothing they could do about it. A young captain asked the question that everyone was most concerned about. At this point, Zhang Fei could not help but admire the amazing production speed of Skoda Star. It was indeed much faster than when he built the ships one by one. The captains cried out one after another. However, I have a request for everyone, Zhang Fei said. The young captains said one after another. I hope that you can release your own staff. The size of our fleet is not limited to just a few dozen grizzly bears. Zhang Fei said. Sir, don't worry. The captains nodded one after another. Zhang Fei was giving their subordinates a promotion. Moreover, he was directly promoting them to captain. How could they refuse such a good opportunity to strengthen their family's power? Zhang Fei nodded. After encouraging the morale for a while, he announced the end of the meeting. Bella asked after she returned. Bella, you don't understand. It doesn't matter what these guys are like. As long as they are on the battlefield, they will listen obediently. In fact, it doesn't matter who the captain of these spaceships is. It doesn't matter whether he has the ability or not. Anyway, when the time comes, Elilio will be in charge of the overall situation. Those captains are all clone soldiers. They are all conscientious and outstanding warriors. Zhang Fei smiled and said, Chapter 1790, The Formation of the Fleet. For the next period of time, Zhang Fei had a relatively comfortable life. Usually, he would either practice martial arts with the girls or study the localization of player technology with 0541. Therefore, his life was both fulfilling and peaceful. However, 20 days later, the first batch of battleships had completed their tests. Moreover, a large number of clone warriors had already arrived on Skoda Star. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to organize the captains under his command to start receiving the battleships. He also began to carry out tactical drills. The first batch of battleships included 10 modified Grizzly Bear battleships and 50 modified Cobalt alloy light frigates. Although there were only 60 battleships, the captains under Jiang Fei's command had all arrived. Moreover, each of them had brought along their staff. After all, these people were also going to become the captains of the frigates. The reason why these captains and their think tanks were so focused on the first batch of battleships was because they were curious about what was unusual about these battleships. After all, Jiang Fei had boasted about them before. If they were not too different from the original battleships, it would be a little disappointing. All right, the first batch of battleships are in place. Jiang Fei had carefully selected the captains of the first batch of battleships. Although these captains were basically cannon fodder to him, there was a difference between cannon fodder and cannon fodder. If one could obtain the battleships first, they would have a longer time to adapt to the new battleship's abilities. When they were on the battlefield, they would be able to play a better role. At the same time, they would have a greater chance of survival. Undoubtedly, they would have more capital to survive on the battlefield than the others. Therefore, Jiang Fei had 0541 hack into the Merchant Alliance's internal network and thoroughly investigated the second-generation members. Jiang Fei now knew who was capable and who was weak. Moreover, Jiang Fei had also investigated the second-generation captains and their staff. Therefore, some of these people would become the captains of the auxiliary cruisers. Some of them could only drive light frigates to become cannon fodder. Soon, 10 second-generation captains with outstanding abilities and 50 staff members who only knew how to flatter were called out by name. Jiang Fei had chosen these incompetent staff members from the second-generation captains who were not called out by name. Therefore, it could be said that they were all affected. All right, all captains, please follow the staff members to receive your battleships. A group of Skoda technicians led these people into different hover cars and headed towards their own battleships. Asked a captain who had not been called by his name. Said Jiang Fei. The captains who had not been called by their names immediately bowed to Jiang Fei. After all, they were also very curious about the performance of the new ship. Soon, the captains who had been called by their names arrived in front of their own ships. Although the new ship did not look much different from the regular ships of the Merchant Alliance, it was still their own ship after all. Therefore, these young captains were extremely excited. Please reading on MYBOX no VL. At this moment, the clone warriors were already waiting for orders inside the battleship. As long as the commander boarded the ship could immediately set sail and begin the regular drills. A technician led the young captain beside him into the transport plane and boarded the Grizzly-class heavy cruiser. Captain, although this Grizzly Bear looks almost the same as the Grizzly Bear used by the Alliance previously, its armor is completely different. Lieutenant General Jiang Fei has brought a new alloy technology to make the Grizzly Bear's armor stronger. Moreover, after the automatic cannons have been modified, its firing speed has also been greatly increased, the engineer explained to the young captain as they walked. Yes, as the captain chosen by Jiang Fei in the first wave, this young man was still a real talent. Although he was excited, he still knew what he was doing. Therefore, when he was talking to the engineer, he tried his best to understand the detailed parameters of his ship. Under the lead of the engineer, the young captain came to the command center of the heavy cruiser. You don't have to introduce Grizzly's original data. After all, he was a trained student. Moreover, after Jiang Fei had confirmed his fate, he had already done his homework. The young captain had already done his homework. At this time, he could be said to know the traditional Grizzly Bear class heavy cruiser like the back of his hand. The engineer then explained all the changes related to Grizzly Bear to the young captain in detail. After listening to him, the young captain immediately felt a sense of admiration for Jiang Fei. Grizzly Bear's attack range and movement speed had always been the focus of criticism. However, due to technical reasons, this problem could not be solved. However, now that Jiang Fei had appeared, Grizzly Bear had been reborn. Just as the young captain was exclaiming in surprise, the other Grizzly Bear-class heavy cruisers were not much different. They knew very well how powerful Grizzly Bear had become after being modified. Those people who only knew how to suck up to Jiang Fei were also very happy. After all, they were just followers of the second-generation captain. With their abilities, how could they command a battleship alone? However, these people clearly did not realize that Jiang Fei was simply sending them to their deaths. To be honest, the captain of this kind of frigate was capable of anyone. Anyway, the orders of all levels would be passed down to every single battleship. Therefore, there was no need for them to make any decisions. The reason why Jiang Fei used these people was very simple. He could not bear to have his own people become cannon fodder. Therefore, the only way to send them to their deaths was for these people to do it. Very soon, these newly appointed captains drove their own ships away from the spaceport of Skodastar. They began to familiarize themselves with the capabilities of their own ships in the designated testing area. 3 days later, the captains returned one after another. In fact, it did not take long for the frigates to return. The little people who were good at flattery had already returned. Then, they welcomed their master onto the ship for inspection. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The fleets under Jiang Fei's command had gradually expanded. Although they were still not fully filled, the 88 Grizzly-class heavy cruisers were all in place. More than 200 frigate-class small ships had been completed. Various types of support-type ships had also been put in place. The only thing left was the Aiken-class battlecruiser. Chapter 1791 Bait. While waiting for Aiken to finish, Lust had already urged Jiang Fei to send out his troops more than once. After all, he had supported Jiang Fei to this position under such great pressure. However, it had already been several months. Jiang Fei did not even move his nest. This caused the Merchant Alliance to have some internal complaints. Actually, the reason why the Merchant Alliance was urging Jiang Fei was because there was nothing they could do about it. Recently, the activity of players had become more and more rampant. They were no longer limited to the Dominican Galaxy. They had even extended their tentacles to the surrounding galaxies. And the players were currently not strong enough to contend with the regular army. Then, what did they rely on to do missions and earn money to buy warships? The answer was very simple. They were raiding merchant ships. The players raiding merchant ships was not a big deal, but they had poked the lung tube of the Merchant Alliance. Want to know what the merchants valued the most? It was trade. Trade was all about unimpeded trade routes. If the trade routes were different, they would be robbed the moment they left. What kind of business would they be doing? How would they earn any money? After suffering a certain amount of losses, the Merchant Alliance began to pressure Lucite and Jiang Fei internally. They asked them to send troops to clean up the bandits and keep the trade routes unimpeded. On the other hand, Jiang Fei's side continued to delay time and time again. In the end, the Merchant Alliance had no choice but to use the means of deducting Jiang Fei's military expenses to force Jiang Fei to send troops. Jiang Fei sighed. In fact, he himself felt that he had been too carefree these past few days. The Merchant Alliance had sent a large amount of resources over to build his battleship. However, he did not work for them. This was indeed a little unreasonable. Bella asked, "Have Aurelia send a message to Lust. Tell him that we will raise our troops in a week," Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. Bella nodded and went to look for Aurelia. Ever since he came to Skoda, Jiang Fei had become the logistics supervisor. As for the fleet exercise, he had left it all to Aurelia. Aurelia was also in charge of communicating with Lust. Whether it was the girls around Jiang Fei or Lust, none of them had any objections to Aurelia's actual command of the fleet. Although Jiang Fei was the fleet commander in name, everyone knew that the one who had the most experience in commanding the fleet was the Frost Queen. When the communication was sent out, Lust naturally welcomed it with open arms. He could not wait for Jiang Fei to send out his troops immediately. On the other hand, Jiang Fei gave the assurance that he would send out his troops. He also began to make arrangements immediately. After all, war was about logistics. When warships traveled in a vast space, the cost of fuel alone was very high. Therefore, he had to make preparations in advance. Please reading on MYBOX NoVEL. Calm after a week of preparation, Zhang Fei's fleet finally left Skodastar. The huge fleet traveled through the galaxy in a mighty manner. Their destination was the Lazai's Galaxy, which was adjacent to the dominant galaxy. 2 days later, the fleet was approaching the outer region of the Lazai's Galaxy. Master Aurelia, we have arrived at the coordinates of our destination, said the scout ship in front of them. Aurelia ordered. The young captains were clearly impatient. Not all of them were capable. Some of them did not even understand the cruelty of war. Therefore, they could not wait to fight. There's no need to rush. We will wait for orders. Aurelia said, although the purpose of Zhang Fei and the rest was to suppress the bandits, the most important thing was to escort the Merchant Alliance's fleet. After all, these trade routes were their lifeblood. Even if there were players looting, they would not give up. After waiting quietly for 2 days, a merchant fleet from a Merchant Alliance arrived at the Lazai's Galaxy. Sister, we have received a message from the merchant fleet, said Lakes to Aurelia. Aurelia ordered. Lakes immediately connected the merchant fleet's communication. I am the executive director of the Cohen Chamber of Commerce. My name is Maris. The leader of the merchant fleet was very modest. After all, they had to rely on Zhang Fei's fleet to provide them with protection. You're welcome. We will send 4 Grizzly-class heavy cruisers and a few auxiliary ships to escort you through the Lazai's Galaxy, said Aurelia. Master, your fleet is so powerful. Maris was clearly very disappointed. Don't worry. These grizzly bears are all modified versions. They are very powerful. Aurelia promised. In fact, she wanted to use this caravan as bait to lure the players into taking the bait. He could only turn to Zhang Fei and plead, Sir Lieutenant General, the goods we are transporting this time are very precious. We cannot allow any mishaps to happen. I hope you can understand our difficulties. Zhang Fei pretended to be silent for a moment. Then he said to Maris, Then I will send 5 more cobalt alloy light frigates. When Maris heard that, he was so angry that his nose almost went crooked. At first, he heard Zhang Fei's tone and thought that the lieutenant general was going to send 5 more Grizzly Bear and its affiliated ships. He would give him 5 more cobalt alloy ships. One had to know that the cobalt alloy light frigate was the lightest, smallest, and cheapest ship in the Merchant Alliance's fleet. The cost of 5 cobalt alloy ships was not even as expensive as Grizzly Bear's main cannon. Therefore, Zhang Fei's additional reinforcements were just a joke. Maris looked at Zhang Fei and then looked at Aurelia. He knew that he would not be able to get more frigates no matter what he said. Therefore, he could only give up in the end. At that moment, Zhang Fei had the same thought as Aurelia. If the escorts were too powerful, what if the players were scared away? Their goal was to ambush the player fleet. As for whether the merchant fleet could survive, it did not mean much to Zhang Fei. Although there were many crew members on the merchant ships, one of the commercial ships was filled with passengers. However, at that moment, Zhang Fei had already fused with his blackened soul. He was no longer as indecisive as before. Although he could not treat human lives like dirt, he would not miss out on the opportunity because of his so-called benevolence when it was time to sacrifice and take risks. There is a saying that benevolence did not command troops. Zhang Fei had commanded the battle for a long time. Naturally, he understood this very well. Chapter 1792, Dispatch of Troops. Maris was waiting for the convoy that Zhang Fei had given him. Although he was still a little dissatisfied, he could not afford to delay the arrival of the goods. Therefore, he had to set off. After seeing Maris' fleet set off, Aurelia sent more than 10 Lonely Star-class unmanned scout ships to follow behind. They were waiting for the players to take the bait. Bella asked Zhang Fei, I'm not sure if the players will appear. Zhang Fei laughed. Bella sighed. The matter of the players was like a huge mountain that weighed down on the hearts of those who knew about it. Zhang Fei turned around and asked Aurelia, who was sitting on the captain's seat of the ship. They're all the elites that I have carefully selected during this period of time. Aurelia said, Hubby, this is a bait mission. Ariel asked from the side. Aurelia took the initiative to continue the conversation. After all, she was the one who had personally decided on the candidate. Ariel asked in puzzlement, Hee hee, you overestimate the combat strength of those players. Although they have changed their weapons, they are still incomparable to the regular army. Otherwise, they wouldn't have targeted merchant ships. Aurelia explained. Adil nodded. Don't look at those players who have also obtained heavy patrol ships and main ships. Those are the items of a small number of high-tier players. Jiang Fei laughed. Although these players had unlocked their technology locks because of the discovery of the ruins, the vast majority of players could not afford to buy high-tier battleships. Then where would the rich players who paid for it find a sense of superiority? Ever since the merchant group set sail, time passed by minute. However, everything seemed to be very calm on the interstellar route. The players who always came out to plunder seemed to have collectively rested today. Not even a shadow came out. Some of the traditional pirates naturally did not dare to act rashly when they saw that the merchant fleet actually had a Grizzly-class heavy cruiser escorting them. Please reading on MYB-OX no VEL. Calm just like that. The first day that was tense and calm had passed. The merchant fleet had passed through about 1/5 of the Lazai's galaxy. Everything was safe and sound. On the second day, the merchant fleet on the interstellar voyage was still safe and sound. This made many of the second-generation heirs in Jiang Fei's fleet begin to relax. They even handed the battleship to their adjutant for temporary command while they left the bridge. On the third day, almost 1/3 of the captains in Jiang Fei's fleet began to slack off. Aurelia did not seem to care about this. After all, the control of the battleship did not completely depend on the captain. Even if these second-generation members stayed in their own rooms to sleep, the battleship would still function normally under the control of the clone warriors. However, in battle, there were some things that needed to be judged and decided in a timely manner. They could not make decisions on their own. On the fourth day, the caravan's journey was already halfway through. In another 2 days, they would be able to pass through this densely packed and dangerous Lazai's galaxy. However, on this day, a Lone Star-class unmanned scout ship suddenly lost contact. There's a situation. The intelligence officer who was in charge of controlling this Lone Star-class unmanned scout ship said to Aurelia. Aurelia immediately asked. The intelligence officer immediately displayed the position of the Lone Star that he had controlled on the star map. Aurelia smiled slightly. The position of the Lone Star that had disappeared was right in front of the left side of the caravan's path. Furthermore, this was an asteroid belt and was very suitable for an ambush. It should be known that in the era of high-frequency radar, which was very popular in the cosmos, it was not easy for fleets to ambush. Otherwise, it was not an easy thing to ambush others. In the space station, the usual ambush method was to use natural celestial bodies to hide themselves. Therefore, the back of the planet or the asteroid belt became the best place for warships to hide. In the back of a planet or asteroid belt, relying on celestial bodies to hide themselves, then completely turning off the engines, shields, and weapon systems, allowing the spacecraft to float quietly in space. This way, one could basically avoid the opponent's scanning. When the opponent approached a certain degree, the engine suddenly ignited and the shield was activated, catching the opponent off guard. However, because energy weapons needed to be warmed up and fire control radars needed time to be activated, the ambushed fleet did not have no time to react. As long as they responded appropriately, the difference in strength between the two sides would not be too great. Then, even if they were ambushed, they would still have a chance to escape unscathed. However, this was under the condition that both sides were equal in strength. Once the enemy's fleet was far stronger than their own, then there would be nothing they could do when they were ambushed. After all, they had to change the direction of the fleet and then turn on the transition engine. This would take a very long time. It was enough for the enemy to launch an attack. When a merchant team was ambushed by the pirates, it was such a situation. They would definitely not be able to defeat them. It was too late to turn around and escape. The outcome could be imagined. Since we have confirmed that the players are hiding in the asteroid belt, what should we do? Jiang Fei asked. That would not be good. Aurelia was clearly much more sinister than Jiang Fei. Her appetite was not only for the players that were hiding in the asteroid belt. She also planned to surround them and attack them. She wanted to eliminate more players in one go. After making up her mind, Aurelia began to mobilize her troops. This time, Aurelia called out the 3 idiot captains and their auxiliary ships. The 072 to 085 ships and their subordinate fleets will warp in 30 minutes. Coordinates YYY, YYYY, YYYY positions. Once the warp is completed, immediately launch a fierce attack to the left front. The heavy patrol dispatched by the second batch was Aurelia's trump card. They would be responsible for annihilating the players who ambushed the merchant caravan. Chapter 1793, 1793. Just as Aurelia was about to deploy his troops, Maris' caravan was about to approach the asteroid belt. "Captain, we're about to reach the asteroid belt," the captain of the caravan's transport ship said to Maris. "Yes." Maris nodded. Soon, the communication was connected. A young captain said to Malice with a smile. This guy was one of the captains that Aurelia favored the most. His name was Spot. He was a top student of the Merchant Alliance's Interstellar Naval Officer School. The asteroid belt in front is a place where pirates often come and go. Malice asked. "No problem," said Spot. In fact, he had already received the communication from Aurelia and knew that the enemy was hiding there. "Well, that's good. I will ask the fleet to stop first. If it's safe, we will speed up through this asteroid belt," said Maris. "Master Maris, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Our scout ship has already gone to scout the way. We haven't found any danger." Spot knew very well the identities of his and the others as bait. Therefore, he naturally would not let the fleet stop to avoid alerting the enemy. Malice was still a little worried. After all, this batch of goods was really too valuable. "Don't worry, Sir Malice." Spot laughed. Sigh. It was unknown whether it was because of Spot's smile that gave Malice confidence or because time was pressing. Malice finally agreed to Spot's request. The fleet maintained their speed and continued to sail towards the asteroid belt. At this time, Aurelia also received the report. "Come on," Aurelia muttered to herself. Her words were not only talking about Spot and the other young captains, but also talking about those new battleships. After all, whether it was these captains or the new battleships, they had not experienced the baptism of war. What exactly were their abilities? They still needed the most fair answer from the battlefield. When the caravan sailed into the asteroid belt, everything was normal. Maris gradually relaxed his tense nerves, but just as the caravan was about to pass through the asteroid belt, a sudden change occurred. A Lone Star unmanned scout ship that was opening the way was suddenly hit by dozens of energy beams and then exploded into a pile of cosmic dust in the air. Do. For a moment, the alarm of the entire fleet was raised. Spot shouted loudly, his eyes filled with excitement. It all depended on today. Very quickly, 4 Grizzly-class heavy cruisers lined up in a row, blocking in front of the merchant fleet's transport ships. Behind them followed a few Star-class robot cruisers. These auxiliary cruisers, nicknamed the Nanny Ship, were loaded with a large number of automatic maintenance robots. After being released onto the friendly ships, they could quickly repair the damaged armor shell. The grizzly bear's greatest characteristic was its tough skin and thick flesh. The thick armor made it exceptionally resistant to blows. When paired with the Nanny Ship, it could immediately become an indestructible cockroach. Other than these Starship-class robot cruisers, more than a dozen cobalt alloy light frigates flanked them from both wings. Their goal was to cut into the battlefield from the flanks. Avoiding the enemy's powerful firepower, they would attack their weaknesses directly. This was also the usual attack method used by the captain of light protection who knew how to play. After all, their ships were small. If they were to face the enemy head-on, they might even die in one shot. Therefore, it was impossible for them to face the enemy's cannon fire head-on and charge like a grizzly bear. "How is it?" Spot clenched his fists in excitement. The clone radar officer immediately uploaded the enemy's information onto the star map. After seeing the marks on the star map, Spot could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. From information on the radar, the enemy fleet that participated in the ambush this time was actually more than 30 ships. Moreover, more than half of them were cruiser-level ships. Their combat strength could even contend with a small army. Spot sent the information to Aurelia while calculating the strength of the enemy and the enemy in his mind. Aurelia only sent back 2 words. After giving the order, he immediately ordered the 105,106 and 107 ships that had been on standby for 15 minutes to immediately start warping. At the same time, he asked the other fleet that had been on standby for half an hour to advance the warping time by 20 minutes. A few young captains who were on the video call looked at each other in dismay. "How about it?" Spot said with his eyebrows raised. The other captain asked. Spot said with his eyes shining. "Damn." Although the other captain said so, from the light in his eyes, he was also a little eager to try. "Come on. I don't want to be like those trash and live a mediocre life." Spotter took a deep breath and said, "Good." A captain who was silent at the beginning suddenly said he was the unusual one among these captains. Because his family background was not prominent, he was just born in a small merchant family. Therefore, he hoped to make a name for himself in the army. "I'll do it too. And me." The remaining 2 captains looked at each other. They were all hot-blooded young people, and they were all ambitious young people with ability, so no one was willing to fall behind. Spot gritted his teeth and ordered his own ship to charge forward, and the other 3 grizzly bears immediately followed. The 4 grizzly bears took the initiative to attack. Naturally, the Starship-class robot cruisers behind them had to follow. After all, the Starship captains were all Spot and the others' aides. Since their masters had already charged forward, they naturally could not hide behind them. While Spot and the others were charging forward, the player battleship also completed the engine ignition process and began to charge at them. Whoosh! Whoosh! The player battleship that used laser weapons fired ahead of time. Boom! Boom! The gray bear that had been bombarded began to shake violently. Its outer shell was continuously blasted apart by the laser weapons. Therefore, the interior of the battleship shook violently, but it did not suffer much damage. Spotter ordered. The damage rate of the hull directly in front is 7%. The damage manager immediately reported. Chapter 1794. 1794. Spot's eyes lit up. Previously, from the hard data, he knew that the grizzly bear with the new armor had a stronger defense than the original, but on the battlefield, he deeply realized how terrifying this kind of strong defense was. From the bridge's porthole, he could clearly see the energy beams shooting straight ahead. If it were any other battleship, this dense barrage of cannon fire would have long exploded in midair. However, the grizzly bear they were piloting only had a few scratches on its skin, and its main structure was actually not damaged at all. In addition, with the nanny ship behind them, even if they forcefully withstood the enemy's attacks and did not retaliate, it would still take a long time for the enemy's fleet to annihilate them. Maintain the formation. Spot had become the commander of this small fleet. Under his orders, 4 grizzly bears were in front, blocking the enemy's artillery fire. The Starship-class robot cruisers behind constantly sent maintenance robots to repair the damaged shells of the 4 grizzly bears. As time passed, although the external armor of the 4 grizzly bears was continuously weakened, the distance between them and the player fleet was also shortened. "Closer," Spot muttered. After all, this was his first time commanding a battle, so he was both excited and nervous. "Good." Suddenly, Spot's eyes lit up, and he immediately ordered, "Light up the Annihilator Quantum Assault Engine." Huh. The eyes of the other 3 young captains also shone with excitement. These NPCs are really idiots. With their slow speed, they can't even get close to us. Yeah, what era is it now? And they still use automatic cannons. What a country bumpkin. Who cares about them? They deserve to be rich today. For heavy patrol ships and a small escort fleet, the experience reward is much more than the merchant fleet. Yeah, all ships turn on the reverse engine and slowly retreat while maintaining the bombardment. At this time, the players did not realize that danger was coming. They were happily enjoying the time of beating people with light, but the other party could not touch them. Moreover, they were dreaming of receiving a large amount of experience and money. However, at this time, a change happened. 4 grizzly bears suddenly left the fleet. They rushed to the side of the player battleship at sublight speed. Because their speed was extremely fast, almost approaching the speed of light, they did not wait for the players to react. These grizzly bears had already pierced into the player fleet. The high-frequency automatic cannons were operating at full power. A large number of depleted uranium warheads spun out of the barrel of the cannons. Then, they directly penetrated the defensive shield of the player battleship and attacked the hull of their battleship. Although the automatic cannons were old-fashioned, they were much better than light weapons when it came to resisting the energy shields. After all, the energy shields could effectively intercept and neutralize energy weapons. However, the defense effect of these physical cannons was mediocre. In just a few dozen seconds before the players could react, 4 to 5 frigate-level spaceships were blown up, and a few cruiser-level battleships were also heavily damaged. At this moment, Grizzly Bear's destructive power, which had been ignored by others, finally showed itself. In the past, it was not because Grizzly Bear's firepower was not strong, but because it was short-handed, it was beaten into a sieve before it could touch the enemy. With the Annihilator Quantum Thruster engine, Grizzly Bear had the ability to stand up to others. In this way, when the strong and powerful Grizzly Bear faced the battleships outside of the main fleet, it was not afraid of anyone. It could even fight against 2 or even 3 cruisers. Damn it! How did these guys get in? Fight back. No, they are in the middle of us. If we fire, we could easily hurt ourselves. At this moment, the players were in an awkward situation. Normally, space battles were between fleets, but now, a few grizzly bears were directly in the middle of the players' fleets. If the players' battleships fought back, then the energy cannons would easily injure the nearby friendly battleships. What the F***CK do we do? Do we just let these bastards mess around here? Hit them. I don't care anymore. Sigh. All right. Although there was a possibility of accidentally injuring them by firing from the inside of the formation, the grizzly bear's firepower was too fierce. The players definitely could not let them fire recklessly here. Almost all the player warships began to change their direction, and then aimed their cannons at the few grizzly bears. A large number of energy beams swept over like a storm. Although some of them missed and even hit the friendly ships, most of the cannon fire still concentrated on the 4 grizzly bears. "Sir," the damage manager shouted loudly. He had to warn Spot, because at this rate, even the thick-skinned grizzly bear would not be able to withstand the concentrated cannon fire of dozens of warships. "Brothers," Spot laughed loudly at the other 3 captains, since they dared to break away from the protection of the nanny ship and charge into the enemy's battleships. They must have been prepared for this. Therefore, even if they were surrounded by enemies, these hot-blooded young captains were not afraid. Very soon, Spot and the other 3 captains simultaneously switched the control of the battleship to the manual position controlled by the captain. Then, they personally controlled the battleship and began to circle around the player battleships around them. The sudden maneuver of the grizzly bears caused the attack accuracy of the player battleships to instantly decrease. The chance of accidentally injuring an ally was very high. Under the superb piloting of the 4 young captains, the 4 grizzlies relied on brand-new engines to shuttle back and forth among the player warships. At the same time, their automatic cannons did not stop for a moment. The depleted uranium warheads with strong armor-piercing ability kept spinning and drilling into the bodies of the surrounding warships, beating the player warships until they were covered in wounds. In just a little over 10 minutes, although the 4 grizzlies were covered in wounds, they actually managed to achieve a battle record of 25:0. The player battleships had already lost more than 10 large cruiser-level ships. However, the 4 grizzlies were still tenaciously alive. "Spot, we can't go on like this." A young captain's forehead was covered in sweat. His battleship had suffered the most serious damage. The hull damage rate was already as high as 90%. The hull structure on the port side had suffered some damage. If this continued, the grizzly bear he was sitting on would not be able to hold on much longer. Chapter 1795, 1795. Said Spot. The captain shouted, "Retreat to my right side." Spot gritted his teeth and said his battleship's condition wasn't too good at the moment. The damage rate of the hull was as high as 75%, and one of the engines at the stern had already stalled due to damage. At this moment, a grizzly bear on the left wing of Spot suddenly caught fire. A distress message was transmitted through the communication. Spot asked, "Yes." The captain replied, "Then quickly withdraw to the side of the starship." Spot said. The captain said, "Even if the pressure is great, we have to bear it." Spot was also very helpless. "Hey." The captain saw his ship constantly calling the police. He knew that if he continued to delay, his battleship would be lost, so he could only turn on the Annihilator engine and return to the side of the starship to repair it. However, if he wanted to return to the battlefield again, he would have to wait at least 10 minutes. He could only return after the Annihilator engine had finished cooling down. When one of the grizzly bears left the battlefield, the remaining 3 spaceships of Spot and the others would have to bear even more pressure. Fortunately, at this time, more than a dozen cobalt alloy light frigates that were flanked by 2 wings had also rushed to the battlefield. Although they did not dare to charge forward, they made use of their flexibility. The support from both sides also helped to relieve some of the pressure on Spot and the others. But because they were outnumbered, Spot and the others were still in danger. A cobalt alloy frigate was blown up. Although they had done their best to avoid the enemy's core firing point, the problem was that a small ship like the cobalt alloy was too fragile. They would be blasted into cosmic dust. Spot shouted. The destroyed cobalt alloy light frigate was piloted by one of his aides, and he had a very good relationship with this aide. The adjutant said to Spot, "Great." Spot shouted loudly. Not long after he gave the order, a nearby cobalt alloy light frigate quickly salvaged Valen's life capsule. Boom! Following a few explosive sounds, another 2 cobalt alloy light frigates were destroyed. Moreover, Spot and the other spaceships had become extremely dangerous. Their armor shells were already in tatters. The originally thick-skinned grizzly bear had now shed its armor. It had become extremely fragile. 1. At this moment, Spot's first batch of reinforcements arrived. The 3 grizzly bears and their affiliated battleships directly warped to the vicinity of Spot and the others. This could be considered to have saved Spot and the others' lives. The new grizzly bear was in perfect condition, so it blocked in front of Spot and the others and began to absorb the damage. Moreover, the ships that warped over at the same time included quite a number of Star-class robot cruisers. Therefore, while they ensured the health of the grizzly bear armor in front of them, they also began to repair Spot and the others' battleships. A few Javelin-class missile frigates that came with the team also began to participate in the battle. After being modified, they were loaded with a large number of cluster warheads. These new types of missiles could split into more warheads. They could effectively avoid the enemy's interception. Missiles were just as primitive, but they still had an irreplaceable position in the era of spaceflight. In the era of spaceflight, although missiles also needed ballistic time, unlike light energy weapons that could be fired immediately, because they had their own engines, their range was not as short as an automatic cannon. Without the disadvantage of having short hands, because it was a physical missile, it could also effectively resist energy shields. Therefore, it was very destructive to the hull of the ship. Moreover, the missile had an advantage that light energy weapons and automatic cannons could not compare to. That was its own guidance system. It could turn around and attack the target behind the cover. Before it could destroy the grizzly bear, it could not do anything to the spaceship behind it. However, because the missile did not have an extremely fast firing frequency like the automatic cannons and had a large number of artillery shells, it was very easy to intercept. The Javelin-class missile frigate was loaded with cluster warheads. Before the attack, the missile released a large number of warheads to attack. This way, it could effectively avoid being intercepted by the enemy's defensive firepower. It could effectively kill the enemy's hull. The appearance of the new force boosted the morale of Potter and the others. However, some were happy while others were worried. The players on this side were not having it easy. Fourth brother, I can't hold on anymore. Why are the attacking attributes of the NPCs on the other side so strange? At this moment, the players were also complaining incessantly. Although their warships were all high-tech and had powerful energy shields, they had also neglected the hull armor. As a result, the automatic cannons and missiles dealt a terrifying amount of damage to them. Following an explosion, another player warship was blasted into fireworks. Third brother, F*CK. He died just like that. Didn't this guy just buy a new ship? Now he's going to die of heartache. As time passed, the hull of the battleship of Spot and the others had been repaired, and the armor was completely new. Then, these passionate captains once again piloted the battleship into the enemy's formation. Unlike the three gray goods captains who came to support them later, Spot and the others were not limited to being sandbags. The Javelin battleship behind their substitutes created an environment for damage output. They were going to kill the enemy. Therefore, Spot and the other two who had activated the Annihilator engine once again charged into the formation of the players. Damn it. Again, kill these NPCs for me. I'm done for today. I'll fight you to the death, even if I have to cripple the ship. Old 7, ask Big Brother for help. I'll definitely wipe out this caravan today. Knowing this, these players still thought that this was a powerful caravan. They did not realize that this was a hunting operation specially prepared for them. Okay, Old 7 reported this information with a face full of joy. However, he did not know that their request for help had already brought his guild into a desperate situation of bankruptcy. Chapter 1796. The misjudgment of the situation had caused this player guild to suffer heavy losses. At this moment, they were mobilizing a large number of their members to fly their battleships to the war zone to provide support. As this was no longer an ambush, the players had also directly warped over. This allowed the support to arrive very quickly. Damn it, why is there such a huge discrepancy in the information? Those guys actually tricked us. Yeah, this convoy is too powerful. But this is good too. With such a powerful convoy, the goods carried by this caravan must be very valuable. Looks like we're rich today. When a new player saw the battle scene, they could not help but feel delighted. Then the wealth and experience it brought would definitely be more valuable than those few ships. F*CK. What's going on? These pirates still have reinforcements. Damn it, we've been ambushed. Quickly ask Lord Aurelia for help. All of a sudden, the three new idiot captains panicked. After all, the number of player warships that came to reinforce was too many. In total, there were no less than 150 warships of various sizes. Although most of them were small frigate-level ships, such a large fleet was still terrifying. Spot's face darkened. Although the situation in front of him was very passive, he believed that Lord Aurelia would not abandon them. Then, an idiotic captain asked. He was completely panicking. Facing such a large fleet, he was already a little lost. All the ships retreat and defend. The Grizzly Bear will go to the front. The nanny ship will work at full capacity to repair the damaged ships. Spot gave the orders to the fleet. Following Spot's orders, the fleet had a backbone, and everyone quickly gathered together. Only the Cobalt alloy light frigates were at the periphery. Hence, they were far from the main force, and it was already too late for them to retreat behind Grizzly Bear. Hence, they could only do their best to harass the enemy until they were destroyed. Brothers, at this moment, Spot did not know what to say to the aides piloting the Cobalt alloy light frigates. Sir, from the moment we joined the army, we thought of this result. These Cobalt alloy captains who surrounded the two wings were the aides of Spot and the others. They were not trash who only knew how to suck up to others. Hence, even when they were about to die in battle, none of them frowned. Attack. Following the command of the player in the lead, the player fleet adjusted their formation and began to launch a fierce attack on Spot and the others. Sir, the damage rate of the port hull is over 50%. The damage control officer's voice was urgent and hoarse. Activate the starboard auxiliary thrusters and turn the ship around. Spotter immediately ordered. It was impossible for them to defeat the enemy now. Wait for the reinforcements to arrive. At this moment, space distorted, followed by more than a dozen Grizzly-class heavy cruisers jumping out of the phase space. Following these heavy patrols, a large number of auxiliary ships and frigates followed. Brothers, reinforcements are here. Seeing the reinforcements, Spot was instantly excited. The damaged administrator's words undoubtedly poured cold water on Spot. What? Spot's eyes widened. They had endured the most difficult moment and were about to launch a counterattack. However, someone told him that his ship was broken and that he had no part in the harvest. Sir, the maintenance staff are doing their best to repair it. However, the technology of the Annihilator's quantum assault engine is too complicated. The damaged steward said, "No matter how much it is, I'll repair as much as I can," said Spot. Seeing that Spot was so persistent, the ship's engineers could only try their best to repair it. As soon as the dozen grizzly bears arrived on the battlefield, they immediately activated the Annihilator engine. Like a sharp knife, they stabbed into the formation of the player fleets. High-speed automatic artillery full operation. Depleted uranium warhead, as if a stream of iron and steel like to those close to the player warships. A destroyer was torn in half by the terrifying depleted uranium barrage on the Spot, and the battleship, while disintegrating, triggered martyrdom, causing a frigate nearby to be destroyed. Damn it, we've been ambushed. This is a conspiracy. F***CK, I'm gonna kill those guys. How dare they sell me false information? At this moment, the players were in a mess. Although they still had the advantage in the number of battleships, the problem was that the performance of the battleships on both sides was not equal. Moreover, the Grizzly-class heavy cruiser was extremely good at close combat. There were huge casualties on the players' side. Moreover, there was another important point. Jiang Fei and the others were all professional military officers who had graduated from military schools. They were trained in the art of commanding battleships. On the other hand, the players were different. They were here to play. Many people panicked when they were focus fire. They drove the battleships to dodge randomly, resulting in a collision with an ally's battleship. One had to know that the damage caused by the collision of warships was much worse than being hit by a cannon. Therefore, one could imagine how miserable the players were right now. Otherwise, how could they say that they should never compete with the professionals in terms of skills? When these players were commanding the fleets, they were not unified enough. Their execution ability was also not enough. Their various weaknesses were all exposed. Those support-type warships had no one to protect them at all. Almost all of them were wiped out at the beginning of the battle. They were also completely exposed to the automatic cannons of the Grizzly Bear. This time, in order to train their troops, Aurelia did not send out any more warships. But even so, the players who did not have much combat experience were still utterly defeated. Retreat. Retreat. Helpless, the players could only choose to retreat. But how could Aurelia, who was prepared to surround and annihilate them, let them leave? At this time, another function of a large number of Starship-class robot cruisers was also demonstrated. The robots on their ships could not only repair friendly ships, can also be fired on enemy ships to destroy enemy weapons systems and engines. So many want to escape, the players suddenly found that their transition engine failure simply cannot start. Chapter 1797. 1797. With the warp engine sealed, they could only rely on conventional engines to escape from the battlefield. However, against a grizzly bear that had the Annihilator quantum assault engine, who could rely on conventional engines to outrun it. As a result, the players of this guild were destined to be wiped out. When the overall situation was set, the players had even given up resisting. They were fighting on their own. They fired a few cannon shots at the enemy ship in front of them. However, if they did not fire at the same time, with the grizzly bear's thick armor and the maintenance of the wet nurse ship, who would be able to defeat it? 3 hours later, all the player warships were wiped out. Of course, Jiang Fei's fleet also lost a Grizzly Bear-class heavy cruiser and more than 30 cobalt alloy frigates. In war, there was no such thing as an immortal. Even if it was a victory, even if it was a complete victory. Regardless, after this battle, The morale of Zhang Fei's soldiers was greatly boosted. Many of the young captains also gained battle experience. They knew how to apply the knowledge they had learned in school. When they applied it to actual combat, they also had a full understanding of the capabilities of their own battleships. After cleaning up the battlefield and retrieving all the bodies and resources that could be recovered, Zhang Fei led the fleet back to the planet. This time, they had taught the players a lesson. The players would not let the matter rest so easily. Therefore, Zhang Fei would not leave the fleet here to wait for the players to take revenge. At the same time, he also reminded the Merchant Alliance to make a detour to trade for the time being. They should not get themselves into trouble. After returning to Skoda's star, Zhang Fei arranged for the compensation of the soldiers who died in battle. At the same time, he made good use of the time to do logistics. After all, the battleships that had been destroyed had to be replenished. Another batch of new recruits had also arrived on Skoda Star. He was also responsible for receiving these guys. While Zhang Fei was busy, Aurelia was not idle either. She was busy summing up the gains and losses of this battle. On the whole, Aurelia was very profitable this time. She had trained her troops and dealt a blow to the strength of the players. Moreover, she had also earned Zhang Fei a good reputation within the Merchant Alliance. Some of the idiot captains were indeed very troublesome. Their incompetence had caused the fleet to suffer too many casualties out of thin air. However, from the perspective of the Merchant Alliance, Lucite and the others were very satisfied with this battle. In the beginning of the battle, Zhang Fei and the others used Maris Merchant Group as bait. This made some people in the Merchant Alliance very dissatisfied. Needless to say, these people were definitely the owners behind Maris. Of course, they were not satisfied with Zhang Fei putting their assets in danger. However, they were very excited that Zhang Fei was able to destroy a medium-sized pirate fleet with just one attack. They immediately made their own media report and spread the news throughout the entire universe. The reason why these profiteers were so excited was nothing else. It had been a long time since the Merchant Alliance had won such a beautiful battle. All along, the profiteers had been focusing on defense, especially in the war against the Vizari army. Even though Ano was not a good person, he was still capable. Although he had ordered his troops to attack the Merchant Alliance for some personal matters, the war was indeed very good. The Merchant Alliance had always been able to defend themselves with their faces covered in dirt and had no way of retaliating. Hence, this time, after obtaining a genius commander like Aurelia and the blueprints for a new type of battleship, the Merchant Alliance planned to raise their heads and throw away their previous title of being rich but cowardly. Not to mention fighting for the position of the Universe Overlord, they also had to show off their strength as the universe's second best. In fact, these profiteers were really stifled. For example, Aurelia's motherland, the Audra Empire, almost all their weapons were bought from the Merchant Alliance. However, their military position in the universe was very high. Even the Vizari army would not easily provoke them. From this, it could be seen just how bad the Merchant Alliance was at fighting. It was because they had never been very good at fighting and had never won any battles. Therefore, the profiteers were proud of their victory this time. On the other hand, Zhang Fei did not care about how the Merchant Alliance was going to publicize the battle and how they were going to reward the soldiers, including Zhang Fei. That was because he was busy preparing for the completion test of the new battleship on Skoda. That's right. After more than 2 months of hard work, the Aiken-class battlecruiser was finally completed. This Aiken-class battlecruiser was also a supergiant ship. It was based on a super-giant merchant ship of the Merchant Alliance. It was the main ship that Zhang Fei had created with the help of player technology. Other than having a body similar to the Dawnlight, it also inherited some of the characteristics of the Merchant Alliance's battleship. The first was the heavy armor of the Aiken-class battlecruiser. This type of T-alloy could be said to represent the best smelting technology in the universe. The heavy armor allowed the Aiken class to have a shell that was even stronger than the Grizzly Bear. Coupled with its huge size, even the main cannon of the main ship would not be able to sink it easily. Of course, having a strong defense was not enough. Other than equipping the main ship with a large number of automatic cannons, Zhang Fei also created a drone platform in the huge space of the ship. This allowed the Aiken-class battlecruiser to release up to 6 squadrons of drones during battle. Although the automatic cannons were still limited by their range, the appearance of the drone platform clearly made up for the Aiken-class battlecruiser's lack of long-range attacks. Moreover, the Aiken-class battlecruiser's target uplink could greatly increase the fleet's cannon fire accuracy and range. This way, the disadvantage of having a short automatic gunner would not be so obvious. Although Aiken-class was still not as aggressive as the player's Glory-class main battleship, its overall ability gave the fleet a greater boost. The completion of such a main battleship undoubtedly improved Zhang Fei's fleet's strength once again. At the same time, it also gave him more confidence in his plan to contain the players. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months had passed. The Aiken-class battlecruiser had officially entered the fleet. It was named the Light of Hope and became the exclusive ship of Aurelia. At the same time, it had replaced the Dawnlight as the flagship of the fleet. Zhang Fei and the girls stayed on the Dawnlight. After all, the original player battleship had the ability to cast long-range projectiles. It could send Zhang Fei and the other high-level warriors to the battlefield at any time. At this moment, Zhang Fei's fleet already had 2 powerful main ships. Although these 2 main ships were not of the main ship type, it was enough for his fleet to look down on the entire universe. Even the current player fleet could not compete with him. Chapter 1798. Just as Zhang Fei was trying to develop his own fleet, something happened in the Gamma Dimension. The main character of this incident was the rich player named Eamon. Although he had spent a lot of money in the game, it was a pity that he was destined to clash with Zhang Fei. Every time he invested a large amount of money in a quest, it would end in failure because of Zhang Fei's interference. As a rich second generation, Eamon had never experienced such a setback. He had also never been so depressed. Therefore, the development team had hoped to see the situation happen the most. The rich player had become anxious because of being abused. Therefore, he began to spend money in the game. This time, not only did Eamon create a powerful carrier for himself, but he also created an extremely powerful fleet for his guild. In just over a month's time, a super fleet with 4 main ships, more than 200 heavy cruisers, and more than 1,000 support ships of various types appeared in the Dominican galaxy. The purpose of the development team was to make money. They did not care if Zhang Fei's universe could be maintained for a long time. The originally weak player fleet had gained the ability to fight against the top forces in the universe overnight. With the advantage of the main ships and the player technology, the player fleet had even formed an advantage in the entire universe. This was because the player did not need to produce the battleships one part at a time like Zhang Fei and the others did. Once they paid the money, the battleships would be produced immediately. There was no need to consider the construction period at all. Therefore, just as Zhang Fei had just won a battle and was feeling smug about the inclusion of his second main fleet, the player's super fleet had already taken shape and had completed its assembly in the Dominican galaxy. Because of the formation of the super fleet, the players had temporarily stopped hunting merchant ships, dealt a severe blow to the morale of the pirates. They did not dare to harass the merchant ships anymore. Zhang Fei, who was on Skoda's star, received the communication. "Put it through," Zhang Fei said. Soon, Luster's smile appeared on the big screen. As soon as Luster appeared, he praised Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei smiled slightly. However, although the operation last time has made the Alliance proud, it has also made some people unhappy, Luster said with a smile. Because the Merchant Alliance controlled a large number of media, therefore, under their overwhelming propaganda, it was as if Zhang Fei's fleet was invincible in the universe. This could be considered as the biggest military group in the universe, the Vizari Army. Therefore, after a series of discussions, the Vizari Army decided to launch a larger military operation to prove that they were still the overlord of the universe. Their position was unshakable. This time, Lust received information that the Vizari Army had gathered 4 army groups, a massive fleet of more than 1,000 battleships, and tens of thousands of powerful warriors. They were going to take the initiative to launch an attack on the dominant galaxy. Although the golden light membrane could not be shaken. At the very least, they were going to take back some of the resource stars in the periphery of the dominant galaxy and build fortresses and strongholds. This time, Lucite sent a message to Jiang Fei. He wanted Jiang Fei to bring some people to watch the battle. Although the Vizari army's large-scale attack on the dominant galaxy was to show off their strength to the outside world, it was a good opportunity for the Merchant Alliance. Was it not a good opportunity to spy on the enemy? What? He frowned. Only he knew that at this moment, the players were the enemies of the entire universe. Even the conflict between the Merchant Alliance and the Vizari army was no longer important. Now, the Vizari army did not understand the players at all. They just attacked rashly. Not only would they succeed or fail, their low-level ships would become monsters for the players to farm experience points. All this while, Jiang Fei had been very opposed to fighting a war of attrition with the players. He had always advocated using fleets that were far stronger than the players to fight a crushing war. He wanted to make sure that his side suffered zero losses. Only by doing so could he slow down the development of the players. Although Jiang Fei's idea was correct, he had clearly forgotten the importance of the rich players. When these people spent large amounts of money, they could speed up the pace of the game. The players who originally needed at least a few months or even a few years to level up and farm warships had now quietly gained an invincible fleet. The players who had been itching for action for a long time would no longer hide in the Dominican Galaxy. The rich players could spend money crazily and reach the achievement that an average player could achieve in a few months or even a few years in a short period of time. This might be a little unfair to the ordinary players. However, to NPCs like Jiang Fei, it was a devastating blow. However, as Jiang Fei had completely given up on the dominant galaxy, he knew nothing about the sudden appearance of a super fleet. Moreover, for some unknown reason, Vinolin did not warn Jiang Fei this time. Therefore, this time, Jiang Fei was completely unaware of the changes in the player's side. Jiang Fei agreed to Lust's request. Regardless of the reason, he had to go to the dominant galaxy once. He had to help these guys clean up their mess. Until now, Jiang Fei still had absolute confidence in his own fleet. He believed that even if Vizari's army gave some experience points to the players, he would still be able to inflict heavy damage on the players' fleet. It would not allow them to recover in a short period of time. 3 days later, a huge fleet set sail from the spaceport of Skodastar. Not long after leaving the spaceport, it leaped into the dimensional space and turned towards the direction of the dominant galaxy. When Jiang Fei and the others set out, on the other side of the dominant galaxy, Vizari's fleet had already arrived at the city. Their fleet was even larger, with more than 1,000 warships. However, most of them were small frigates. Among them, there were only about 100 heavy cruisers and dozens of auxiliary cruisers. There was even less of a main force. After all, in the entire universe, only Jiang Fei had intercepted players. Only then did he obtain the blueprint of the main force and possess the ability to build such a supergiant ship. Chapter 1799. A week later, Jiang Fei and the others arrived at the outer region of the dominant galaxy. As soon as the fleet arrived, they felt a powerful electromagnetic interference. At the same time, a thought appeared in Jiang Fei's mind. He was too late. The powerful electromagnetic interference was the result of the fleet's large-scale battle. The Vizari army had already begun to attack. F***CK. However, Jiang Fei still ordered the fleets to speed up. He had to deal a heavy blow to the player fleet. Jiang Fei could offset the experience points that the Vizari army's small broken ships brought to the players. However, what Jiang Fei did not expect was that his fleet had just entered the dominant galaxy when they encountered the Vizari army's defeated soldiers. The Vizari army's cruiser was on fire. There were also a large number of frigates behind it. Most of these frigates were also injured. Jiang Fei was shocked. He had received information from Luster that the Vizari army had sent out more than 1,000 warships in this large-scale attack. Most of them were frigates. However, there were too many ants to kill an elephant. How could they have lost so badly and so quickly? Jiang Fei ordered. Larxi replied and immediately carried out Jiang Fei's order. Soon, a haggard young man with a hint of fear appeared in Jiang Fei's sight. "Hello, sir," the young man asked. "I'm the commander of the Merchant Alliance's Special Combined Fleet. My name is Jiang Fei." Jiang Fei said, "Oh, hello, Sir Jiang Fei. We have encountered a very powerful enemy. Those outsiders are too powerful." Although the young man heard the name Jiang Fei, he felt that it was somewhat familiar. He did not recall it for a moment. Although when Jiang Fei had defected from the Vizari army, the matter had become quite big. However, because of Tyrion, the matter had been suppressed. In the end, the matter was settled. Moreover, it had been so long that it was not surprising that the young man did not remember it. A very powerful enemy? Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Until now, he had not realized how much the current players had grown. Very soon, the first wave of the defeated soldiers had left. They fled back to the galaxy where the Vizari army belonged. Following that, the second and third wave of the defeated soldiers appeared in front of Jiang Fei one after another. Jiang Fei also learned from the words of these people that the players had a super fleet that was far larger than he had imagined. After more than 10 hours, the ninth wave of the defeated soldiers passed by Jiang Fei and the others. At the same time, Jiang Fei and the others finally saw the players' battleships. The player warships responsible for the pursuit of the defeated are not many. They are a small fleet of 2 heavy patrol-level doomed ships and 7 enlightening ships equipped with ultra-long-range beam energy weapons. "Aurelia, I will send you the information of the enemy's ship. The rest will be up to you." He had also copied the information of these conventional ships. Therefore, he was very clear about the information of these players' ships. Aurelia's eyes lit up. With the detailed parameters of the enemy's battleship, she would be able to deal with them better. Its status was comparable to the Grizzly Bear of the Merchant Alliance. The battleship itself had a powerful shield. It also had excellent armor defense. Moreover, its plasma weapons were extremely destructive. In comparison, its combat power was definitely above the Grizzly Bear. However, the Grizzly Bear was known for being cheap in heavy patrol. Therefore, it was natural that its combat power was weaker. The Enlightenment spaceship was a small ship of the Guardian class. However, although it was small, it was equipped with a level 2 main cannon of the main battleship class. The power of this cannon was very powerful. However, a frigate of the same level would definitely be killed in one shot in front of it. After looking at the data, Aurelia smiled slightly. These player warships were too focused on playing with technology. Their energy shields were extremely powerful. With such a strong shield, they naturally did not need a heavy armor shell. Therefore, even the heavy patrol-level destroyer spaceship's armor shell was only 1/3 as strong as the Grizzly Bear's. Previously, it was said that equipment like the energy shield was very effective against energy weapons. Therefore, players were like cutting vegetables when fighting the Vizari Legion. This was because the energy weapons of the Vizari Legion could not break the powerful shield system of the player warship. However, when it came to the Merchant Alliance, which was focused on saving money, the outdated automatic cannons became the trump card against players. The energy shield's interception effect was very poor. It was basically a knife that could cut through blood. On the other hand, the player battleships generally did not have any armor. The result was obvious. Therefore, under the orders of Aurelia, Jiang Fei's fleet immediately sent out 30 Grizzly Bear-class heavy cruisers. After these Grizzly Bears stepped out, they immediately charged at the player fleet. Actually, when Jiang Fei and the others found the player fleet, the players also found this huge fleet. However, because the previous battle had been too smooth, they thought that they had caught up with a larger wave of defeated soldiers. Therefore, they did not take it to heart at all. They continued to speed up their pursuit. They wanted to hunt down more battleships and obtain more points and experience points. This was also one of the weaknesses of the players. After all, they were not professional soldiers and lacked the necessary military literacy. Once they chased the enemy, it was easy for them to get the upper hand. On top of that, they would not really die. Therefore, they appeared to be particularly reckless. Even when they discovered that a large fleet that was almost as large as their main force had suddenly appeared in front of them, these players who were chasing them did not stop. F***CK. There's actually someone who can hold a rear? Brothers. When the players discovered the 30 grizzly bears that were facing them, they still did not realize that danger was approaching. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The players unleashed their full firepower. Be it beam weapons or plasma weapons, they had all locked onto these 30 grizzly bears. Although these grizzly-class heavy cruisers were heavily armored, they were still bombarded with flames. If not for the support of a large number of Star-class healer ships behind them, they probably would not have been able to hold on for long. With a command, the grizzly bears began to charge. Chapter 1800. When the Annihilator engine was activated, more than 30 Grizzly-class heavy cruisers were instantly inserted into the player battleship's learning sequence. The automatic cannons on the Grizzly Bear were immediately activated. In an instant, those enlightening spaceships with weak defense that mainly relied on energy shields to absorb damage were torn into pieces by the metal torrent on the spot. Although the player Enlightenment spaceships could be said to have the strongest firepower among the frigate class, their weak defenses were nothing in front of the Grizzly Bear that was close to them. The player fleet of the Enlightenment spaceships were completely annihilated. Although the remaining 2 Destruction Warrior spaceships resisted the first wave of surprise attacks, they were also heavily injured. What the hell? How did these guys suddenly charge at us? Damn it, my shield is still full. Why is the structure of the ship injured? Players were players after all. Without proper training, they were confused when they were suddenly attacked. Therefore, they did not organize any effective resistance. The 2 heavy patrol-level destroyer spaceships were not even able to fight back effectively. They were torn apart by more than 30 grizzly bears in close combat. Jiang Fei and the others had won the battle. If they were facing an ordinary opponent, the enemy would not even know how their small team was destroyed. Unfortunately, they were players. The greatest privilege of players was that they did not die. Although the fleet had been wiped out by Jiang Fei and the others, these players were soon reborn in the quest hall. These guys reported the coordinates of Jiang Fei's fleet to Eamon through the guild channel. Boss, a complete fleet has been found in Star Zone Z5. Yeah, these NPCs are not happy with you. Boss, you have to avenge us. The heavy patrol that I just took was destroyed by them. All right, said Eamon with a frown. He was not worried about the appearance of powerful NPCs. He just felt that his subordinates were too embarrassing. Although Eamon had been beaten up by Jiang Fei a few times before, the fleet battle this time had made him feel proud. The strength of the fleet was an absolute suppression. Therefore, when Vazari's fleet that took the initiative to attack appeared, Eamon led the fleet and gave them a beating. This big victory made Eamon feel smug. He thought that he was a genius commander. He thought that he had amazing talent in fleet command. Eamon did not feel sorry for the battleships. He just felt that his subordinates had embarrassed him. Therefore, after receiving the relevant information about Jiang Fei and the others, Eamon immediately led his main fleet and rushed over. He did not want to avenge his subordinates. He just felt that these NPCs had slapped him in the face. Now, he wanted to get back at them. Of course, if Eamon knew that this fleet was led by Jiang Fei, his eyes might turn red. After all, Jiang Fei had repeatedly destroyed his quest. The two of them had a huge grudge against each other. In less than half an hour, a terrifying super fleet appeared on Jiang Fei's radar screen. Sir, Larch reported to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was shocked. I'm not sure. However, I am sure that among these battleships, there are many cruiser-class ships. Lark said, as he had all the main ships in his hands. Eamon could not care less about chasing after the Vazari fleet that had fled. He had directly transferred all 4 main ships over. His goal was to wipe out Jiang Fei's entire fleet. For main fleets, Jiang Fei suddenly felt a headache coming on. There was only one main fleet in the hands of players, and that was the glorious main battleship. This kind of ship was completely a killing machine. All its abilities were designed to kill enemies. A super-class battlecruiser like the Dawnlight and an Aiken-class battlecruiser like the Light of Hope were no match for this kind of battleship, let alone 2 against 4. At the same time, Aurelia also received a message from Larks. The large screen of the Hope also showed the image of the enemy fleet. Fei, we can't defeat the enemy. Aurelia made a judgment on the spot. The development of the players has far exceeded our imagination. Jiang Fei frowned. He desperately wanted to contact Vinolin. He needed to know what had happened and why the players suddenly had such a large fleet. Aurelia made a prompt decision. After knowing that she could not fight the enemy in front of her, she immediately made the decision to retreat. While Jiang Fei's fleet adjusted their course and prepared to warp away from the Dominican galaxy, Eamon also noticed their actions. F*CK, you want to run? Eamon muttered angrily. Then, he waved his hand, and nearly 100 ruling judgment spaceships suddenly warped into Jiang Fei's fleet. Then, their bodies emitted a strange light. These auxiliary cruisers had a terrifying ability. They could emit a powerful psionic suppression that could instantly disable the enemy's phase engine. Damn it! Sir, my phase engines have failed. I cannot activate the warp drive. Sir, so can my ship. In the blink of an eye, almost half of Jiang Fei's fleet, including the Light of Hope, were affected by the psionic suppression effect. They were unable to activate the warp drive. If they could not warp away, it would be impossible to leave the battlefield through the conventional engines. Although these ruling judgment spaceships would soon be destroyed by concentrated fire, the player fleet was already very close. Even if they took care of the ruling judgment spaceships, Jiang Fei and the rest would not have enough time to activate the interstellar warp again. Aurelia immediately ordered. If they did not take care of the spaceships, Jiang Fei's fleet would not be able to successfully retreat. The soldiers replied. Then, a large number of grizzly bears surrounded them. Although these ruling judgment spaceships were also cruisers, they were after all support-type spaceships. Their attack power was almost zero. Even if their defense was slightly stronger, it was impossible for them to cause too much of a ruckus. In just a few minutes, they were all wiped out. But at this time, the player fleet had already arrived. Chapter 1801. 1801. One of the main cannons of the Radiant main battleship began to charge. Although the main cannon, called the Radiance of Purification, consumed a lot of energy and took a long time to charge, its power was unimaginable. Warning. Warning. High energy reaction ahead. The warning systems on the Dawnlight and the Light of Hope were activated. The red warning lights kept flashing, as if signaling the arrival of danger. Damn it! Jiang Fei knew the capabilities of the main Radiant battleship very well. As he had obtained a blueprint before, the basic manufacturing level of the Merchant Alliance was limited. Therefore, it was impossible for them to produce it directly. Otherwise, he would not have produced the Aiken-class battlecruiser, which was a local main battleship. Aurelia might be a genius commander, but he did not know much about the Radiance of Purification. Therefore, he did not know how to deal with it. Jiang Fei was at his wits' end at the moment. The blueprint only indicated the power of the main cannon. However, it did not say how to destroy it or where its weakness was. However, it was very difficult to destroy a powerful combat system main ship before the Radiance of Purification was launched. Just when Jiang Fei and the others were at their wits' end, the main cannon of the Radiance main battleship was launched. A terrifying beam of light shot out. The battleship directly in front of it was instantly engulfed. They were all vaporized by the terrifying beam of light. Jiang Fei shouted. The Radiant main battleship had only fired one shot, and it had already destroyed 7 of his grizzly bear and nearly 20 other battleships. Jiang Fei had never experienced such a terrible loss before. Although the main cannon of the first Radiant main battleship had cooled down, the players still had 3 other battleships. At that moment, the 3 main battleships began to recharge. Jiang Fei was instantly anxious. If he allowed them to bombard him like this, his own fleet would be finished. Jiang Fei thought to himself. If that was the case, although he could avoid being destroyed by the Light of Purification, it would still be difficult for Jiang Fei's fleet to escape from an enemy that was several times stronger than him. Fei. At this moment, Aurelia's voice was heard. Jiang Fei was slightly stunned. However, at this moment, Aurelia's ship, the Light of Hope, emitted a bright light. Buzz. The ultimate ability of the Aiken-class battlecruiser was activated. Forced Armistice Field. As the Forced Armistice Field was activated, the 3 Radiant main battleships that were charging instantly stopped firing. Their main cannons that were glowing dimmed as well. It was not just the 3 main battleships, all the player battleships and Zhang Fei's fleet spaceships were the same. The weapon system was forced to be locked, and all the ship's abilities were disabled. In an instant, everyone on Zhang Fei's side and the players' side stared at each other. Other than looking at each other, no one could do anything else. Because their weapon systems were locked, their battleship's abilities were rendered useless. Therefore, no one was able to do anything. The route has been adjusted. Preparing to warp. The phase engine has been charged. We can warp at any time. Warp begins. On the other side, Zhang Fei's fleet began to warp. Soon, everyone had left the Dominican Galaxy through interstellar warp. F***CK. Eamon watched as Zhang Fei and the others escaped. Eamon was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Under the effect of the Forced Armistice Field, he could not stop the enemy from escaping. Moreover, the enemy's warp route had not been calculated yet. Even if he wanted to chase after them, he did not know where to go. Sir, the enemy's path is out. They have already left the Dominic Galaxy. A player asked after 15 minutes. Chase my ass. Eamon rolled his eyes. Moreover, it was fine if the enemy had escaped twice. What if they were lured to the front of a fortress? Would the fleet attack the fortress? He would not do such a suicidal thing. Although Eamon stopped chasing, Zhang Fei still looked a little listless. What is going on? How did these players suddenly become so strong? Zhang Fei muttered to himself. He suddenly felt that all his previous efforts had been in vain. Zhang Fei had spent so much time and effort to destroy the players' quest. His goal was to stop them from expanding rapidly. The players had such a terrifying fleet. For main ships, and they were the strong combat type, coupled with nearly 1,000 powerful battleships. Who could resist such a fleet? At that moment, Zhang Fei was confused. He did not know what the purpose of his efforts to stop the players was. Therefore, at that moment, he could not wait to see Vinylin. He wanted to ask him directly what was going on. Fei, we are safe now. What do we do now? Aurelia sent a message. Zhang Fei nodded subconsciously. Very soon, the fleet returned to Skodastar under Aurelia's lead. However, Zhang Fei still appeared to be in a daze. Even when Bella and the others kept calling him, he did not respond. At that moment, Zhang Fei was completely immersed in his own small world. He was asking himself what he should do to truly control these players. During the time that Zhang Fei had returned to Skodastar, Lus had sent him messages more than once asking about the situation of the trip to the Dominican Galaxy. However, Zhang Fei was not in a state of mind, so he did not reply. Although Zhang Fei did not reply, the collapse of the Visari army could not be concealed. For a time, the entire universe was in a state of panic. Even the Visari army had been defeated. Who else could be a match for these outsiders? Some small and medium-sized factions had even begun to try to contact the players. They had begun to worship a new big brother and seek new protection. On the 4th day after Zhang Fei arrived on Skodastar, he finally met Vinlon. This time, Vinlon descended on an ordinary technician. He came before Zhang Fei and told him about how Eamon had spent so much money. Then, why didn't you inform me in advance? Zhang Fei asked loudly. I am sorry. I had protected you too much previously. That had caused the development team to suspect me. They had extracted me and tested me during that period of time, Vinylin said calmly. It was as if he was talking about someone else's matter. Zhang Fei asked worriedly. He knew how strict this world was when it came to artificial intelligence with self-awareness. Moreover, the higher dimensional gamma space humans would be even more stringent. Therefore, Zhang Fei could only imagine the dangers that Vinylin had gone through. And that's it for this part. Thanks so much for listening. If you loved it, hit subscribe so you don't miss the next one, and drop a comment letting me know what story you want to see next. See you in the next part.